Somebody's completely misinterpreting what I'm saying. Here's a text that says, why can't Doug just accept what the game was instead of trying to put a positive spin on it? It was a bad game that showed some weaknesses that need to be improved, and hopefully they are by Sunday. That's all.
Is that not exactly what you said?
That's kind of exactly what I said. There's no positive spin on that game. The only positive thing is that it was game one, and it was one game.
I don't think anybody is. What can you spin positively about?
I don't know. I guess
the only thing I've ever tried to spin positively on that is I think the defense was better in the second half.
Well, I thought they stopped the run well, and that was a debate point.
And thus concludes our discussion of the positive things.
Yeah, I mean, and we got some pushback yesterday. People saying, well, the only reason it was better is because Green Bay geared it down. They were never up so comfortably that I would think, gear it down. But with that said, we don't know. We're speculating that the Lions defense had a better second half. Others want to say Green Bay took their foot off the gas, but we really don't know. The only people that know are the Green Bay staff. I wouldn't think that the game wasn't 40-3. It was 17-3 at the half. If the Lions were up 17-3, I would not want them to take the foot off the gas.
No.
But anyway, so look, I look in the mirror. What did I say that this person think I was trying to put a positive spin on the game? Nothing. I don't think I said anything was trying to put a positive. I was just trying to put in perspective. It doesn't mean the season's over, and I guess the parallel with the Tigers is fascinating to me because we spent the better part of 3-4 weeks in the middle of the season saying, okay, this is terrible, but this is sort of your classic losing streak where you can't shake the feeling that you're never going to win again. And that this is who you are. But when you get hot, you feel like you're never going to lose again. I mean, the Tigers, ask yourself this. You think the Tigers beat the Yankees tonight? And they have dominated the Yankees for 2 games. And the Tigers righted the ship, got back, and they're speeding towards the postseason with a lot of stuff getting back to form that we hope holds up. Like, I don't know that Parker Meadows has returned, but looky here.
Looks pretty good.
I don't know that Casey Mize has turned a corner, but looky here. And then Jack Flaherty last night. But looky here. There was a lot of looky going on.
A lot of looky. Well, when Jack, maybe this is just it. When Jack Flaherty plays playoff competition, he steps up. Maybe it's that simple, but
when the Tigers play playoff competition, they step up. They are 13-7 against the other 4 teams behind them in the American League, against the other major contenders. The one team that's beat them up a little bit is a team that's battling to get in, Seattle. But the truth is,
they got back at Houston. They done all right against Toronto, I guess. They won the season series against.
They're
the
3-4 with Toronto. Toronto's the one that got them. But they have a chance to close out the season tonight with a 4-1 record against the Yankees.
National League is a little different. But
5-1. It could be 5-1.
You don't worry about the National League until you get to the World Series.
Dude, I'd love to worry about the National League. Let's worry about the National League.
A month from now.
Yeah.
Month and a half.
Let's lean into our concerns about the National League. I'm with you. Not sure they can beat the National League. But anyway, the point is, because seasons are so long, you get to the Tigers are 4-1 against the Yankees now. So they're 14-7 against the top 4 contenders in the American League. So this is a strong resume, right? That there was an undermining. Tigers did a good job of undermining us midseason. And right now the Lions felt like a very authentic undermining in game 1, but it is one game. And I guess it goes back to, I really like the head coach. One game shouldn't change that. And I really like the GM, and one game shouldn't change that. Much of the GM angst is centered around the fact that the GM isn't doing things the way that you personally would do them. And that's, I get it. But GM's work's been, the net's been pretty good. He's put his team in that pool of teams that can win it all. But they got a lot of work to do, it appears. 248-539-9797. Bernard in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Whoa, Bernard, can you take us off? Can you take us off speaker? Or do you got us next to a jet engine or something?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's all right. Yeah.
It's just
a general rule is always take us off speaker before you come on.
Okay, that better?
Oh, so much better. Yes, thank you.
I was at the bus stop. I actually headed out of here for a moment. But listen, I was listening to you talking about a positive spin on that game. You know, there were several positives to me. The main one was this, that they stayed in the red zone. I mean, we had to dig and duck and fight hard to get down there, but we went down there. We were 2 field goals, the interception. But we were in the red zone a lot. And if we could have just finished, we would have been in the game. But I think that was positive just to get in the red zone or against that defense the way they played.
Interesting. I don't know that. I mean, I think red zone concerns are very real concerns. Those are money downs. Those are big. Those are where the going gets tough. And they finished last year. And with a new interior of the offensive line and a new coordinator, it's fair to question whether or not this is going to be a repetitive problem.
Okay. Well, we'll see. But let me say one more thing. I'll let you guys go. This Micah Parsons thing. Oh, my God. I mean, Micah Parsons, he had some pressure and played a good football game, but I don't think it was him that made Jared Goff throw that interception. That was just Jared Goff to me. So,
well, he did push Penei Sewell back into his lap, and that didn't help. But I'll take Penei Sewell as my right tackle this season. He didn't have his best game. What were the lines in the red zone in this game? Do you have?
I don't have.
I'm sorry.
Stats like that.
I don't know why I'm asking you as if you had the stats in front of you.
I mean, I can do my best.
Because here we go.
They were 1 of 4.
1 of 4. Last year they had a 67% touchdown rate in the red zone. Which red zone percentage. I think it should be touchdown percentage. When you get in the red zone, I think one of the critical stats in football is, do you finish drives in the end zone? And field goals are cool, but what is your red zone scoring percentage for just touchdowns? The Lions were third in the NFL, 67.95%. But, okay, coaches are on it to try and make it better. And did Dan Campbell suddenly just start to suck?
No, I don't.
Did A.J. Hinch in the middle of the season suddenly just start to suck?
I didn't think so.
No. So it's interesting parallels between our football team and our baseball team. All right. Morning Show had a very interesting question. We'll get to that a little bit later on. In the meantime, this from an unnamed texter. I'm concerned Terrion Arnold may be a big fat bust. Hopefully he greatly improves, but he wasn't impressed last year either. Well, last year, if you look at his season, he got better as the year went on. You're overly positive, says an unnamed texter. They lose Sunday, you should freak out. Well, I'll do what I choose, and you can do what you choose. You do you, I'll do me.
Yeah, I don't think that I will. I mean,
I don't see a whole lot of people calling up saying you were right when you told us not to freak out about the Tigers. Why are the phone lines not packed with people that want to call and say that when we went through 2 weeks of that in the middle of the baseball season? Why not? Where are you? Was I overly positive then when I took a big picture view?
If you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube, congratulations. Which we do stream the show live with video and audio on twitch.tv or on youtube.com. Just search for 971 The Ticket.
Wide 9 Blitz thing. He's next. 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. My computer's melting down here at work. Is yours melting down?
Not today, but I had a little meltdown yesterday, and then something looked like it redid something.
Always fun. Yeah. So let's get to the blitz thingy. I won the toss yesterday and received. Gator, you go first.
All right, Gator, here we go. Question number 1. Week 1 of the NFL is in the books. Fill in the blank. I don't want to overreact, but
I think the Lions are going to be sorry, not the Lions. I think the Vikings are going to be a real problem in the National Football League for teams, and specifically in the NFC North division. The defense made the adjustments necessary in the second half to kind of shut things down for the Bears' perspective, and the offense made their adjustments, and J.J. McCarthy grew up right in front of our eyes and became a superstar in folklore of Viking land. It was impressive what they were able to do. They were able to come back, do all that, do it on the road. I think the Vikings are a problem.
I don't want to overreact, but the Bears are still the Bears. They kill the offseason, man. A couple of years ago, they got Edmonds and Edwards, the 2 linebackers in the offseason. They drafted Caleb Williams. This year, they went out and they got Joe Thuney and Ben Johnson. Oh, boy. Killed the offseason. And what happened? Bears are still the Bears. I don't want to overreact, but the Bears are still the Bears.
You're literally poking the Bears.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, I don't want to overreact, but Justin Herbert's going to win the NFL MVP. I actually wanted to pick him as my preseason MVP when I did the questions last week, who's your MVP before the season starts, but I just didn't think they're going to throw the ball enough. I actually like Justin Herbert. I think he's got all the tools and skills to be a great quarterback in the league, but with Jim Harbaugh as his coach, I'm thinking like J.J. McCarthy at Michigan, hand the ball off, rely on your defense. They let it fly against Kansas City. He looked fantastic. They knock out the defending AFC champs. Herbert was a big reason why. I think if they let him throw the ball, he's going to put up the numbers to win the NFL MVP. So I don't want to overreact, guys, but Herbert's definitely win the MVP. All right, the Jags wide receiver / defensive back Travis Hunter played both receiver and DB last Sunday. He recorded 6 receptions for 53 yards as a receiver, and he played 6 snaps on defense. Should the Jags continue to try and play Hunter on both sides of the ball, or just pick a side already? And if so, which side?
Okay, so look, this dude is amazing. He weighs 185 pounds. I can't imagine him keeping this up for very long. I would play him on offense with spot duty on defense. I've changed one of my core beliefs that offense wins championships. I now believe that in 2025, offense wins championships. So I would use the resource on that side of the ball, and I don't think he can keep it up.
Well, why did you draft the guy? Did you draft him to play both ways? Did you draft him just to be a wide receiver? I'd play him both ways. Now, I'm not going to play him 50 snaps on offense and 50 snaps on defense, but I think he needs to play more than however many snaps he played on defense.
6.
6. Yeah, he needs to play more than 6 for sure. But they can take their time in easing him into that role, and it's all going to be dependent on, can his body handle, the pounding it takes to play both ways. But he did it in college for a couple straight years where he played an enormous amount of snaps. He's proven he can do it. Yes, he's slight, but he can get it done. My big concern is that being a defensive back, how I feel about defensive backs, they're there to get hurt, that I might err on a little bit of the side of caution there. Again, I'm not going to play him 50 snaps, but I might play him closer to 20.
So I agree.
So wait, you play him on offense and spot duty on defense?
Kind of like, but more than spot duty. But you're saying
that sounds like more than spot duty. Yeah.
I mean, your spot duty sounds like you're fine with how they used him on Sunday. I'd go a little bit heavier on defense.
So, you started off the question, the answer was the same way I would respond, Gator, is they drafted him to do this both ways. So whether you agree with it or not, use him for what you drafted him for, which is to play both sides of the ball. I think week 1 was just 6 snaps on defense, is just getting his feet wet. I think you gradually increase those snaps on defense. The majority of his snaps should be played on as wideout, but you mentioned defensive backs getting hurt, Gator. He could be a fill-in guy for one of those other defensive backs to get hurt, whether it's the nickelback, dimeback. Now you have another guy who can play the secondary, which is a big advantage. For other teams are grabbing guys off this practice squad, you actually have a guy that can play cornerback for you right now that's starting on the offense. So I think they continue to get him more snaps on defense, but play on both sides of the ball. All right, the NFL's punishment to Jalen Carter for spitting on Dak Prescott was a 1-game suspension and a fine for a 1-week game check. Was this too much, too little, or just right?
Well, it's fine. It is what it is. You do something stupid, you got to pay a price for it. And the suspension was his ejection. That's the way they ruled on it because it happened so early, I guess. But that's effectively what the suspension was. He's not suspended for any more time than his initial ejection was. You lose a paycheck. Yeah, hey, that's the NFL, man. You do something dumb and it comes with a price. Is it too steep a price to pay for something that really wasn't physical? You can make that argument, but I think the NFL wants to nip this in the bud. They don't like this behavior, never have, never will. So when you're making big bucks, the money ends up going to charity anyway. It is what it is. I'm fine with it. I thought that his choice to spit on another player in front of him and in front of a referee, I thought that was in poor taste.
So a couple things about this. One is I have a lot of sympathy for heat of the moment stuff. The weird thing is all they'd done is kicked off. He hadn't even played a snap yet. How is that heat of the moment? But I'm going to guess that Brendan Bett, the defensive tackle from Florida, who last Saturday, 2 days after that happened, spit on a South Florida player and got ejected. I bet he doesn't do that if it didn't happen in the NFL game Thursday night. People do mimic what they see, especially at that level. So I think it's appropriate. I think it's fine. Guys make mistakes in the heat of the moment. Weird to be heat of the moment, but I think that's one of the reasons why they don't want people mimicking that and then come back to the NFL.
I think the fine was just right. I think the suspension was too light. I think it's personally, I think it's a cop-out to say the game hadn't started yet, so that's your game. No, so had this happened at halftime, would he only be sitting out the rest of the half and then the first half of the next game, like in college or something? No, this was part of the game. They had already kicked off. I don't care if they didn't snap the ball for an offensive play yet. He should have been ejected out of the game like he was and then suspended the next game if you wanted to suspend him a game. Like I said, I think it was a cop-out. Some people like James Harrison said, if you spit on me, get my bail money ready. Yeah, that's completely disrespectful. The NFL right now is emphasizing you can't taunt other players. This is worse than taunting. I thought the suspension was light. All right, Bill Belichick has banned the New England Patriots scouts from attending anything at North Carolina's building. According to Bill Belichick, it's obvious I'm not welcome at their facility, so they're not welcome at ours. Is this fair or foul by Belichick?
It's foul. You aren't exactly helping your players out, are you? I mean, those North Carolina kids are trying to get opportunities in the NFL, and you're going to cut off access to one team over a personal grudge. I think you got to be bigger than that. As a head coach, as a leader, you got to be bigger than that. And I get that you're salty about not feeling welcome at their facility, but I mean, this is a personal beef getting in the way of what should be his professional goals.
Well, what this did was it opened up a public dialogue. Mike Vrabel has said, no, Bill Belichick is welcome in New England. So if that's the case, then he should open the doors back up in North Carolina. Is it petty? Was it stupid? Yeah, it was. But in the end, I think that calmer heads are going to prevail. The scouts will be able to come in. And because, if you don't allow that, then it's going to have that bad sentiment with the players and the team. They're going to be like, wait a minute, why are you limiting access to us because of a stupid grudge? In the end, I think it all gets worked out.
So you think Belichick eventually just let the scouts show up? This is obviously so petty, but it makes me laugh. So I say it's fair because if he doesn't like how he was treated, he has every right to do this and he has every power to do this. It's foul though, because you're right, Doug. He's his players, his own players, is not helping them at all. He owes them the ability to get drafted by any NFL team, and that includes the New England Patriots. So that's not cool for his players. He needs to make this available, but I do laugh because it's so petty.
I wonder what he said to the team, what he said to the players about this, because maybe I would love to be a fly on the wall in there if his discussion and he said something to the effect of, "Look, guys, I was in the NFL forever."
Do it like Belichick.
All right, I was in the league for a long time, and this kind of thing doesn't matter. Look, they've got your film. They'll pick up a phone and talk to me, and I'll speak highly of you if I need to. But it's not a big deal.
It's weird because Robert Kraft, the owner, has said they're going to build a statue of him next to Brady, so he sounds like he's more than welcome, but Bill doesn't think so. All right, it was reported that the Eagles also offered 2 first-round picks for Micah Parsons before the Packers made their offer to the Cowboys. When asked about this, Jerry Jones said he did not circle back to the Eagles for a counter because he didn't want to trade him to the Eagles. Is that fair or foul by Jerry Jones?
Normally, I operate on the approach of who cares? You're making the best move for your team. I don't care if it's within division. This is a different scenario because he was forced to trade Micah Parsons, basically. So if he knows it's not going to work out well for him because you have to wait years down the line to see the benefits of the players that you traded as opposed to the guy who could wreak havoc right now. Not trading Parsons to the Eagles, I think that was smart of him. That would have been horrible in the world of public opinion down there in Dallas. It already is. I didn't want to lose Micah Parsons. But Jerry's back was against the wall. And this is a case where Parsons would come back to haunt him if you send him in the division. You don't want to help out the Eagles. Eagles and Cowboys have this massive, massive rivalry. So I think Jerry did the right thing.
I would have circled back. I would have circled back to the Eagles. And I would have been willing to trade him to the Eagles because I would have thought that trading Micah Parsons meant I was white flagging the season. But Jerry might be right on this one because I was damn impressed with the Cowboys last Thursday night. Like, they might compete after the Parsons trade. And so I'm going to give him some credit. I did not expect that. They came dangerously close to winning that game. And so I would have circled back. But after seeing one game, I think I might have been wrong, and Jerry was right.
Well, how so? I mean, if you would circle back, then you're saying this is foul because you would see the offer. What if it's a better offer?
I know. I would have done it at the time. I would have circled back.
Okay.
But now that I've seen the Cowboys play, they don't look like they're white flagging. They don't look like they're giving up. They don't look like a team that should be giving up.
I think your answer is foul, though, because you would have circled back.
All right, Kang, what do you want me to say to please you?
What did you say? You're answering.
Foul. It's foul.
Yeah, it's foul or fair. Foul. You know what I mean?
Foul.
Yeah, just foul.
I would have done it differently, but he might be right on this one
because
I'm stunned the Cowboys look that good.
I was going to say I was surprised with both your answers, but your answer seems to be foul. I'm surprised by your answer, Gator, because you're always the guy who, hey, whatever helps your team, who cares who you're trading them to,
but
right?
I don't think this necessarily helps his team. I think he'd be better off if he had Micah Parsons.
No,
so I think
the question is, should he have circled back and got a better counteroffer?
From the Eagles, no, I wouldn't trade.
Actually, here's why he should have circled back, because then he could have got the Green Bay. He could have gone back to Green Bay and said, "Philly's off me."
The whole point. Yeah, this is foul because of that. If you're objectively looking at getting the best deal, you circle back to whoever wanted him and see who can give you the best deal. It's fair because it's completely petty, and you don't want to help the team in your division at all, and that makes me laugh.
Here's what you don't know: you don't know if the Packers said, "This is it. This is our offer, best and final," and you don't know. So there may not have been any opportunity to go back.
There was opportunity, and he said he didn't want to take it. He didn't want to circle back. Last one, most surprising thing from week 1 was?
The Ravens averaged 9.1 yards per play and lost and only turned it over one time. I don't know how you can do that. That's stunning. How do you do that?
22 carries, 46 yards rushing, no touchdowns. Your Detroit Lions in week 1.
I got J.J. McCarthy's fourth quarter. At the beginning of that game, people had crazy hot takes that this guy was the worst quarterback in the league, and Ben Johnson was a genius. Things really changed by the fourth quarter.
And there it is. That concludes the Wide 9 Omaha 4-down around the league blitz thingy. I think I need a beer. Do we have any beer here at the station?
Probably somewhere, yeah.
It's Thursday.
What about tequila?
We have tequila?
I'm sure we got
I could use some tequila. All right, FanDuel's getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5. And if your bet wins, you unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build your parlays. Don't do parlays for this, okay? Don't do parlays. Just go find a heavy favorite. Put $5 down and get your $300 in bonus bets. Then you can do with whatever you want. But we're trying to help you out here. So moneyline bet, heavy favorite, do that. NFL season's finally here. The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download the FanDuel app today and get started. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Okay, so a couple things here. First, do you have any hot rum or Gatorade?
I might have hot beer. I mean, if that's what you want, I think I might have a couple of cans in the car that left over from golf.
So what was it? You guys were on a golf trip and you left the rum out on the beach all day?
Well, it was in a cooler that had no ice.
Okay.
It was just in this.
So it was baking.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
So you get done playing golf and one of your buddies starts trying to sell it like he's a vendor.
Yeah. Hot rum, hot Gatorade. Get your hot rum, hot Gatorade.
In the middle of the summer.
Yeah, because we get down to the beach and we're like, oh, man. Everybody had brought like one drink with them down to the beach, and it's like, 90 degrees, and it's awesome. And we realized, well, we probably should have brought a whole cooler full of stuff. Wait, there's a cooler right there. And we open up the cooler, and there's like literally 5 Gatorades that are baking hot along with a bottle of baking hot rum. So it was the hot rum, hot Gatorade.
So do you have any?
I think I have hot beer, cans of beer, if that's what you want. There might be a summer shandy. And I probably
what? There's a maybe
flask.
Maybe I go to the gym. That's what I need to do. Go to the gym during commercial breaks.
Oh, you had it right the first time.
Hot rum, hot Gatorade?
Yes.
Okay. All right, King, I want to circle back to the question with Jerry. And he's trading Micah Parsons. And he had an offer from Green Bay.
Well, it starts with the Eagles, right?
Yeah, because the GMs knew that Parsons was on the block, okay? So the Eagles reached out to the Cowboys and said, hey, we'll give you 2 first-round picks. Jerry's like, no. The Packers reach out and say, hey, we'll give you 2 first-round picks and Kenny Clark, whatever they came up with, right? The eventual deal. The question was, should he have circled back to the Eagles and see if they could have beat that offer, or because he hates the Eagles so much, he didn't even want to deal with them? Is that fair or foul?
So I think he should have circled back to them.
See, that's what you were saying.
The reason,
I know what you're
but and the reason you circle back to him is, I think, if you're, my thought was when they traded Micah Parsons, they were giving up on the season, and then they impressed me. He could have still circled back to them and gotten another better offer from them. And had he gotten another better offer from them, it doesn't mean he had to trade him to the Eagles. If the Eagles came back and said, we'll give you 3 first-round picks, he could have gone, or we'll throw in a second-round pick. He could have gone back to Green Bay and said, hey, you still don't have to trade with Philly, but you can say Philly just made us an authentic offer, 2 firsts, a second, and a player, and you're offering me 2 firsts and a player. Will you throw in a second? Like, he could have driven the price up. So he didn't do. If he never circled back to them, I think that's a mistake.
Well, I do not, because I think he had what the Eagles were offering, 2 first-round picks. The Packers not only beat the offer with the 2 first-round picks, because I think that whether the Packers have Parsons, I still don't think that puts them above the Eagles in the NFC. So if you're trying to think down the road where are these picks going to be, automatically I think just alone the picks are better than what the Eagles are going to give with their picks. But then they threw in Kenny Clark. And that's not a small thing.
No.
That's a pretty big one. So because that's the extra player that you're getting, it's a better offer. And do I want it? And at that point, I don't even want to circle back because I don't want to trade him to the Eagles in the first place.
Well, that's the point. That's why he didn't want to do it.
Right, which is why I agree with it. I think he did the right thing. Don't do it, because why would you? Because
what if the Eagles say, we'll give you Jalen Carter and 2 first-round picks? Or Jordan Davis, or a 3rd round. That's the point. I mean, if it was Aiden Hutchinson, Doug, and he was getting traded, right?
Yes.
Would you want Brad Holmes to get the absolute best deal possible for Aiden Hutchinson?
Now, here's the difference, Gator, and is if you go back to the Eagles and say you have no intention of trading him, but you say, here's the offer from Green Bay. It's better than yours. Will you top this? And they say, yes, we'll top it. Then you go back to Green Bay and say, Green Bay doesn't know there's no way in hell you're trading him to Philly, but you could say, now I have an authentic offer of better than yours. Will you sweeten your deal even more?
I also go under the assumption that these guys know other GMs well and know what might be pushing beyond the bounds of what is realistic and expected. If you could have gotten Jalen Carter or Jordan Davis out of that, maybe that is the better way to go, but I don't think that would have been in the offering. So offering, I should say.
Well, what if it's 3 firsts?
3 firsts is not as good as what you're getting.
You don't think so?
No.
But you'll never know if you don't go back.
Well, yeah, and I don't want to because I'm not going to help the Eagles win a Super Bowl when I've got a great offer from the Packers.
I love the bitterness. I love the
Well,
which is funny because
it's I'm getting offered, a second round pick from one team and I'm taking that over, the 2 first round picks from my rival. That's not it. I got offered an amazing deal. In retrospect, in comparison, with Eagles give me 2 first round picks. Well, the Packers give me 2 first round picks, which are probably going to be better first round picks, and Kenny Clark. That's good enough. I'll do that.
So you wouldn't keep negotiating?
I would not with my enemy. No.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
I would have, but still with no intention of trading him to Philly, just to see if I could drive up the price for Green Bay. But the other thing is, we may have to go find the Calvin Shepard press conference because all of the beat writers that were there. They call it intense today.
Oh, Calvin was
the new defensive coordinator was apparently intense. So I don't know if we got a chance to turn that over. I know we're we'll give it a shot because apparently he just left the podium. It had a little bit of a scorched earth feel, I guess.
Oh boy,
the Lions defensive coordinator.
We talked to Birchie today or tomorrow?
Talk to him tomorrow.
Okay.
Should we see if Birchie was there? I kind of want to see what all the hubbub's about on social media. But good. I mean, look, these guys have some proving to do. Week 1 was not a good grade. And they got hired for a reason. Dan Campbell had faith in them for a reason. And, you got a job to do. Everything's not going to be smooth. There are going to be bumps in the road. How do you respond? And I'm not talking about the players right now. I'm talking about the coordinators. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson. All right, I do want to get to a question the morning show asked. Bears are in town. We're going to turn the page. Well, they're not here yet. They will be here. We're going to turn the page on last week and look ahead a little bit. Coming up here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Tigers go for a sweep of the Yankees tonight with Tyler Holton on the mound in a bullpen game. Last night, an 11-1 win, clinching the Tigers' first series win at Yankee Stadium since 2011. Jack Flaherty got the start pretty good, 5 scoreless, 7 strikeouts, drawing the praise of manager A.J. Hinch. With last night's 11-1 win plus a 12-2 win in the series opener, the Tigers are the first visiting team ever to win back-to-back games at Yankee Stadium by more than 10 runs, and that's a new Yankee Stadium and old Yankee Stadium record. First pitch tonight, 7:05, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan State's looking to do something for the first time in 2 decades when the Spartans take on Youngstown State on Saturday in East Lansing. That would be start back-to-back seasons 3-0. The last time Michigan State did that, 2006 and 2007, under John L. Smith and then Mark D'Antonio. And Red Wings legend Vladimir Konstantinov will make a rare public appearance this weekend at the Monroe Comic-Con. He'll be joined by another Wings Stanley Cup champion, Darren McCarty, and another notable attendee at the Monroe Comic-Con. That would be WWE Hall of Famer Sergeant Slaughter. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. Bridge is in Farmington Hills, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Bridge.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hey, I have a couple of things on the Lions. One is I have an issue with them. The other one, I'm going to defend them. The issue I have is not playing the starters in even a minute in the preseason. Now, I understand injuries are a part of it, but you can get injured on the first play of the regular season and you're out, So, but the last 2 years, the Lions were a well-oiled machine. And if they didn't play the starters a minute, that was fine. Now we've had some major changes. Would you consider these major changes? Two coordinators and the offensive line? So
Yeah, these are major changes.
Yes, and so why not put them in for?
So, Bridge, it's a great question. Did you hear our morning show ask? Did you hear our morning show ask Dan Campbell about playing some guys in the preseason? It was specific to the rookies who played a little bit, and they both started. But he said, yeah, we'll look at it. Like, I think that they are starting to look in the mirror a little bit. Is it a coincidence that and does it have to do with the preseason? I don't know. It's hard for me to imagine that a few reps in games in the preseason makes such a difference that it cost the Lions last year offensively. I mean, through the first 180 minutes of regulation football, they scored 20, 16, and 20 points last year. And those were their 3 lowest offensive outputs. They come out this year and they score 13 in the opener. This is a pattern now. This is a trend. How do you break it?
Yeah.
And it might be play starters more in the preseason, which is a risk, but is a risk worth it? You can't, you're always taking risks. And is there a happy medium? Because most teams play starters.
I understand last year. Because like I said, they were a well-oiled machine. This year, they were not because they knew that all these changes. So at least
this year made more sense
against other teams.
Yeah,
it's still just practice.
You can make a case. You can make that case that this year makes more sense.
The other thing I have is there are people calling for the firing of Brad Holmes because he didn't make the Micah Parsons trade. I wouldn't do that trade at the cost that the Packers paid.
Well,
what if we had to give up Aleem McNeil 2 first-round picks and pay him $47 million?
Yeah,
Hell no, I would never do that.
Bridge, thank you for the phone call. Look, I have no problem with disagreement about how you build it. If you think Brad Holmes should be fired, over that, I got to tell you, I think that I think it's an idiotic take. You all right over there?
My computer's acting up a little bit. It's like somebody just took control of it for a second, but now then they backed off. I don't know what that means.
They're trying to fix mine. They might have went to yours instead.
Yeah, I think they may have done that.
Mine keeps freezing.
Yes, I think people that get after Brad Holmes at this point, I think it's I wouldn't do that. I'll say that.
Look, I mean, get after him, but to say he should be fired?
Well, that's ridiculous. This is the guy who's built this team completely from scratch. The guy who was dealt, the first thing he's got to deal with as the new GM is that the star quarterback wants to be traded. That's how things started for Brad Holmes. And a few years later, they're playing in the NFC Championship game. Last year, they won 15 games in a regular season, make the playoffs, and unfortunately, they lose in the second round of the playoffs. This year, they've got a team, again, a roster that is pretty stocked top to bottom. And what I keep saying about what I think Brad Holmes has done remarkably well is continued to raise the floor of the of the roster players in this team. The 53rd man on this roster is really good. And I think that's impressive. Do they make mistakes? Sure, they make mistakes. They've drafted some guys they probably regret drafting. But all in all, he's got an A+. And if you don't like that they didn't get the edge rusher in the season, nobody else did except for the Packers. And what the Packers gave up wasn't a ton. I think everybody in wearing, Honolulu blue and silver would love to see that possibility of a trade happen, right? Mm-hmm. But it didn't. And then you look at the other side of it is, could the Lions have afforded him? Could the Lions have afforded Micah Parsons if they're going to pay Aiden Hutchinson? No, they couldn't have. They couldn't have both of them, at least long term. I continue to ask, and I'm not sure if the answer is even reasonable, but could they have done it short term? And would that have been worth it? And that's the only issue that I would have with it. But I really don't, because I think they've got a bunch of cap space saved for moves that need to happen at the trade deadline.
I wouldn't give them an A+ because they haven't won it all yet. That's the only thing I'll disagree with you on. But whatever. So you're at A+, I'm at A or A-.
It's an A range. Yeah, I'm not going to quibble over that.
If Brad Holmes got fired, do you think he'd be unemployed for very long? Or do you think teams would be scrambling to fire their GM to hire Brad Holmes?
I think he would be out of a job for months.
Now, to be fair, Bridge says people are calling for his job. I don't know who's calling for his job. I haven't seen anybody calling for his job. I don't think I'm not sure we've had that call yet this year, but 248-539-9797. Okay. So Ben Johnson comes to town. Morning Show did this topic. I thought the answer was simple, but it led to a lot of response. Why is Detroit still down with Aaron Glenn and completely turned on Ben Johnson? And I thought the simple answer was because one of them went to New York, the other went to the Bears. And that's now I'm fine. You do you, Ben Johnson. This is your life. It's your profession. It's your family. It's your career. You can do whatever you want. And I don't have an issue with it. But in the eyes of fans, unforgivable sin. But is it gone too far? Are people like really, really, really down on Ben Johnson?
I think it's just a rivalry thing. I think it's plain and simple. I think fans are going to get after Ben Johnson because he chose to go to the Bears, and that's who they play. And I think it also speaks that I think fans valued Ben Johnson more than they valued Aaron Glenn. Because the offense was the bright, shiny thing that put up 33 points a game last year. They were setting records with how they ran the ball, and Jared Goff was resurrected and all these things. And I understand it, and that guy's no longer here. I think fans undervalued Aaron Glenn.
Is it anything more than that? Because the morning show said all kinds of stuff was flying in regards to why Detroit doesn't like Ben Johnson more than it's just he's with the Bears. And I think it's possible that he simply left and went to the Bears, and then everything that could irritate you did. We heard a lot more about him. We haven't heard everything that Aaron Glenn said. Let's not forget, Aaron Glenn did go to New York one of the more detestable sports.
But then the Jets, who cares, right?
I mean, sort of.
You know,
But isn't watching all New York teams?
It's nauseating. Yeah, but it's I think there's just more goodwill towards Aaron Glenn. Say, hey, good luck there, man. And I think in large part it's because, again, fans really like Ben Johnson and what he did for the offense. Ben Johnson is the one who turned down job offer after job offer and then interview after interview because he wanted to stay with the Lions, and they didn't finish the job while he was here. And he left. And he left to go to a rival. And then as soon as he got to the rival, he started opening up his mouth. And I'm not necessarily saying in a bad way, because he opens up his mouth because he's got his talk to the media where he, before it's occasionally, but now you're the head coach.
There's an implication there, Scott.
Fair enough, but he said some
things. Are you
sure
you don't mean he starts opening up his big mouth? Are you sure you don't mean that?
I didn't say big mouth. But if you want to interpret it that way, feel free, because he did say some things that were maybe a little unsavory, or not necessarily unsavory, but things could be interpreted in different ways that weren't exactly glowing of his time here with the Lions. I think if you asked him now, hey, how was your time in the Lions? He'd go, it was awesome. It was great. And he'd say all the right things.
He's got to be careful.
When he took over the job, you got to say other things because you're trying to inspire a fan base that, hey, I'm the right guy for the job.
The funny thing is you got to be careful, though, because your fan base is not a fan of Detroit. So you don't want to be overly effusive, because then your fan base is like, why don't you just go back there? Why don't you just marry the Lions, Ben? Like, because people can have the opposite reaction in Chicago. Is there more to it? Detroit seems to be actually down with and rooting for Aaron Glenn, but really anti-Ben Johnson right now. And I guess if we could be misinterpreting it. And I thought the answer was simple, but like I said, the morning show said they got all kinds of stuff from people who were like, no, it's more than that. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, lots of air quality alerts out there. Are you concerned about the air you breathe? You should be, and that's why you need to contact CGC Home Services. We did. And we got the Aeris Active Pure technology in our house, reducing 99% of airborne bacteria, viruses, and mold. Why choose CGC Home Services? Rapid response, zero hassle, upfront pricing, no hidden fees, plus the latest advanced equipment and precision techniques. Call CGC Home Services at 855-339-4242 today. That's 855-339-4242. Or visit them at cgchomeservices.com. Doug Hirsch, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to Chris and Flint. Hi, Chris.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
Yeah, so this is just a personal one for me about the why people are rolling more with AGs and
Okay, do you got us on
Ben
speaker,
Johnson.
Chris? There's a ton of background noise.
I'm actually at work right now. I'm working for GM on the stop line. So
Wow. Is this going to be I'm not sure
this.
this is going to work, Chris.
All right, hang on. Let me get out of this truck.
All right, here, I'll tell you what. We'll go to Jay in Detroit and come back to Chris. Hi, Jay.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's up?
Well, first of all, I like to say I'm not a Brad bot, okay? But I believe Brad Holmes is doing a great job. My only problem is, you hear about guys talking about the edge rushers and things. I understand the financial situation. But you let Grady Jarrett leave from Atlanta and go to Chicago. I think we could have got a Grady Jarrett and got a push up the middle, especially Mr. Lee McNeil.
So I'd have to go back and look at the timeline on that and what was being said and what they were thinking at the time. But you might be right. I mean, look, there's a number of issues. The number of issues that, we have to see how they play out. Like if Tyleek Williams has a hell of a year, then their faith in him is rewarded. If not,
Yeah, the Lions went out and got Lopez in free agency, and then they drafted Tyleek Williams.
Now, I understand that. Now, I can go with Tyleek Williams. But can you imagine how much better he would be with a Grady Jarrett, especially we missing a Lee McNeil with the push up the middle?
Now, didn't Grady
we
Jarrett
didn't have to trade. We wouldn't have had to trade for Grady Jarrett. He went for a free agent or something like that to Chicago.
Now Grady Jarrett hurt his knee and is going to be out for a while. I don't know if maybe they had injury concerns about him.
Okay.
Yep. I don't know. But it's a valid question. Why didn't they go after that guy? Let's try Chris and Flint again. Hi, Chris.
Hey, guys, is it a little better?
Little.
Yeah, go ahead. Quick.
All right, I'm just going to spit it out real quick. Look, I went for the press conferences with the two coaches that left. AG's was more like Dan Campbell and the grit, saying we're the effing New York Jets and we're built for this stuff. Ben Johnson walks in, everyone's clapping. Hey, we're going to love everyone. He reminded me more of like Mike McDaniel. And real quick, maybe Tanner Engstrom was the answer for the offense, and maybe it wasn't all Ben Johnson. That's all I wanted to say, guys.
Thank you. 248-539-9797. Well, no overtime. I mean, it's one game.
I swear, I get frustrated when I hear about the questions about the offense, and it's Dan Campbell's offense, and he elevated Ben Johnson to help and work with that and take over it, just like he had Johnny Morton before when he was here the first time. He had his fingerprints on it. Play calling was not an issue with the Lions on Sunday. It wasn't.
Well, there's no play that they have that is designed where two offensive linemen run into one another. There's no play that's designed where they let somebody wide open. Jansen told a story today. He said they had a play when he was in Washington that they had run 20 times during a season, where he just had to simply go block the guy to the left. The guy immediately to his left, he had to go block him. He had to go block him. He had to go block him. And they'd run it over and over and over again. Play call comes in. He lines up in his 3-point stance. All he's got to do is block a guy to the left, say, hut, and he blocks a guy to the right. And he when they went to film, like, dude, what'd you do? And he's like, I don't know. I had a brain fart. This is a veteran, well-respected player. It happens. Now, with rookies and first-time starters and a new offensive line configuration, even Decker said on that play, I think he said he and Tate Ratledge were running one play and the other three offensive linemen were running another. That's an example of lack of communication and not it being just about the rookie. So something was haywire with the operation. And, Dan Campbell talked a little bit about it, and John made this point too. You know what makes a difference? Home and road. It's a lot easier to communicate at home, and that's why fans make a difference. That's why the people that will be at Ford Field make a difference against the Bears. You can do a lot more pre-snap at home without having those kinds of hiccups than you can on the road. Now, they had great success last year on the road. They went undefeated on the road. So it can be done, but these are things that need to get corrected. Rick in San Antonio, you're next. Hi, Rick.
How are you, sir?
Okay, Rick.
Hey, by the way, you might think it's strange I'm in Texas, but I went to Texas A&M, so I became a big fan of Dan Campbell and Aaron Glenn at their time with the Aggies.
Oh, cool.
That's transformed into a love of the Lions. The thing about Ben Campbell that bothers me, I guess, is that during last year's playoff run, we heard rumors that he was distracted from coaching the Lions. He was more interested in pursuing jobs, and therefore when the Lions needed him most in the playoff run,
okay,
he wasn't totally focused for selfish reasons.
You said Dan Campbell. You said Dan Campbell. You mean Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson. I'm sorry.
Okay, it's okay. No, it's all right. So do you believe, I don't really believe that's the case.
Well, I kept on hearing it.
I know. A lot of people forward it as, he was interviewing for jobs during the bye week, which is when you do it. Do you think he was distracted, Scott?
I don't think any more than anybody else is that's in that same situation. No, I don't think it played a role in why the Lions were, why Jared Goff threw 3 interceptions, or why Jamison Williams decided to throw the football when he didn't have to. I don't think it played a role in that.
Feedback coming in. Ben Johnson talked too much junk after he left. He's trying too hard to be tough when he's not. He's like a fake Dan Campbell. I think there's a next texter. I think people are afraid of Ben Johnson. AG may have surprised us with how well the D played last year, but the entire league marveled at our offense. People are afraid. Next text. I don't know what everyone's issue is with Johnson. I'm a Lions fan, and I have no hate for Ben Johnson. I'm actually looking forward to what he turns the Bears into. How he designed an offense to Goff's weaknesses was genius. Now he has a quarterback with legs and a strong arm. The Bears are going to be a problem for the Lions, possibly as early as Sunday. I'm a Lions fan. I'm actually looking forward to what he turns the Bears into. Why?
Well, because he was a fan of his work with the Lions. He's curious to see what's going to happen there. Is he going to, I mean,
this reads like he's rooting for him.
Yeah, hopefully not the expense of the Lions.
It sounds like he's rooting. This reads like he's rooting for him. Ben going to division rival is why he's hated more. Hearing he was recruiting his coaches in November last year, Aaron Glenn to his former team and rebuilding them means more. It's from an unnamed texter. I think the Ben Johnson issue is more of a rivalry thing, but kudos to him for getting that job. That's from Chris in Livonia. Remember, Ben Johnson turned down jobs prior to taking that one. Ben Johnson.
He turned down Carolina.
Didn't he turn down Washington?
Forget Washington. I think he turned down the interview with Washington. Washington was the team that flew back in the middle of the night, right?
Who
in the middle of the day. They were coming out, and he's like, yeah, you know what? No, I'm not going to do the interview.
He turned down 2 suitors to stay here, which I thought would have endeared him more.
Well, yeah, but then in the end, he takes the Bears job. So that's it. Sin. I don't think it's this. I think this is really simple. It's not that complicated.
I thought so too.
He's with the Bears.
I thought so too. But like I said, the morning show said they got a million reasons why people didn't like Ben Johnson. Carl at work says Aaron Glenn went to the Jets. We'll face them at most once every 3-4 years. Johnson went to the Bears, a division rival we face twice a year, whose record directly compares against our own for playoff bursts. Screw that coach. So screw him. It's not complicated.
There you go.
People are only upset with Ben Johnson because the Lions came out sputtering. If they would have scored 30 points, nobody would care what Ben Johnson was doing. That's from Jeff in Livonia. Jerry is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Jerry.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Thanks for having me on.
Sure.
Listen, my take on this was I wouldn't have thought anything about the whole Ben Johnson thing except that they lost to the Commanders, and the next day he's in Chicago with his entire coaching staff intact. So it wasn't like he shows up in Chicago then starts hiring people. He was hitting the ground running. So I think you did mail it in.
Okay.
I honestly believe that.
All right. Well.
Do you think it's going to go?
Sorry.
It's so fine. This can be a rhetorical question. Do you think that he is going to go into a job interview where he thinks he's going to be offered the job and not have an idea of who his coaching staff is going to be?
No, I think it probably no.
Do you think anybody in that situation? I mean, if you're in that situation, you're getting down to the final interviews. I would have to imagine I got to be prepared. Like, hey, what kind of coaching staff are you thinking of? If you don't have an answer for that, I mean, if I'm interviewing somebody for a job and somebody doesn't have that interview, that answer to that question, they might get crossed off the list. I want to know who you're going to bring. Who have you talked to? Well, here's what I think, sir, and then boom. All right. He hits the ground running. I don't blame him for that.
All right, straight ahead. NFL player said something. I want to know how many people subscribe to this theory. Who's on board with him? It's Lamar Jackson. We'll get to that today at 11:32 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines 248-539-9797. Okay, so look, there's a play in the Sunday night game, Bills and Ravens didn't go for it on fourth down. And Lamar said, look, I was cramping up anyway on the sideline drinking pickle juice. Gator, how do you feel about pickle juice? Because I've heard pickle juice is great for two things. And I've never really gone that route. Pickle juice is great for cramps and hangovers.
Oh, I've heard it's also good for toughening skin.
Yeah, toughen up your skin.
Like for boxers, right, King? Is that something they do? I thought pickle juice was something for that.
I don't recall that. I'm not saying you're wrong because boxers do weird things. But so yeah, I mean, I wouldn't doubt it.
Who is with Lamar in the pickle juice camp? Because I mean,
effectively, it's a brine,
right?
So salt and water, and
high in sodium. That's why they say it's got more electrolytes. Like as far as the cramping thing is concerned.
Is there
and the hangovers, I guess, too.
Is it better than like Gatorade?
That's what they say.
Pedialyte.
Yeah. Well,
what do you?
That's why I don't know. Is this true?
I don't know. I'm asking the audience. Are you a pickle juice proponent? Do you use pickle juice for anything other than storing your pickle?
I'm not a pickle. I'm definitely not doing that.
What?
But Gator,
pickleback.
Pickleback for whiskey shots. I've done that, and that's the only time I've
Never
even
done the
entertained it.
pickleback.
You know?
No.
It's supposed to like just kind of take the edge off a strong shot of whiskey. You know?
I just sip the whiskey anyway.
I know, but this is when you take a full shot.
Yeah, that part of Gator has died.
There was a young Gator at one point.
There
I don't
was,
know.
and I used to do shot, but then I learned that it's so much better if you just sip it. Because you're drinking better whiskeys and better tequilas than what you were drinking when you're in your 20s and you're drinking the crap and you're like, I got to choke it down. I got it. Yeah, I understand.
So we're looking for pickle juice proponents or whether or not there's truth to this. Because I've heard it forever. I think I tried it once when I was maybe younger and maybe hungover, and I don't know that it really was all that effective. Maybe the hangover that I put that pickle juice up against was too much that day. But is it good for cramps? Is it good for hangovers? Is it toughen up your skin, as Gator had heard that boxers use it? I don't know the first thing about it. So 248-539-9797. Are you a pickle juice fan? I just got this one from a listener, Scott, who says, for me, as a Detroit sports fan, Ben Johnson is public enemy number one right now. He's the guy I want to beat more than anyone else. Tell me more. Why? What has he done? What is the over the top thing he's done? Because we have this great, potentially best regular season Detroit professional sports week in a long time. Beat the living snot out of the Yankees and cap it off with a dose of beating the Bears.
That'd be great.
What a week this could be, huh?
Yeah.
248-539-9797.
Of course, take care of business against Miami while you're going at it this weekend after the Yankees. But yes.
But is there anything better than beating the Yankees and then beating the Bears?
Pretty great.
Elite week, right?
Well, would have helped if they beat the Packers.
True. Casey in Birmingham. Hi, Casey.
Hey, guys. So 100% with Lamar on the pickle juice. It's my go-to for hangovers, and they sell it as a sports drink. And the reason that it's better than Gatorade and some of the other stuff is there's no sugar in it.
So wait.
It's just that.
Did you say they sell it as a sports drink?
They do.
So
just the liquid. Yeah.
I've never seen this.
No, it's legit.
Is it? Is it like, can you get it at a Texaco?
I don't know where they sell it, but I know that I've seen like recently that they sold it that, sports teams were getting that instead of the, Gatorade and such. Because, Gatorade has so much sugar in it. And there are a lot of other electrolyte drinks out there that are much better than that are just, just the salt, essentially.
So what do you use it for? You use it for...
I mean, for hangovers, I do for sure. Like if my wife goes into the fridge and sees that the pickle jar, there's a lot less liquid in there than there would normally be for.
She knows that you've been out boozing.
She's like, you got a hangover, don't you? It's like, well, yeah, but I mean, it works.
All right.
Texaco, huh? You want to revisit that? Texaco?
Can you get it at a Speedway?
Amico? You want to go there?
Can you get it at a golf?
Right. They sell the Piggly Wiggly, you know? Trying to drive you to the stove. Pickle juice.
Can you get it at the Winn-Dixie? I don't know why I went Texaco.
I Googled, does pickle juice toughen skin? Yes, pickle juice has been an anecdotal remedy used by some athletes, such as Nolan Ryan, to toughen skin, particularly for preventing blisters on their hands.
Okay. Let's go
There's not necessarily scientific proof that happens, but that's what he believes.
Eric and Shelby. Hello, Eric.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
I had to call in with the pickle juice thing because I'm actually smoking ribs today.
Yeah.
And after I smoke my ribs for like 4.5, 5 hours, I take them off and I have a mixture of light brown sugar and pickle juice, and I just brush them, and that's my sauce.
Okay, so you don't use it for medical reasons. You use it because it's good on ribs.
I use it for cooking, yeah.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Now, do you buy a jar of pickles, or do you do what our guy there did, and can you buy just straight pickle juice?
I strain the pickle juice from the pickle jar.
Okay, fair enough. 248-539-9797. Is this a legit thing? Lamar said he was out of the game because he was on the sideline pounding pickle juice because he had cramps. And I've heard the pickle juice stuff. Never tried it. I don't have a lot of cramping. Although hockey season's about to start again.
Yeah, but you drink a lot of water.
Yeah,
you take care of that during the course of the day.
But then again, there's the occasional. Now, let me ask you about the pickle juice as a hangover cure. Is that the kind of thing that you like before you go to bed? You drink a bunch of pickle juice and you'll be fine in the morning, or if you wake up and you got a hangover, you drink pickle juice and just like that.
I'm not sure how that works.
Back at it, friends.
Yeah, I'm
Back
not
on
sure
the
how
horse.
that works. I would imagine
Mix up a bloody.
Is that maybe that's part of the allure of having a Bloody Mary too.
Maybe.
The next morning, it's like, I feel part of it is the hair of the dog to bit you, right? But the other part is, pickle.
Sure, but you have your pickle juice, and
I would think that the pickle juice thing is something you do in the morning after, not the night of drinking. Hey, I'm all done, ready to go to bed, and then down 6 ounces of pickle juice. I don't know how much do you need to drink?
Okay, I just looked down at Twitch, and Reese posted. Don't they say take mustard for cramps? Mustard?
Well, mustard has vinegar, which is also vinegar is a big component of the pickle juice.
So you just take a spoonful of mustard?
That's got sodium too.
Does anybody do that? Spoonful of mustard?
I mean, you don't have to convince me to get some, I put mustard on everything. Fries, chili cheese fries. So that's the call then, right? Late night, you're done drinking, you end up getting chili cheese fries, cover it with mustard, there you go.
Is this your justification?
I don't drink enough to get hungover in the first place anymore. So
Rich and Wyandotte. Hi, Rich. There's still life to be lived, Gator.
There is.
Hi, Rich.
Hi there.
Hey, Rich.
Yeah, I take it. I got West Nile virus in 2000, and I get very bad leg cramps now. And I take it. I buy it by the case off of Amazon. It's like 2.5 ounce bottles, like shot bottles. And I carry it with me all the time, and I take it when I start getting a cramp, and within 2 minutes, probably less than 2 minutes, the kramp's gone.
Wow. That's fast acting.
And you can get it off Amazon.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yep.
Can you get it from Texaco?
You might be able to. It just depends how much you want to spend.
Take a look.
Well, first thing you got to do is you got to drive somewhere where you can find a Texaco.
What about Citgo? Can I go Citgo?
I have no idea why I went there. Phillips 66.
Texaco. I'm like 7-Eleven, a convenience store.
There's a million places I could have said, and I said Texaco.
Texaco comes out of your mouth.
No idea.
Oh,
Does that look appetizing?
Sure.
Pickle juice
looks like it's in a bleach bottle, but I mean, yeah.
A bleach bottle full of yellow liquid.
It looks like Gatorade.
Yeah, I guess Gatorade looks like this too. But there's your
it's almost
your best made dill pickle juice. You can get it off Amazon.
Saw that color during colonoscopy prep,
dude. You see a whole litany of colors.
You do, and in the end, you want it to be lighter than that.
More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They care more, so you win more. Here's the thing about Michigan Auto Law. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. The specialization really matters. It's why Steve and his crew, they've got the largest auto accident settlement and largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Check them out. They are the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson. Lions and Bears, we're starting to turn the page and look forward a little bit. I got something I think we need to bring up, and we will at 12:05. Also, as it pertains to the Lions, Tiger team, we got to give them some love because this has been a really, it's actually been a historic 2 games in New York. We'll get to that more in the noon hour. But Parker Meadows continues to hit. Jack Flaherty back on track a little bit. Melton gave up a run, but he struck out 4 in 2 innings, and he is definitely an asset, a card that can be played.
He is, but he is calmed down considerably.
Mm-hmm.
I was listening to the game last night driving home, and Dan Dickerson made the point that he actually, the last few outings, he had lost his control. He had like half his last 90 pitches going into last night, 45 of them were for strikes, and 45 of them were for balls. And he walked the first batter he faced last night and then wiped away by a double play.
Yep. There were a lot of double plays last night. And we brought up this thing. Lamar said he was out of the game at one point. He was cramping up, so he was on the sideline. He was guzzling down pickle juice. We want to know if you are a pickle juice proponent. What is it that you use pickle juice for? Because I heard hangovers. Cramps, I guess, is kind of the same thing about rehydration and all that. Gator, you brought up something, and Ben and Wyandotte says Gator pulled the pickle juice boxer thing out of his ass.
What?
That had toughened skin? Ben, there was a story from Nolan Ryan who thought it was the case.
Yeah.
But is there a boxer? I don't know. I haven't heard
They
anything.
use it to toughen his skin like facially so that they don't cut.
248-539-9797. Back to your open line calls. We go to Stan in Shelby Township. You are next. Hi, Stan.
Yeah, good morning, guys. I felt for both of you earlier on the show. I watched you on YouTube about how you were too soft on the Tigers by your calling people. And because, people, I don't think the fans really know how to view this team because they haven't had experience with great teams. Now, here's a baseball fact that'll drive you crazy. Jack Flaherty has pitched 53 innings against teams under 500 and has a 6.58 earned average.
Mm-hmm.
He's pitched 98 innings against teams over 500 and has a 3.66. Now, I think it's fabulous. I think we have a number 2 starter. And, the thing about it is that baseball is just so random. I don't think our fan base has caught up to it because they were bad for so long. What do you think?
The Tigers, look, I remember doing shows back in the Leland era where every day it was a roller coaster. It was if they won, there was a lot of excitement, and when they lost, there was fire everybody. I just don't know. I think baseball, because it's such a long haul, and you want to draw conclusions about who you have and what you are. You can't tell until you've watched a ton of it. I think it's an incredibly difficult sport to scout. I think it's an incredibly difficult sport to know who's good and who's bad. Every team in the majors is going to win 60 and lose 60, and it's what you do with the other 40 that determine who whether or not you're really good or you're really bad, because it's really, really close. And there's a random nature of when a round ball hits a round bat, where does it go? Because if it goes right to someone, there was a huge line out last night when the game was close to Gleyber Torres at second base. Yeah. That could have been a run-scoring hit. And so you just you got to watch over the course of time.
That's what's so compelling.
Yep.
May I give one half-full comment about the Lions?
Real quick. Yep.
Okay, quick. We have an offensive line that was the best line last year, and we started in a hostile environment with a new play calling guy on the line and a brand new left guard or whatever. The best growth in the team happens between game 1 and game 2. I think that offensive line is going to shine because it's a learning curve, and I think everything's going to be just fine.
Hope you're right. I mean, there's always a chance that young players are going to get better, especially ones that our experience should tell us that young players drafted by Brad Holmes have a better percentage of being really good than any previous GM that was drafting players for Detroit and many of the other GMs in the National Football League right now. So there's 2 in particular that it might be too big of an ask for them to be really good in year 1, and that's Tyreek Williams and Tate Ratledge. But boy, could they use it. They could really use it.
It'd be great to know that you can count on this, that it's going to absolutely work and it's going to be fine. You can't at this point. You can hope that that's the case, and I'm hopeful that that's the case. I do think there's going to be significant growth from week 1 to week 2. That's usually how it works. And I do have great confidence Tate Ratledge is going to be a really good player at right guard. The questions I have is how soon is it going to happen? Because it seemed like it was just, if we believe what Dan Campbell says was communication, and, players admitted after the game were missed assignments all over the place, those are easy fixes. That's studying film. That's just repetition in practice of, okay, we're going to show you all different looks. What do you do here? And everybody answers the same way. Once you get on the same page, you should be fine. We'll see if it's a talent issue or if it's just an issue with communication.
Let's go to Brian in Belleville. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Brian.
How's it going, guys? Enjoy the show.
Thank you.
Hey, so a little pickle juice story. I was running a marathon a few years back, and I think I'm on the 16th mile. And you know how they have these tables set up with all the water cups and everything along those lines?
Yep.
So I'm running, and I'm exhausted. First marathon, and I grab these 2 cups. I pour one over my head, and the next one I'm drinking, and I immediately spit it out. I don't know what people are doing drinking this pickle juice or anything along those lines. I never heard people drinking pickle juice at all. So I immediately, I'm thinking somebody's trying to poison me, and I'm like, oh man, this tastes like pickles. What are people putting out pickle juice for? And then also I had to run the rest of the race smelling like pickles because I bounced the.
Because you poured the pickle juice over your head.
Exactly. So
did it toughen up your skin?
Oh no, not at all.
Okay.
I was salty, very salty. But guys, I have a quick Ben Johnson question, and especially with the offense. With Ben kind of knowing our scheme and game plan and things along those lines, do you think that is there going to be kind of like an even trade-off, or are things going to kind of get shaken up a little bit with Ben knowing kind of how we work offensively and knowing how we kind of know what Ben Johnson's looking to do?
So I imagine there's a little bit of both. Brian, I think people in the league would tell you, and I've heard this before, everybody knows what everybody's going to do. It's just, do you have a counter? Hey, we're going to try and take that away from you. What's your counter? Can we react to that? Like there's, plays have options and you can take one away, but that exposes you to something else. So I don't know.
Got it. Pretty much all execution.
Yeah. So Brian, yes, I do think there'll be more familiarity this weekend than most weekends. Dan Campbell will know Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson will know Dan Campbell. And now how much does Ben Johnson know Calvin Shepard? Who was feisty. I did hear one soundbite from him. We didn't get the whole thing. We're gonna go log the whole thing. Him and John Martin, who said that offensive fixes is an easy fix. That's his quote today.
Old school boxers and trainers use pickle juice to toughen skin, particularly for the hands and feet, to prevent blisters and cuts.
Did you get that from IJustMadeThatUp.com?
I did not.
Okay, just making sure.
Apparently, old school guys like Jack Dempsey was famous for.
Seriously, I believe you. I'm just having some fun at your expense.
Don't appreciate that.
Okay. Let's go to Bob and Shelby. Our nice someone to ticket. Hi, Bob.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I just wanted to get your opinion. After last night's game, Gleyber Torres is to me the spoon that stirs the drink for the Tigers. I mean, is there any way, shape, or form you think the Tigers would do what they need to do to keep him? Because I hate the idea of giving him up. He's just such a clutch player.
I hear you. He's making $15 million 1-year contract. Wasn't that what it was?
Yeah, I think he's. They could do anything they want. If they wanted to bring him back and sign him to like a 3-year, $60 million contract, they could. But he's also playing a position that the organization doesn't really have a need for another second baseman. He's doing great for this team this year, and maybe they'll decide, you know what, he's too valuable. But if they move on from him and save that money or spend that money elsewhere, like let's say, for instance, they're going to make an offer to Tarek Skubal, and they'll use the $20 million they were going to spend on Gleyber Torres over the next 3 years, and add that to the kitty that they're putting together for the money they're going to use to try to sign Skubal. In the meantime, you can bring up a Kevin McGonigal or a Max Anderson, and one of these guys can play second base, or Colt Keith goes back to second base, one of those guys goes to third base. Whatever the case is, they can find ways to make it manageable and allocate that money elsewhere. But I don't think that Gleyber Torres is going to be with the Tigers next year. He might be, but I wouldn't expect it.
So what you're really saying is, even though there isn't a salary cap in baseball, for all practical purposes, the Tigers, in their mind, have a salary cap for their organization.
I think each team has a limit on what they can spend. Yeah, I mean, the Tigers can't spend money like the Yankees because it's not the same market. You know, they're not guaranteed $200 million right off the bat because of media deals that they have. I think there's the haves and the have-nots. The Tigers aren't crying poverty. I think the Tigers should increase their payroll, and I think they will. They tried. I mean, they already increased their payroll significantly this past offseason, and after they did that, they made an offer to Alex Bregman that was going to pay him $173 million, reportedly. But he turned it down to take a shorter-term deal that paid him more money up front to go with the Red Sox, and now he's a free agent again. Would the Tigers get involved with Alex Bregman again in the offseason? They might. But I don't think the Tigers are being cheap. I think they want to sign guys.
248-539-9797. All right, so I think last Sunday was many people's worst fears realized. There is a scenario this weekend we don't want to see. We'll get to that today at 12:05 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Got a text here from a buddy of mine, Nate.
You have a buddy named Nate?
I have a buddy named Nate, and he sent me a text. Asked me about a beer and a spear. It's a light beer with a pickle spear, known to hydrate and reduce a hangover. Have you ever had a beer spear or a beer with a spear?
No, but it's the same premise, right?
I think I might have to try that. Sounds interesting to me.
How about just have a pickle while you're having a beer?
So, I mean, it's like a Bloody Mary. You could just have a pickle, but you put it in there, and that's same effect, right? Just gets it kind of marinates the pickle a little bit.
Yeah.
So that might be the appeal. You don't seem all that appeal. If it doesn't seem appealing to you.
No, like I said, I don't.
I'm in, Nate.
I'll
give it a shot.
I like pickles. I'll have a pickle on occasion. That's fine, but I don't need to I don't need to drink the juice straight up, nor do I want to put it in my beer or any other drink.
John says if there were pickle juice flavored Gatorade, I'm sure Doug will be all over it. Is it 0?
Well, you drink Gatorade electrolytes sometimes, don't you?
What's it called? Pedialyte kind of thing. The
Gatorade with electrolytes.
It's basically Pedialyte. Yeah, I don't love it.
It has a weird taste to it, right?
Cucumber lime 0. Like sometimes I get what the purposes of those. It's not about taste. This is a fuel only type of substance that you are ingesting to rehydrate quickly. Pickle juice or electrolyte Gatorade. I don't think there's any intent to make it taste good.
I think they try to, but they
have limitations because of what they're trying to get done. Pickle juice is a great weed killer if you want to avoid Roundup. It's also great with bourbon. That's from an unnamed texter. Jake's in Clawson, and on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Jake.
Hey, how you guys doing? Yeah, just a few quick things about pickle juice. So I used to be a sous chef at this restaurant here in Michigan, and we would actually marinate our chicken tenders with buttermilk and with pickle juice. So basically, because there's vinegar in the pickle juice, it tenderizes the meat and breaks down some of the fibers. And then you also got some salt in there. So it's essentially like brining it. And then you got like spices like garlic and stuff like that. So you're enhancing the flavor a little bit. You get like super tender chicken. Definitely recommend it. You can't taste the pickle juice at all. And then one more use for it. They actually make, if you guys are fans of Bloody Marys, they actually make like pickle vodka and spicy pickle vodka, which I would never drink by itself. But if you use it to make a Bloody Mary, it's excellent. I highly recommend.
I like it. All right, cool. Good to know. Thank you, Jake. All right, so Gator, the Lions lose last week, and it feels like they lost in a damaging way to the psyche of the fan base. There were concerns about the offensive line. They might struggle. Check. Concern that the new offensive coordinator might not get the most out of this offense. Check. There's concerns that Hutch wouldn't hit the ground running coming off the injury. Check. There's concerns about the edge opposite of Hutch maybe not producing. Check. Some people had concerns that a big money contract to a wide receiver, fresh new deal, ink not dry yet. He might not have the biggest check. Here's what cannot happen Sunday. The Detroit Lions cannot lose to the Chicago Bears with the Bears executing a late trick play. If the Bears execute a late trick play from Ben Johnson, that feels like one that would just lead to even more further damage psyche. I want them to blow up Ben Johnson's trick play, whatever it is, so bad. And, I mean, the last trick play he ran in Detroit was a disaster.
It was.
Absolute disaster.
It was. It should not have been thrown.
Nope.
You can call the play, that's fine, but then it's up to the player to make the decision. Do I throw this football or not? And Jameson Williams should not have thrown that football.
With that said, please don't let them lose on a trick play this weekend. I mean, if they lose, it's going to be bad enough.
How about you look at the other way? What if the Lions win because of a trick play?
That would be great. That would be fantastic. I am hoping I'm hoping that they right the ship very quickly so we don't have to do this week next week, because then they're going into a game against Baltimore, and that is a daunting task. But I certainly do like their chances still. I haven't even seen a point spread. Have you seen a point spread on this week's game?
I have not, but I can find one rather quickly. It is, I believe the Lions are favored. But
yeah, by 6.5. Now that I found it, which is
by 6.5, Doug. They opened at 5.5, but it's at 6.5 now.
It's the second biggest spread of the weekend.
Over under 46.5.
The biggest favorite this weekend is Baltimore's 11.5 point favorite over Cleveland. And oh, by the way, this is the week we have 2 Monday night games. It used to be the opening weekend. They haven't done that, but two Monday night games this week. Anyway, yeah, it'd be cool too if they could turn it on Ben Johnson and run a trick play successfully to win the game. But then again, I don't want the game to be close.
Like, just win the game.
Just win the game.
You know, show really, for me, it's just show vast improvement. Let me know that this offensive line can open up holes in the running game. They can protect the quarterback. The offense can score. And let me see that there's a pass rush. I get that Caleb Williams is going to run for his life, and he's going to make life miserable for that defensive line, and that they may not be able to catch up to him as much, but they're going to flush him out of the pocket. I'd like to see that they are getting pressure. Hopefully they can keep him within the pocket, because him outside the pocket is a problem. So I imagine that's going to be a focal point this week at practice is, look, you guys got to stay in your lanes. We want pressure on the quarterback, but you got to keep it in check, because this guy gets outside the pocket, he's a problem.
So he got outside the pocket against Minnesota, and he got himself a lot of time. He got himself a lot of time.
The first drive in particular.
I was amazed that he couldn't find receivers open, giving himself that much time. How many times he ended up just scrambling. There was the one play where he stepped out of bounds when he was trying to throw it. It helped him extend the play, but it felt like Minnesota did a great job on the back end. And the Lions, well, they're going to be, their defensive backs or secondary is going to have to be on high alert at all times, play through the whistle, because he can create a lot of extra time.
Caleb Williams is a work in progress. There's clearly talent. I mean, you can't watch him play and say he's not talented. He is.
From an unnamed texter, this Ben Johnson hatred is hilarious. What are the Lions slaps going to say when the Bears come in and lay a beatdown on the Lions Sunday? They're going to lose their minds. Okay, bro, bear down. Got it. Go Bears, go. I'm not worried about how the slaps are going to react. This guy. 248-539-9797. We got open lines here on Carson Anderson. We're going to throw a little love the Tigers' direction because they have earned it. As they heat up headed towards the postseason, we'll get to that today at 12:20. Hey, football is back, and Twin Peaks can't wait to host all football fans out there. That's right. Week 2 kicks off tonight. A great matchup. Conference contenders, Washington and Green Bay. Kickoff 8:20. So get in early for a front row seat to the action. To refresh everyone's memory from last season, Twin Peaks is the place to catch the game, period. Never miss a game with 50 high-definition TVs with capabilities of showing up to 8 games at once. There isn't a bad seat in the house. Pair that with a scratch kitchen serving up classic tailgate favorites like house-smoked ribs and wings, hand-cut and breaded to order, boneless wings and tenders, hand-smashed and seared burgers. Pair that with a 29-degree draft beer, the bucket special, the rounds of shots, the Bloody Marys. Ask for an extra pickle. The vibes will be high. And what brings it all together? Of course, the beautiful Twin Peaks girls serving it all up. Stop by at Twin Peaks like I do. Throw the computer up on the bar, get some work done, have a cold beer, and catch a game. Great game day atmosphere. Fights on Saturday night with UFC Noche. Canelo Alvarez returning to the ring. You won't want to miss it. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. And I mean that sincerely.
Yeah.
Well, the story, this is just depressing to me, and I can't find it now. Do you got it in front of you about the?
I had it bookmarked. So
All
if
right.
you wanted to hit the bookmark on it, or I could read it if you like.
Please go for it. I hate these stories.
So this, everybody's got this now, but Nicole Auerbach has this, and it tweets out that the NCAA says it's in the process of investigating 13 former men's basketball players who competed at 6 schools for sports gambling. And it lists the schools at the end of it. It has a little paragraph on it. It says, while a number of schools have been identified in media reporting, current ongoing cases include student athletes formerly associated with Eastern Michigan, Temple, Arizona State, New Orleans, North Carolina A&T, and Mississippi Valley. Additional cases are in various stages of the investigation process.
So the professional athlete is not as prone to this because they typically are making a very hefty salary and it isn't worth the risk. That doesn't mean people won't do dumb things. People won't do greedy things. People won't make terrible choices. They will. The college athlete at these levels, notice where these players are. They're not at Duke. They're not at North Carolina. They're not at places that they're as likely to get bigger NIL deals, right? So they aren't rolling in it the way some college athletes are.
Mm-hmm.
So who's vulnerable? Eastern Michigan, North Carolina A&T, Mississippi Valley. I mean, Temple, Arizona State, New Orleans have had some success, but, I mean, these aren't probably programs with big NIL funds for basketball. So the vulnerability is right there in front of you. And the temptation. And the thing about it is, these are people at a point in their lives where there's a lot to lose. And you can make terrible decisions. You're more prone to making terrible decisions, right?
Yep.
Man. 248-539-9797, and that's why I hate those stories. Rico's in Romulus. You're on 97.1. Hi, Rico.
Hello. I'm sorry. However, I will say this. I didn't know because I'm like 68. I'm an older kind of guy.
For sure.
I didn't know that they could pay players to go to their school. Someone told me they gave Bryce Underwood $10 million to go to Michigan. I don't know if that's true or no. However, that's one. Two, the Tigers will be all right. They may not go far. Why y'all laughing at me?
I'm laughing just because you shifted gears really quickly there from one topic to the next that weren't even remotely related. It's okay. The Tigers are going to be all right. What were you going to say?
No, I'm just saying. I love all Detroit sports. The Lions, we'll see. If they lose to Chicago this week in Detroit, there's an issue. That's one. Two, I didn't know that they paid athletes to go. I know they paid them for their likeness and image, but
there's been a case.
Does that mean,
there's been a case where schools can now pay them directly too. Yeah, they get a portion of the revenues that are created.
No, I didn't know that.
All right.
So that means they can pay a player to go to their school, literally.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to hang up and listen to all y'all comments. You're probably going to roast me, but...
only for not knowing that, yes.
Yeah, Rico,
Yeah.
it's been a case for a couple of years.
I've been around for a little bit here, yeah.
I'm an older kind of guy. 68,
it's all good.
He's 69 in a few months. But let's hear what you have to say. Because I love 97 won the ticket and all you talk about. Go ahead.
We appreciate it, Rico. Thank you. We love you. What are we supposed to comment on? Yes, they can pay players, and yes, the Tigers are going to be all right. Don't lose to Chicago. Those are the takeaways. Summing up the call succinctly, agree the Tigers are going to be all right. Yes, don't lose to Chicago, and
yes, if you're just finding out now that the colleges are paying players, it's staggering. how much some players are making, reportedly.
Well, I'm no sports and no sport I think has changed as rapidly as college football the last 5 years. I think it is it's putting stresses on fans' relationship with the game. That's the way I would describe it. It's a good way to describe it. That the rapid changing of college athletics is stressing to the fans. Doesn't mean it's not going to be fine in the end. It doesn't mean that it's not going to change anything.
I don't know. Stressing is an interesting way to word. I don't know if I would use that.
What word would you use? Because you have soured a lot.
Yeah,
it doesn't come out.
Soured.
It doesn't
I'm
come
not
out on the
stressed,
air
I'm
as
just
much.
soured.
But you have soured a lot.
Yeah, a ton.
Yeah.
Actually. Yeah, I don't think stress is the.
Like, college football has a charm that is independent and completely different from the National Football League, and that's okay. The problem is that what they have done is starting to homogenize the college game. It's starting to feel more and more like the NFL, and
It effectively is the NFL.
It was just fine when they were really different, but the college game supports an enthusiasm that is irrationally awesome, and I love it for it. I love the marching bands. I love the mascots. I love the cheerleaders and the helmet designs and the tradition. And none of that goes away, right? Just because you're paying players. But what has gone away is roster certainty. You don't.
Well, what's gone away is
you
the
effectively have 1 year contracts for every player, and then the automatic free agency. And
well, that's the problem, is because what's gone away is what really, to me, is the number one tenet of college athletics is that you're playing for your school. You're representing the university or the college or whatever the case is, and everybody's together with it. It's not, though. It's, I mean, in some cases it is, but when you have, 30 players each year that are going to enter the transfer portal, you just keep recycling. They keep going from school to school to school. You guys, they'll
that relationship. There's the stress on the relationship that you have with your team is used to, and there's value to this. Okay, it's a completely different thing when you get a guy as a freshman and you're going to have him for minimum 3, maybe 4 years. Transfers are rare.
Well, I think it used to be that part of the decision making, and this is the thing that's changed, the decision to decide where you're going to go to school, which university you're going to go to, and who you're going to play for. A lot of it was based on just your feeling for the university. Now it's well, how much are you paying me? What am I looking at here? And it's become more of the business side of it as opposed to tradition or whatever.
But I got to tell you, when you think back on the absurdity of you're locked into that school, like no regular student would have that. I do think there should be contracts for schools and players to negotiate where the player can say, I only want a 1 year contract. And the school would say, okay, we don't want you. Or the school would say, we want you to sign a 4-year deal. And that player says, okay, I'll sign the 4-year deal. Like a little back and forth, a little roster certainty, knowing what you're getting into.
Well, that's a different part of the pool. Come on.
Thank you, Rico, for the phone call.
Get out of the water!
All right, I said we'd talk about our Tigers. We got sidetracked by Rico's call. The Tigers destroyed the Yankees last night. It was straight up felonious what they did to the Yankees, whereas the night before they accepted a gift. Last night, the Tigers whooped that ass. And you know what I love about it? Wow. I love that the Yankees were a team that at the trade deadline went out and they got David Bednar. They went out and they got Doval. They went out and they got Bird. They went out and they got, who's the third baseman from the Rockies? McMahon.
Yep.
They went out. They were one of the most aggressive teams at the trade deadlines. And what are the Tigers doing right now? The Tigers are taking them out back for a whooping. And the Tigers look like way the better team. And the Tigers are now 4-1 against the Yankees this year. And what did the Tigers do? They made some subtle moves on the fringes of their roster. And you got Chris Paddock coming in, who hasn't done much, but he came in and he shut him down for 3 innings the other night. I mean, the Tigers were not stealing headlines at the trade deadline. And the Tigers have been looked at. I think with a kind of a side eye for much of the year by the baseball world, and even including in this town, and they've pulled away in the division. They've withstood all charges, and they now are back with the top record in the American League. Their record against the four other biggest contenders in the AL is 14-7. Like
that's 2 out of 3 games. Doug.
But and that'll win you a series in the postseason. Here's the thing about it. I think we've spent much of our year, and many people are measuring the Tigers against the wrong thing. They're measuring them against perfection when all they need to do is be better than the team in the other dugout, like they have been against the Yankees all year, like they've been against Boston this year, like they've been against Houston this year. Not so much Toronto, but it shouldn't be easy when you get to the postseason. No. Toronto and the Tigers, Toronto's won, I believe, 4 of the 7 games. So anyway, long story short, the Tigers are rounding into form at the right time. And there's a lot to like, and we got postseason baseball right around the corner.
Yeah, and let's hope this is the case. I mean, Jack Flaherty against good teams pitches very well. Against bad teams, he does not pitch very well, which is strange. But the Yankees are a good team. He goes 5 shutout innings last night. Yankees counter with Carlos Rodon, who is awfully good. He went 6 innings, only gave up 2 runs. The Tigers scored 9 runs against the bullpen. And as you mentioned, all these additions the Yankees made to the bullpen, and they have completely screwed up the last 2 nights. The Tigers put across 12 runs in the first game and 11 runs last night. Most of those came against the bullpen, which is kind of hysterical when you think about the resources they put into it versus the resources the Tigers put into it. And, knock on wood that Kyle Finnegan comes back and he's fine, but Kyle Finnegan's been like perfect. Montero had a couple of rocky outings, and then has been really good. Paddock has his ups and downs, and Charlie Morton has his ups and downs.
Tigers been taken to the boot to the head to the Yankees. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback next. 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket to your phone calls. Greg is in Dearborn and is on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Greg.
Hey, what's up, boys? Happy Friday, Junior.
Friday Eve.
So, yeah, right. So I had a question. Which returning injured pitcher do you guys think is going to put in the most impact on this postseason to hopefully help us go on a big run here?
What a great question. Does Kyle Finnegan help? Does he count?
No. That's why I forgot to say. So yeah, Kyle Finnegan's out. We're just expecting him to be back. All right, God willing, his groin's all rubbed up.
Oh boy. So we're talking about maybe Reese Olson, who would be available hopefully in the second round of the playoffs.
Yeah.
Which might be the Tigers' first round. You're looking at Jose Urquidy.
Yeah. You haven't said
Alex
the name
Lang.
I'm thinking of yet. No, that's not it.
Then a Brand Herter.
That's not it.
Who?
Paul Sewald.
And Paul Sewald. Thank you for bringing that one up. Yeah.
It's okay. He's the one. He's putting in innings right now, right?
Yeah,
At the
he's
minor
starting
league
to pitch,
level.
yep.
So I mean, Finnegan's the obvious answer, but as you said, but beyond that, they traded for Sewald for a reason. Not all their trades are going to work, but I feel like when you trade for a player that's injured, that you know you're going to get back, but I guess you don't know, you may or may not get back. It tells me that they love that player. And so, because you're not going to trade for a guy like that might help you if you don't absolutely love the guy. Who would trade for an injured player that they're not sure is going to help them? So you trade, right? It makes no sense. So you trade for an injured player.
One in the start of the year.
Because that didn't work out. But you trade for this guy at the trade deadline because you love what he'll bring to the table and it's worth the risk. So he's the one I find most intriguing. But there are a number of options, yeah.
Yeah, I'm very hopeful because I love Reese Olson. I feel like he was our most reliable there for a while, like number 2 guy. And I know he just had like a PRP injection. So I would think that maybe they would bring him in kind of like a Melton kind of thing. Like, I still, Mize, good, great, much better. Flaherty last night, much better, but I still kind of don't trust those guys a little bit. And so if they had like a short leash, maybe bring a Reese Olson for like 3 innings or something like that.
Well, if Reese Olson is able to help this team out, that'd be great. And I think they would love to welcome him back, but it's going to be tough because when he's ready to come back, it's not like you can send him to the minors for his stint. So you're taking a gamble. Urquidy in his last 3 outings with Toledo has pitched 3 innings, and 2 innings. Has not given up a run during that time. Has only given up 3 hits, allowed 2 walks, and he struck out 7 during that time. He has gotten better and better as he continues to spend time in the minors. I'm curious to see when they decide to give him a chance to come back to this team.
It's funny because, I mean, A.J. Hinch would talk about him when he was so far away from being back.
Yeah.
That I'm like, why is he even doing this? Why is he even bringing his name up? And did they really sign a guy named Urquidy? Those were the kind of questions we were asking.
Yeah, Alex Lang has also pitched well lately down in the minors.
So Sawyer Gibson-Long will pitch tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Have they decided he's starting or he's the bulk guy?
They're not sure. At least they didn't. Last night they still weren't sure what the role was going to be if he starts the game, or they just know he's going to pitch and might be the bulk pitcher. But with the pitching chaos, they like to send somebody out there for the first inning, take care of Aaron Judge if you can, get the righty-righty matchup, and then go with Gibson-Long at some point.
It's so weird. I'd have to go back and look at this, but this is shaping up to be. I want to go back and see when the Tigers have won the division. The magic number is 8, right? So they're really, really, really close to clinching this thing. Is this going to be the biggest margin they've had in the American League in their division since the '84 Tigers?
I don't know. I have to go back and look, but I think so.
Yeah.
I don't think I don't think even their World Series contending teams. I don't think those teams.
One of them was a wild card.
One
right?
was the wild card in 06, right? And then they had the team. What was it? 2012 or 13. They had those 3 really good teams in a row. But I think, I think this would be the biggest margin. 87
was a
game.
It came down to the last day. 2006, they were a wild card, right?
So, I think you're right. I think this would outside of
which is insane to think about, because that would mean, in some ways, in theory, as a measurement, the 84 team went into the postseason with supreme confidence. And I guess we need to go back and look and see if it's true. It feels like it's true. This team, I feel like this team will go into the playoffs with maybe only the exception of one, with the least amount of confidence from the fan base. And that one would be last year's team. And I get why. The way the Tigers are doing are not typically how everybody else does it. Who's their trading card guy outside of Scuba where everybody wants his card? You got an autographed Brent Herter? Nobody's going to say that, right? Riley Green has some star power.
Oh, sure.
But
they've got some guys that have star, but not like
superstars.
No.
There's so few superstars. But it's just weird to think of. This is going to be potentially the most comfortable division victory they've had since '84. And I don't know that this team, this fan base, Tiger Nation, I don't know if we take a swagger into the postseason, and maybe we should.
Well, it's a system-wide thing with the Tigers this year. I was just looking at the overall standings for the teams in the minors.
Yeah,
Lakeland is 75-53 this year. So that's 22 games above 500, right? That's quite impressive.
Mm-hmm.
Toledo, the AAA affiliate, they're 76-64. That's 12 games above 500. Then you look at Erie, the AA affiliate, they're 80-54. That's 26 games above 500. But the pièce de résistance, West Michigan, the high A affiliate, which is where Max Clark and Briseno and McGonigal started before they got promoted. 92-39 this year.
Wow.
Are you kidding me?
That's pretty crazy.
The worst team of the bunch is Toledo at 12 games above?
Doesn't seem right.
I'm just saying, that's what's amazing about this team is this is a system-wide thing. What Scott Harris has done is just absolutely gone out and filled up the rosters of all these teams. This is why they didn't want to have to give up on some prospects. One of the reasons why, because they're really doing it here, making it homegrown. When the time is right, they can make trades and give up some of those guys. But my God, those records are astounding.
So the 2011 Detroit Tigers won the division by 15 games. Everybody else, 3-1, wild card. So, hey, man. This team's like one of those. So, there's reason to be a little chesty about this squad. Little. Especially the way they've been playing.
West Michigan is 53 games above 500. The run differential is 294. The next closest is plus 69.
Wow.
It's amazing.
248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. today, Gator, is National Make Your Bed Day. Are you an everyday guy?
Oh, no. No. I'm a very...
This doesn't surprise me, just for the record.
No. Well, I'll tell you, my bed is easy enough to make because it's just sheet and a blanket, right? But which is typically everybody's bed. But because I don't have the decorative pillows,
You don't have any throw pillows?
Right. I don't have any of that crap because it's just me and the dog, right? So I don't have to worry about that stuff. But sometimes I do, but it's so very simply done. I don't tuck in. Like if I do make it, I'm not tucking anything in.
You're not fluffing your pillow shams?
Nor do I have any pillow shams.
You don't say.
Well, that I use. I think I do have some shams. I just don't use them. I choose not to use them. Yeah, so I'm not an everyday guy in terms of making the bed.
Straightening out the bed skirt?
Oh, you have one of those? I'm really sorry, man.
Dude, I'm married.
I'm so sorry.
We got shams. We got pillows that are on the bed only when the bed is made. And as soon as the adults crawl into the bed, the pillows get discarded completely. They are there for looks and looks only.
At what age do you think that she's going to be okay with you saying, when you finally put your foot down on this, if you ever put your foot down on this?
Oh, I'm not going to put my foot down. I choose which hills to charge up.
I understand. But at some point, do you think that this will be a hill that you're like, enough of this? I'm so tired of having to
throw pillows,
put these shams and the throw pillows and the bed skirt. Nobody's coming into our bedroom to take a look at, oh, hey, what's your bed? Like, how many times has the wife given a tour of the house where you end up going upstairs and then and look at our spectacular shams?
Yeah, I don't. I'll let that happen forever. Don't care. It's a minor thing, and I'm all good.
Kang, how awful is your bedroom?
No, I used to be like you, Gator. Then I grew up.
Then you got married. No, it's not you grew up. You got married. That's what happened.
No, so she actually is worse than me. I'm the one, remember the whole car thing, Doug? Like, you thought it was her. It was me that was keeping the car clean.
You told me it was her. Your wife was obsessed.
Well, she was in the car. You're like, this car is so clean. When did you get it? We're like 2 years ago. She's like, what? Yep. It didn't look like a 2-year-old car or something like that, right?
Yeah, I was blown away.
So my wife is actually really messy. I now decide to straighten out the bed. Like, I don't exactly make it, but I definitely straighten it out now. I used to never do that, but now I just want it to look okay. The shams, I can't stand those. We have 2 useless pillows, but the rest, all the other pillows are functional. Like, there's purpose, whether you're holding it at night or you have a pillow you prefer.
Pillow, you got the pillow you lie down on,
So just the 2 that suck, they did stay on top of the bed, and the rest I do straighten out the comforter and any other blankets that we use.
There is a difference. I will say in the wintertime, I am more apt to make the bed because at that point, then I have the comforter and a sheet as opposed to the blanket and a sheet. Sometimes the blanket gets it snags on the comforter is so easy to do. I do actually make my bed probably more days than I don't during the wintertime.
Right now, is your bed exactly the way you left it when you got up this morning?
Yes.
Hey, man, do you, dude?
But part of that was because the dog was on it.
No, hey, don't.
You don't have to explain it.
Don't
no,
explain it.
This is very personal.
Yes,
I'm totally cool with
man.
it.
Don't.
It's a no judgment zone.
Yeah,
it's a no judgment zone.
Fine.
Yeah.
Me, my bed's straightened out because that's what I do now every morning. Doug?
Okay. I will. No, it's mostly it's left the way it was. I will make the bed about once a week. My wife will probably make it twice a week.
So
maybe 3 times a week. But I'll make it about once a week. And it's the reasoning as to why is totally psychological, because I want to, when I bring the laundry upstairs and fold it, I start sorting it on the bed, and I'm watching TV while I'm throwing the piles of different people's laundry. But if the bed is messy, it all kind of looks the same. So I have to make the bed so I can distinguish.
I understand.
I have to have a place.
That makes sense to me.
Okay, so it's psychological. So it's the folding of the laundry has to take place on a made bed.
I kind of do the same thing when I get laundry out and I separate. Hey, here's t-shirts and here are pants or stuff that has to be folded and stuff that has to be hung up. Everything goes in a different pile. I understand that, and you need the bed to be nice, made and flat and all that.
But since we're inviting the audience into our bedroom, there is one thing that I don't have to have, but I've come very reliant upon. That is part of my sleep routine.
You got a banky?
No. Well, sort of. The weighted blanket.
Some people swear by them.
I love the weighted blanket.
It's not bad.
Yeah. So
they're heavy, man. Some of those ones.
That's the point.
It's like no, I mean like bulletproof. Like,
how ironic
It's like the lead thing that you wear when you get X-rays.
Yes, it's like you steal it from the dentist.
It's fantastic.
Jeez. And Doug's always cold.
Yep.
Right. Yeah. So he's really.
I use that thing all summer.
All
right, now that the children are away.
Yep.
Do you make the bed less often?
I haven't noticed yet. I think it's about the same so far. There's a lot of stuff getting done around the house. My God, there's a lot of stuff getting done around the house. With no kids, lists are getting checked off, which means happy wife. So
doesn't everything stay cleaner for longer too?
Without a doubt, we can get new carpet now. Now that there's no kids, the whole deal was always there's no point in getting carpet with kids. We can get new carpet now.
Good point. Yeah, or hardwood.
It's grimy. But it could be.
Like
we could go
vinyl planking or engineered, whatever you want to do.
Whatever we want to do, we can do whatever.
You want to do.
I know a good sand guy. If you want to just put sand on the
You got a guy.
Let's fill it up in the basement. Yeah, nice.
Well, anyway, it's National Make Your Bed Day for those who celebrate.
It's every day. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep. So, Tigers in action tonight. They're going to kind of have a bullpen game against the Yankees, trying to sweep the New York Yankees. Lions are back on the field on Sunday. Do we have the Calvin Shepard soundbite? Calvin Shepard got quite a reaction today. We're going to have to sift through all of the coordinator sounds because they meet with the media on Thursday. But we did grab something Calvin Shepard said. This is about the run defense. This is about one thing he was happy about, the run defense. And you could tell he was kind of feisty today. Here's the Lions defensive coordinator.
All right. You're the man.
Sorry, Coach.
I mean, and that's been addressed. Check the roster, see if anybody is not accounted for.
Nobody's been waived today, have they?
Right. Where's Reader at?
Dude. Okay.
All right, he's intense.
All right, Coach. I like it.
Yeah. No, you're the boss. You're the boss.
What if he made like Burkett and the boys run after the press conference? Everybody on the line. Rogers on the line. Bianchi on the line. Burkett on the line.
Partsy, let's go. Get your ass in gear.
Birchfield on the line. I like it. On the injury front, Jack Campbell was back in practice today. John Morton said he expected to have Taylor Decker back. He was out of practice yesterday.
He'll play Sunday.
Yeah. So just a precautionary thing with him. So that is good news, my friends. 248-539-9797. Next hour, let's not forget to do Loser Chooser. Every Thursday in the NFL, we pick who will lose the Thursday night game. What a game this week. Washington.
We got a good one.
Washington at Green Bay. We will get to that next. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 248-539-9797. It's 97.1 The Ticket. back to some Lions stuff in a minute. Michigan State takes on Youngstown, as you just heard there in the update. Chance to go 3-0 back-to-back seasons. Scott Anderson, what's your first read on this week?
For Michigan State?
Yeah.
I'm hopeful that it's going to be smooth sailing, that they should score plenty and not give up much. I think this be a good game for Michigan State to get the ground game going again and get a lot of people involved. And hopefully we see the return of a pass rush this week against Youngstown State.
I was about to say, when you play games like this, and I'm glad you brought up the pass rush. I'm sorry to interrupt. I did interrupt. But what I was going to get to is what are the checklist things that'll make you feel better? Because obviously you got to win the game, and go ahead and win the game. Got it. Yep. But in winning the game, what are the checklist items you'd like to see get accomplished?
Yeah, it's definitely, for me, it's running the football effectively, and it's getting a pass rush on the quarterback for Michigan State, because they didn't get much of a rush last week against Boston College. And I'd like to think that that's because Boston College might have one of the better offensive lines in the country, but that may not be the case. I don't really know.
They got a good one. One of them is pretty good for sure, one of the tackles.
So I'm hopeful that now that you're taking on Youngstown State, that you can get back that let's have another 4 or 5 sack performance, get some turnovers, take care of the ball yourselves, and just take care of business. Go out there and win the game like you're supposed to, and let's see progressions. And most of all, just stay healthy. I just you close your eyes every time you hear that, somebody's down on the field. I'm like, please don't be somebody. Please don't be somebody from Michigan State.
Oh, dude, I know.
Yeah, well, and that's the other side. So, I mean, I feel confident Michigan State will take care of business. Michigan's got Central Michigan this week, and you'd feel confident as well, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean,
but injury-wise,
it's
El Hadi, what's his situation?
I'm not particularly optimistic. I don't know anything that anybody else doesn't know, but just watching the way he left the field, this does not look like a matter of a couple of days and he'll be back. And even if he was close, I don't think they'd rush him back for this game. They got Nebraska next week. But, yeah, Marlon Klein, that'll be interesting. I'll get actually down to the building later, so maybe I'll see what I can find out and share, if anything. But he was missed in the run game and in the pass game. Michigan right now has to get more consistency out of the pass game. It's clear that there is some they're not in sync right now. There were at least 2 plays last week and probably even a couple more where the ball was delivered to a different spot than the receiver expected it. One, Bryce Underwood threw it to the pylon. McCulley cut in towards the goalpost. Another, McCulley was blocking, thinking it was a run play. It was obviously an RPO. Wires got crossed, and Bryce threw it in his direction while he was blocking. There was a play where Zach Marshall, who's one of the backup tight ends, had a little down and up, and Bryce threw underneath. Marshall was coming wide open deep. There are plays there to be made. And I think this is the stuff that we can talk about, freshman this, freshman that. You don't know until you get out there on the field. I'm kind of tempted to ask, and I will ask, how much of a play's success and failure is dependent on the quarterback knowing what the defense is doing before the ball is snapped? And I know the answer is high. But I think that's the part of catch-up when you go from high school to college is, all right, I'm standing in a shotgun. I'm surveying a defense. Do I know where the rush is coming from? Are we getting into the right protection? Are we in the right play, even to begin with? Once we're in the right play, are we in the right protection? Do we have the right, are we running to the correct side? What are all the little nuances of pre-snap? That 120 minutes of collegiate football, you hope each time you're out there gets a little better and a little better. So I think that'd be something in terms of just operation of an offense they'd like to see. And then they'd like the 2 and 3 yard runs to be more 5 and 6 yard runs. The explosives have been great.
They've had a number of 3 50-yard plays, I think, already.
Yep.
With Underwood, I mean, just as a college football fan and watching him play, I'd like to see maybe turn him loose a little bit in terms of saying, hey, you can take off and go. Okay, you don't have to sit there and make sure that you're waiting for somebody to come open. If you want to take off and go because you see 10 yards of open field, go for it, man. You know, see what you can do. Be a little bit more creative. Allow him to be more creative. And I don't know if without Sharon Moore in there this week, you know, if Pogge's going to be the interim coach here, if anything would change. I can't imagine it should change.
No, Pogge's decision makings are timeouts and challenges and fourth down calls.
You know, is that something that's already come out from Sharon Moore as an instruction to the team? Like, hey, let's be a little bit more creative and allow him to have some freedom there.
I think what you're going to see is, and this is my sense in discussions down there, each week a little bit more is added, and a little bit more,
which
and
makes
a little
sense.
bit more. Yeah.
But you know, they've got the running back that can certainly carry the load. Is Marlon Klein coming back this week?
I'll get a sense for it today. It would be very helpful. You love the tight end, and I get why. And you really love it with a young quarterback.
Well, yeah,
I know you well, Scott Anderson.
Yeah, and he's a big target, catches the ball, and that has been Michigan's calling card for the last
They've had some really good ones,
10 years or so. Really, I mean, starting with maybe Jake Butt.
Okay, so this Thursday night NFL game is a fascinating matchup. It's the last two teams that beat the Lions. Two teams that are considered contenders in the NFC. The Commanders took care of the Giants, and we know what the Packers did. What do you think tonight? I think this is a fascinating. I remember when all the Thursday night games involved Jacksonville. Like, I'm excited about this one.
It's back-to-back weeks. The NFL is coming on strong. I saw ratings for the NFL. Like, this is the week one was the highest rated week that they've ever had in the National Football League.
Really?
On record, this was the strongest week they've ever had. There were, I think, four games or 5 games that had, you know, a rating that had over 20 million people watching or whatever. And the Lions were one of them. I think the Lions had the third highest rated game of the week. More people were watching the Lions and Packers than ended up watching the Vikings and Bears on Monday Night Football.
Really?
But there were still a lot of people to watch that. That being said, with this week, it is a great matchup. The Packers are more banged up than Washington is. The Packers have some people who are already questionable, a couple of offensive linemen, and Micah Parsons is questionable. Nate Hobbs, the cornerback, is questionable. A couple guys are out for this game. So it's they're in more trouble than Washington is, but they're playing at home. Weather should be nice tonight. Not going to be an issue. What is an issue?
Are you getting into loser chooser? Should we start the music?
I thought that's.
Let's go. Sorry. Go ahead.
But what you also see out there is who their opponent is, and Washington is awfully tough. We know this. We saw them in the playoffs. They're a young team. They can be explosive. Jaden Daniels is outstanding, and I'm a huge fan of his. I'm curious to see, we saw what the Packers were able to do against a quarterback that lacked mobility, like Jared Goff. What will they do with a quarterback that has tons of mobility, where maybe there's only one other quarterback in the league that has more, in Lamar Jackson? I'm very curious about this one, but because the Packers are banged up a little bit more so than what the Washington is, and I don't think they're as well prepared on the short week to go for it than the Commanders are. I see the Packers losing this game tonight.
Wow.
Yeah. They're favored by 3.5. I'd like the Commanders getting those points.
It's interesting. I really like the Packers defense after what I saw last week, and I think they're going to challenge Jaden Daniels, who can make plays with his feet. And, of course, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt had a pretty good opener for them. But I think the Pack firing on a lot of cylinders. I'm picking Washington to lose this game tonight.
Wow.
So on other sides of the fence. But okay, done with loser chooser. Just real quick, who should Lion fans want to win this game? It may seem like a simple question, but here's why I think it might be a little bit more. There might be a little nuance to it. If Washington goes to Green Bay and beats Green Bay, what does it say about the Lions? Like, our takeaway is, okay, Green Bay is going to be formidable. But if they come back on the Thursday and lose to Washington, people are like, wait, what? I mean, Green Bay is favored for a reason. So let's do 10 texts on this. Who do you want to win this game tonight?
It's like a sanity check.
Well, yeah. Do you want Green Bay? You go, okay, at least they're good. Because if Washington beats them, what does it say about the Lions? Or is it just simply no-brainer, hang an L on a division foe? And Washington and Detroit last year, obviously, there was a game in the postseason that we all want to forget. So first 10 text, 248-539-9797. Tell us who you want to win this game and why. Could be simple, might not be. 248-539-9797. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Football season is here, and the University of Michigan Credit Union debit card makes game day even better. When you use your Michigan debit card at Chrysler Center, the Big House, or Yost, you'll score discounts on fan favorites like popcorn and souvenir sodas. It's the perfect way to show your team spirit all season long. Don't miss out. Get your Michigan debit card available exclusively from UMCU. Visit umcu.org to get started, insured by NCUA. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. 248-539-9797. I got the 10 text thing. Wonder if anybody actually wants to see Green Bay win tonight to say, all right, yeah, at least they're a good team that took it to the Lions. I don't know if we'll get any takers on that, but it's just kind of an interesting game because it's the last two teams that beat the Detroit Lions, and they're both expected to be there in the end this year in the NFC. NFL's tough, man. God, it feels like every team presents problems. It feels like everybody's got players. It feels like there's so many good quarterbacks now. But anyway, let's get to the 10 texts. I want Washington to win so the Lions realize they have a lot of work to do to get back where they want to be. That's from Skid Row in Sterling Heights. Go Lions. I want Washington to beat them and give the division opponent a loss each week in the NFL is new. That's from John and Shelby. I want Washington to win. Can't have the Packers get too far ahead of a lead with our tough schedule. It's from Josh. Joe says, pretty simple. Packers are in the division. We need them to lose. We play Washington this year, so I'll root for Washington because the division loss is more important. Go Pack Go, so Lions fans can feel better. That's from Rambo Brando. Simple Washington to win. Why do you want a division rival who'll be fighting with to get another W? It's from Ryan and Canton. I want the Pack to destroy them so I can stop being worried about the Lions getting smoked. There you go. 248-539-9797. I see. I mean, it might feel like an obvious one, but this is one of those weird ones where I guess I want a reality check on Green Bay a little bit. Like, who are they really? This would be another impressive win. That'd be an impressive start to the season.
It would be very impressive. I want Washington to win this game. I want the Packers to lose. It's a divisional game. It matters to the Lions that the Packers do, in fact, lose. Mm-hmm. The downside is what? That Washington is elevated to being I already think Washington's a really good football team. They beat the Lions last year, and, the score looked closer than really what the game felt like. I mean, it felt like
the Lions were always chasing to be one score away. Yeah. They weren't chasing Washington. They were chasing to be one score away from Washington is what it felt like to me.
So I already feel like they're validated. That's a good football. And both teams are good football teams. I want the Packers to lose.
Do you have any hatred towards Washington?
No. I got learned to not use that word anymore.
Yes, strong dislike. Sorry, you're right.
I do not like. I never really liked the Redskins versions. I was not a Theismann fan. I was not a John Riggins fan by any means. So I never liked them.
Why don't you like Riggins? Riggins strikes me as the kind of guy you would have liked.
No, did not. I don't like the big fullback doing nothing.
Well, he actually did
nothing. I know. You're the same. 3 yards of cloud of dust. I don't like that. That wasn't to my liking. And when I first got introduced to football, and I'm watching, dynamic running backs like a Tony Dorsett, and then getting in, loving the passing of a Dan Fouts and the Air Coryell, I didn't like what the Redskins were doing. But now I was a big Jaden Daniels fan. I love Jaden Daniels. So I can sit back and enjoy watching them as long as they're not beating the Lions.
Kang, what do you think of tonight's game?
I think it's easy. You have to root for the Commanders to win. It's just all about the division. You kind of mentioned it earlier, Doug, that every team in this league is capable of winning, even the worst teams. There are no, layups like they do in college football. Like their preseason where they schedule a school that shouldn't be on campus. You're paying them to come in. That doesn't happen in the NFL. You got to get up for every game. And so whoever wins is going to be a good team tonight. That's already, I think, established. So I think they're going to be both teams are already in direct competition with the Lions. So what's going to help the Lions? If the Packers lose. They can't let this division get away from them, because you want to win the Super Bowl, you want the easiest path to the Super Bowl, and that's hosting a playoff game. That's winning your division. And maybe if you're really good, you have the best record in the conference, and you get a bye.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with hosting two playoff games like they did a couple years ago. And that definitely, that they were fortunate to get the second game because there was an upset elsewhere. But yeah, I think Green Bay wins this game. How can you not be impressed with the way they looked in week one? Maybe that's a reflection of my respect for what the Lions are still bringing to the table in spite of the fact that they look like they have work to do. We had a caller call up last week that made their prediction. Do you remember this guy? He called up and he said, I think the Packers are going to win the first matchup with the Lions, but I think the Lions will bounce back and get them in game 2. And I think he even said, I don't even expect the first game to be particularly close. He was picking the Packers to win handily against the Lions. And looking back at it, that guy probably played the correct card from a standpoint of the growing pains that they're going to experience. I was listening to Adam Schefter's podcast yesterday on the drive home. He is gravely concerned about the Lions. Like he thinks the coordinator losses doom them. I was surprised. Schefter doesn't fly. He doesn't. He's not a hot take guy as much as some others are on that network. But maybe it's not a hot take. He just thinks they're doomed. I was surprised.
Well, if he thinks they're doomed because of the coordinators thing, I disagree with that vehemently. But that's okay. He can have his opinion. If Shefty wants to cower, he can cower.
Yeah.
Well, Dan Orlovsky, the former Lions quarterback, on one of those shows said that the Lions were the biggest concern he had after week 1. And then you guys know already preseason, they were the most bet team to, not make the playoffs, right?
Yeah, and there was the anonymous quotes. Said they're the most likely team to not live up to expectations. It's all stacking up against us. How's our little football team even going to win a game?
I thought they had a chance.
We shall see.
But don't be a prisoner of the moment, Doug. Like, as bad as the Lions looked, you don't think they're that bad, right?
No.
Packers look great. They may not be that great. I think they're still a good team, don't get me wrong, but they could lose the Commanders tonight and still be a good team.
Do you think all of Detroit will feel better showing up tomorrow if the Commanders win convincingly?
Will they feel better, the Lions?
No, the Lions fans.
Oh, Lions fans?
Yeah.
I think they'll feel better looking that the Green Bay Packers have a loss.
Yeah.
I think that'll make them feel better. 1-1 is better than 2-0.
Sure. And, it's amazing that this week the Tigers play the Yankees and the Lions play the Bears. Are there teams you like beating more than those two? With the college rivalry stuff aside.
Right, throw college out.
Yep.
Beating Chicago teams is always fun. It's tough to. In baseball though, there's nobody you'd rather beat than the Yankees in baseball. There's nobody.
Not the Gribe.
No, it's great to beat Cleveland, but if I can beat the Yankees or Cleveland, I want to beat Cleveland. I beat the Yankees.
Okay.
Yankees are historically that team, right? They get way too much attention.
They do.
I think beating the Cowboys, that might take precedence in the NFL.
You think that's better than beating the Bears?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. That's tough. That's tough because we do play the Bears twice a year.
Well, the Cowboys are kind of the Yankees.
The Cowboys are like, they look America's team and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Would I rather them beat them than anybody else? No, it's the Bears. I want to beat the Bears.
Is it the Bears?
Yeah. Too much of that trash talk going back and forth. They're just 5 hours away.
Well, I also...
Chicago. City that blows. I'm sorry, the Windy City? I must have gotten that wrong.
You've got it messed up.
What about beating McVay for you? This is a personal question.
Yes. It's not just beating McVay. It's having Jared Goff have an epic performance against Sean McVay's team. Yeah. That would be fantastic. If Goff throws like 404 touchdowns and the Lions win it 48-10, that'd be fantastic.
I saw something on social media because Gator can't stand Sean McVay. This is from Kalshi Football. Crazy but true. Sean McVay beat Calvin Johnson for Georgia High School Football Player of the Year.
Like a different Calvin Johnson? Not like the Calvin Johnson, right?
It says, it's got a picture of Megatron. Sean McVay beat Calvin Johnson for Georgia.
Well, now I hate Sean McVay. Thanks. Or strongly dislike him. What? That's real?
I assume. I don't know. Like I said, it's on social media. Don't believe anything you see on social media.
He was a 4-star starting quarterback and a defensive back. He achieved over 2,600 rushing yards and 40 rushing touchdowns, a pass for 2,500 yards with 18 touchdowns. That's a 4-year starting quarterback.
What was his year? What was his senior year?
I don't know if I have his senior year numbers. These are career stats that I see.
Well, Calvin came to the Lions, and 2003 Georgia High School Football Player of the Year was Sean McVay, who beat out future NFL superstar Calvin Johnson for the award. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. All right, let's swing around the NFL next. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, let me tell you about a great offer from FanDuel you won't want to miss out. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick your bet, but I'll tell you what the bet you got to pick here in a second. But pick your bet $5, and if it wins, you unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. Now, there's a banner at the top. You got to opt in, and you got to hit the toggle when you make your bet. So do not forget to do those things. And this doesn't say it's limited to NFL, so go find a college mismatch, complete mismatch. Take Texas over UTEP or whatever on the money line and bet your $5. Then walk away with your $5 and like 2 cents and your $300 in bonus bucks. And you can use those however you want. Just take this 1 week and make that investment. The NFL season's finally here. The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download the FanDuel app today and get started. Must be 21 years of age and older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights is powering up the savings on EVs all month long. Lease a new 2025 Silverado EV courtesy vehicle for just $367 a month for 24 months with zero money down. $367. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM employee discount and Costco membership. 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. Hope everybody's doing well on this Thursday, or as one caller called it earlier today, and I like it, Friday Junior. And tomorrow we'll get more into the actual matchup on the field, Lions and Bears, and things that we hope the Lions can exploit and things that the Bears will try and exploit. One thing that the Bears really didn't do in their opener and the Lions actually did reasonably well. The Bears didn't run the football outside of their quarterback. Now, QB run is part of the game, and it's definitely something you need to be aware of. But DeAndre Swift carried it 17 times for 53 yards. Not particularly effective. Josh Jacobs against the Lions carried it 19 times for 66 yards. Again, not overly effective. He had a long of 15. The other 18 rushes netted 51 yards. But that's it. That's how it works. The 66 all counts. But that's not all that much damage. Wonder if the Lions can overload somewhere else, because I got to feel good about the run matchup when the Bears have the football. There is the quarterback run. The QB run is a big deal. The Bears' leading rusher was Caleb Williams in game 1, and the Jordan Love didn't do particularly much on the ground. But the Bears, he will be effective in that way if you let him. Got to slow him down as best you can. Although even when he created time, I think he's more likely to hurt you scrambling and running than scrambling and finding receivers. At least he didn't do that to the Vikings. He didn't scramble and find receivers to an extent where it really hurt Minnesota.
No, but that'll come as he gets more experienced. He's got a cannon, and he's got the ability to bounce around like a water bug, just bounce from spot to spot to spot. I mean, the way he avoided the pass rush against the Vikings was really impressive, particularly in that first drive that he had. Looked like they had 2 chances to just drill him, and it didn't even come close. Right. Because he was that elusive. And look, that type of quarterback that's what the NFL is getting flooded with now. Guys that have that kind of mobility, and he's one of them. But can you couple that with the ability to throw and hit open receivers? If you can, you'll be one of the greats. And that's what some of those, Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen, that's what they've been able to do. Lamar Jackson, by the time, still be able to be, useful in the passing game. It's not just being able to run.
I got to tell you, I'm interested in listening to the whole Calvin Shepard interview, because, it's not like those guys are in a bubble, right? Calvin Shepard and John Morton know that they're being questioned whether or not they can hold up their end of the bargain. There were great coordinators here before. Both ended up as head coaches. I mean, Calvin Shepard's now going up against Ben Johnson. This is a chance for a real feather in the cap of our new defensive coordinator, because he's going up against the guy that everybody's understandably sad that the Lions lost. It was cool when he turned down jobs and stayed here for a minute, but eventually he takes that job. I mean, it's not that Calvin Shepard he's really going to want it. I don't use that as Calvin Shepard's going to do well because he really wants to. No, this is a big test for Calvin Shepard, and how much more credible does he come off if he can shut down a Ben Johnson offense?
Oh, incredibly credible if he can do that. And, the Lions need to take a big step forward. They took a better step forward in the second half than what they did in the first half, but they need to really do something this week on offense and on defense, because I think fans are already concerned going into the season about the Bears being an up-and-coming team with the weapons that they have around them, the decent running backs, but good receivers and a tantalizingly talented quarterback. They added to the offensive line to help him out there. And then the biggest addition of all is Ben Johnson to that team. And, I expect that at some point the Bears are going to be really, really good. I hope it's not Sunday, because the Bears kind of shut things down at halftime. They weren't nearly the team in the second half that they were in the first half. In fact, they weren't nearly the team the rest of the game outside of the first drive. So we'll see if the Lions are up to the task. I certainly hope they are. And it sure sounds like Calvin Shepard gets you fired up.
Yes. Yeah, we'll bring you that in full tomorrow. Another thing to keep an eye on is whether or not Grady Jarrett is going to play. Grady Jarrett and Gervin Dexter, who is the 6'6", 330-pounder in the middle of their defensive line, who got to J.J. McCarthy and was disruptive in that game on Monday night. Those are your 2 defensive tackles, Grady Jarrett and Gervin Dexter. And guess what? It doesn't get any easier for the interior of that offensive line, does it?
No, it doesn't.
So they are going to be challenged. It's something to keep an eye on, and we will be discussing it all in depth tomorrow as we preview the Week 2 matchup with the Chicago Bears. We'll get into Michigan State a little bit more as well on the eve of their games this weekend. Here is Rico Beard joining us in studio. Hello, Rico.
Plugging in. There we go.
There it is.
Hey, guys.
You good?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Anything exciting in your world?
I thought you would buy me 30 extra seconds, but you know what?
Oh, my apologies.
That's okay. It's showtime, man. When the lights go on, you got to be ready.
Yeah. So what's up with you? What do you got going on?
A couple things going on today. One is, look, we're going to talk a little bit about the Lions ticket pricing and basically the highest priced tickets out there. And for the average fan, just kind of want to know, have they priced you out of everything? But we're going to lead off the show. I don't know if you guys noticed or not, but yet another betting scandal taking place.
God, it makes me sick.
Has it gotten to the point where it's turned you off, or sadly, has it kind of become background noise where you used to be outraged about it, and now it's just like, wait, which one was that? Not look. It's kind of how like you hear the school shootings, and now it's just like, oh, okay, wow, that's sad, and you move on, and they all become just homogenized and become one.
So what's interesting is you look at the schools involved in this college basketball one. They're not blue bloods. They're not huge programs. I mean, Arizona State, but a lot of these are the schools that probably don't have a lot of NIL money.
Mm-hmm.
The people that want to get into fixing games know where to go.
Mm-hmm.
They go to the Louisiana, was it Shreveport or whatever the hell it was?
The prop bets. So, yeah, it's just one of those, is this turning you off? Because I don't think you can fix this.
I got my car washed last week, and the guy, one of the guys who's working on the car, says to me, he saw one of my credentials in the car, and he's like, oh, you're with the ticket. I'm saying, yeah. He goes, you think sports is fixed? And I said, do I think sports is fixed? He goes, yeah. I go, I don't think it's fixed. I think there's some issues, but I don't think it's anywhere near fixed. And he gave me the most skeptical look, like, come on, man, you know better than that.
But Gator, here's the thing.
But I know people think that way.
And now with
a story like this isn't going to help.
Every play has 10 camera angles. So now, when you see a player and it's like, wait, was he even trying? Check his bank account.
Yeah.
What's going on there?
All right, have a great show, my friend. Stay safe, everyone, and please treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Well, the fact that Sergeant Slaughter's still alive. Like, wow, I didn't realize that. It's Sergeant Slaughter, Michael. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
T and Mississippi Valley State are also under investigation. That's on top of Terry Rozier was under investigation. Malik Beasley was under investigation. Jonte Porter was both under investigation and found guilty and banished from the NBA. That's before we get to people who believe in the NFL scriptwriters, Taylor Swift, all of it. I wanted to ask the question to not only Rico, but David, and you, the listener. Has it... Look, I know we all are skeptics to a certain point. We're all jaded. But when you start to look at how easy it is for college players, don't tell me it was easy for college players to put their life and their family's life at risk by going to Bobby Bacala or Tony Two Times or Bobby Bones and get involved with the mob. That's not easy. That's a situation of desperation. This is logging into a sports book, seeing what your prop is, calling your friends, diming them out, and making it happen. That's a way different thing.
Yeah.
Have you begun to truly question what you're watching in sports with the presence of sports betting?
Mike, I have to a certain point. Now, when I'm watching the games, no, because I get caught up and you're going watching the back and forth, and it has this certain believability. But then, because now games broadcasted in 4K, 20 different camera angles on every play and possession, when you see certain things and it's like, okay, that was just way too easy. I can't believe he dropped that pass, or I can't believe he fumbled that ball out of bounds, or, I can't believe you were set up for a game-winning shot and you just let it go right through your hands and you didn't make the basket. The clock ended, and it's like you can't help but wonder, wow, did you bet on yourself? Did I just get had here? Like, did you put your personal wealth over the team and the integrity of the game? And was I had? So, yeah, there are times, not often, but there are times, Mike, when a play happens. And let's face it, you've had things happen like that in years ago, but nobody ever thought, like, as you said, oh, you must be in with the mob. But now, okay, you miss an easy layup? Like, how did you miss that? You're under points. Oh, yeah, I guess somebody go check his bank account.
My problem is it's both this and then what I already believe. And, okay, sports conspiracy. Let me put on the tinfoil, shall we?
Go for it.
So this is how I watch games. I do believe in a lot of the big matchups, and specifically the NFL. I do believe refs orchestrate to keep games competitive. I just do. Look at the Monday night game. A phantom holding call flipped that whole game. Mm-hmm. Utterly phantom.
Yeah.
Watch the NFL. I've seen receivers asking the ref, am I okay? Lined up, line of scrimmage, right? Thumbs up, thumbs up. Soon as the receiver looks upfield, ref has his hand on his flag. He just checked with you. Yeah. Flag. Too many men on the line of scrimmage. Like, there are just things that, and maybe I've watched too much sports in my life. Maybe I'm too cynical. But I would like to know from you, the fans. We're over 5 years into, what are we in, our 6th year of sports betting being legal? And I just want to know if it started to make you question things. Not that any of us, including myself, before Rico breaks my balls, not that any of us watch North Carolina A&T. How dare you? Right. I just would like to know. 248-539-9797. Because I do.
Hey,
I
man.
question a lot of it.
Hey, shout out Aggies, okay?
Oh, okay. All right, Mississippi Valley State, Delta Devils.
The Fighting Jerry Rices.
Yes.
I'll say this, Mike. Hey, look, as far as the referees go, that's a whole other aspect that, look, ever since that Donahue thing with the NBA, yeah, I didn't think that he was the lone wolf. I thought that they were probably other people, but the NBA had to quickly say, nope, it was him. Yep. The integrity of the game, it's there. I didn't believe it. And, we talked about it in Vegas. Look, that whole Shohei Ohtani thing. Like, really? I've never seen an investigation wrap up that quickly. The NCAA should take notes on what Major League Baseball did, because that investigation was wrapped up in 36 hours. It was done. Don't ask any more questions. We're satisfied with the findings. We're going to move on. Yeah, there are things where you do wonder what's going on. But, yeah, the referee thing, look, people have already said, man, this game looked like it was fixed. The refs, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's another aspect of, I really didn't think about that. But you're right, Mike. They affect the game as well, because they can call a penalty or foul and send somebody to the line to allegedly cover a bet.
248-539-9797. Again, the NCAA and these investigations. And I understand if you're going to tell me, guys, these aren't players on Ohio State. These aren't players on Michigan. I'm not paying attention to this. Okay. But ask yourself this question. You've got these players now making a lot of money, and it's very murky. What would it take for a player to never log into a sports book, but have a keen awareness of his player prop? What are you going to do? Trace every phone call? I called my uncle. My uncle called his friend at bowling league on Tuesday nights, and that guy called his wife, and his wife placed a bet. Like, yeah. You have to start thinking about this a little bit.
Didn't that happen? What was it? Was it Alabama baseball coach or something? He had a friend of his sitting in the casino, and he was on the phone calling, making the bets. So
yes,
yeah.
What was it? There's shame on me, but Notre Dame. They shut down their swimming program for a year.
Yes,
gambling allegations, and I understand. Swimming, guys. I'm making a point. Where there's smoke, there's fire. And as we settle in to watch NFL football tonight, or we settle in to watch college football all weekend, I'm sorry. I've openly and aggressively started to really have a hard time trusting what I'm watching. Mm-hmm. Now, if you want to tell me you have gone too far or you're off the reservation, I'll take the slander. But I watch more than anybody. Mm-hmm. And it wears on me.
Mike, I'll say this. I do wonder another aspect of this, and I was telling David about it. Have we reached a point where it's just so a part of our society now that you don't question it anymore, and it doesn't affect you? It's like, oh, okay, this person got caught cheating. Oh, another cheating scandal, and they become so blended together that you're like, wait, was that the one where they did this, or was that the one that they did that? And I'm not putting them on the same level, but it's like the school shootings where at first it was like, oh my God, and the world stopped, and now it's just like, oh wow, that's sad to hear that. And a school shooting
wasn't even the headline yesterday.
Right.
Shows you how far we've gone. No, I'm with you. I'm kind of numb to it, but I'll bet you when I'm watching Commanders and Pack tonight, I see some suspicious stuff, and I don't accept it. And collegiately, that's where it really falls. There's something there, because you're right. Here's the other thing. And I'm not trying to ruin Christmas for anybody, but when I look at college football, Think about this is gross, I'm saying this. I may throw up. That's quite possible. Okay. Think about the income gap in locker rooms. Now ask yourself, are players just going to accept that income gap or try to do something about it? And remember, you're not getting in bed with Lenny the Fish.
No, this is
or
true.
Or Tommy 2 times. You know what I mean? It's a different thing.
This is true because we've had coaches talk about it and say, hey, it was a clear distinctive that there was the have and the have-nots in the locker room, and I had to tell them, hey, guys, we're all one team. But, heck, Deion walking in saying, I'm coming in with my Louis and I got this. Like, yes, I am with you, especially now. It's more profitable to stay in college than to go to the pros. Chances are you may wash out of the pros, but if you can keep extending your college career and you can keep making 7 figures or high 6 figures for as long as you can, yeah, you're setting yourself up for a pretty nice life.
But it's also just if they're investigating 6, 8, 10 schools, do you think that's all there is? No. There are dozens. They just haven't been found yet. Mm-hmm. That's the reality of what we're living in. And while I'm not telling you that the NFL deals with it, I've said this for a long time to you off the air. We may as well just say it on. Rico, I think the big problem that sports has right now is prop bets. They need to get rid of prop bets that involve individual performance, period.
They do.
You can bet the team. You can bet the first half. You can bet the total. You can do whatever you like. You can do, but the prop bet thing is the problem. That's what these players were betting on. It's the easiest way to influence a game. What one player does versus what 53 players do. It's basic math.
You're correct. I can't fight you on this. It's my favorite thing I love to bet.
I know. I'm sorry.
No, but you're right because it's easy so long as we win. But in basketball, they have me at 13.5 points. So long as I get to just 12, man, I got 2 free throws late. I'm going to have to brick one of them just to make sure I stay under 13.5. But we still won the game, right? So it's a victimless crime. I'm with you on that. The temptation is there, especially as you said.
With the money.
I'm not making, I'm not getting, $3 million to play someplace. I'm getting, $50,000. So if I see an opportunity to make some money, you're right. I'm gonna take advantage of it. And so
I'm gonna get mine.
So long as we still win, did it really hurt anybody?
248-539-9797. We got a jam-packed show. We will get to some Lions stuff later. Got some college football, not this type of stuff, but a couple of things we need to vent on. And look, I want to bring up Lions and just talking with Rico about it. If you thought, I'd really like to go to the game this weekend. Yeah, I'd really like to take my kid. The pricing to go to these games, I just want to hear from you, the people. It is amazing to me what the cheapest ticket to get in that building Sunday costs. We'll do all of it and more next. All right, winter is fast approaching. What are you going to do? Wait until it's 3 degrees out? Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Upgrade your system now. Save up to $1,000. New AC, up to $1,000. Generator, furnace, you name it. You save up to $1,000. Call for details. You can schedule that free in-home estimate today. It's Mastercraft. Honest work, great same-day service when you call before noon. It's mastercraftheating.com.
Hey guys, it's Rico, and you hear us talking all the time on the show. In sports, a lot can change. Rosters, man, they're rewritten all the time. The players and teams, they come and go. But no matter what changes over the next 5 years, there's one thing that you can count on. The price of your internet will remain the same. Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee, a single internet price guaranteed for 5 years. Life is unpredictable. With the price of your internet, it shouldn't be. With the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you get 5 years of their most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for the price that stays exactly the same. All in means all in. With your Wi-Fi equipment included and unlimited data included, don't be that friend who has the bad setup that's lagging and buffering. Xfinity brings you all the best games all in one place. Plus, with enhanced 4K, it feels like you're right in the stadium. When the game's on the line, you need a reliable connection and a reliable price. Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com or just drop into an Xfinity store today.
And I pray the Lions win Sunday, or the Sunday Night Football show available on YouTube is going to be, might be the last show you ever hear from Cookies. He may move to Mexico. All right.
Wait.
What?
Well, they've installed new lights in here, and lights were flashing for the morning show. So it looked like disco lights. So Kenny.
No. I tuned into the live stream a little bit yesterday. Okay. And I took a double take because I thought Bill Bellamy and Dan Cortez were hosting the show from MTV Spring Break. Mm-hmm. Rico, behind you, it looked like Studio 54. What the hell is going on? What is going on?
I think they were just testing the lights, Mike. They were,
well,
but Cookies thought that maybe it was a sign from God, because it was a disco, that he should go double-digit disco this Sunday.
Well, if you don't beat the Bears, you're trash. David, your take, and then I would love some ticket text. We'll get to the callers as well. Just opening up, I know it's not above the fold on your newspaper, but it's like 7 schools the NCAA is currently investigating former athletes for illegal sports betting in college. Big story yesterday, San Jose State, Fresno State, 3 different players, prop bets, sharing information, betting on their own performances. Like, guys, how much are you starting to question what you're watching? And I did bring it to the NFL. That's a me thing. The NFL, I think the referees are choreographers. I'm not trying to insult anybody, but you just see it way too often, including Monday night. That game was on the verge of being a blowout, and a phantom holding call flipped the script. I see it too much. I can't help it. I'm a skeptic. David, what do you got?
Here's what I have, because what I hate about it is I just want to watch sports. And I hate the fact that it's in the back of my mind when something happens that, oh, could this be? Could this be the refs doing this? Could this be someone betting and they're fixing their line? I hate that. I truly hate that. I just want to watch sports for its purity. That's what I want to watch it for. Yeah. It's the ultimate reality show. And now there are things in the back of my mind that are saying, oh, this is fixed. Oh, they did up, the refs up. I don't want to do that, and I hate that.
David, I'm with you because, hey, look, looks like, seems like, feels like, but nameless player during a Pistons run going for the game-winning shot, and ball goes out of his hands and out of bounds, and then you hear this guy may be up for an investigation. You're like, wait, what just happened here? What just happened here? Now, it's all alleged. Let me just put that out there. But I'm not the only one in this city that said, hey, wait, whoa. You immediately went back to that moment and said, wait a minute, what's going on?
Ticket Text here says, NIL and online e-betting has begun the process of destroying college sports, and it's all based on greed across the board, and it's sickening. From Vince, these sports books make too much money.
Wait, how did NIL take astray?
I think the NIL takes astray because you have disproportionate, like, these are not grown adults. And you have, for instance, All right. I want to use a different example than Bryce Underwood. There are plenty of other guys. Here, Caleb Downs. Caleb Downs is making a couple of $1 million at Ohio State, right? There are plenty of guys on that roster that aren't making $100,000. When you create that level of disproportionality in college, you are inviting. Players are not going to sit there and go, you know what? I'm really happy for Caleb. He's a good guy. He's getting everything he deserves, and I don't deserve more. I'm just a third-string guard. No, they're going to go, I got to get mine. We live in a society of I got to get mine. That's why NIL takes astray. There's no rules. Nothing is standardized. And hell, Rico, you know this from all of your contacts. So many of these kids, the information that's out there is wrong. They are falsely associated with certain levels of money. It creates, I don't even know how you keep a locker room together. But the whole point is you are inviting what happened at San Jose State and Fresno State. Mm-hmm. You're asking for it.
You are. And unfortunately, Mike, I think this is probably going to keep growing and growing. And maybe it becomes a big problem once it finally hits one of the big Power 4 schools. When all of a sudden you hear somebody at Kansas or Kentucky or Arkansas or Ohio State, Michigan State, Notre Dame, Michigan. Then all of a sudden I think people will be like, oh, my goodness, how long has it been going on? It's been going on for a while. But I think we are numb to it. I think it's going to it's turning into background noise because it's just like, oh, there's another case. Oh, and there's another case. And there's another case. Because, whenever it's somebody big enough, it's amazing how quickly it gets swept under the rug. No big deal here.
Yes.
Don't look here. No. No. A nobody player will hang out to dry. A star player, you may blame the interpreter.
Let's go to Matt on a cell. He's batting leadoff today, 97-1. Matty, what's going on, buddy?
Yo, what's up, man? There are times where I think games are fixed. Referees, get paid under the table to, fix some games. But I think the biggest fix for me that I believe in, and it's not football, it's boxing. The Tyson-Paul fight, I thought that was the biggest fix ever because there's no way that Paul is going to lose to Mike Tyson.
Well, and if you watch it, he didn't even attempt to do it. That was like an agreement. I'm not going to hurt you. You're not going to hurt me. We're both going to get paid. Let's leave. Now, Matt, what some people will tell you is that's not an honest sports event. That's a made-for-TV exhibition.
Yeah, it's a good call. Exhibition.
Well, there's been football games where I've bet on where, I need a certain point total, and then they'll stop, let's say 49.5, and then, they'll need a touchdown, but they'll kick a field goal for no reason, even though they're at the 1 yard line.
There's been stuff like that.
Doing?
Yeah, you know what's interesting about it too is this weekend something happened that I don't know that I've ever heard before. Did you hear Lane Kiffin on the field?
Yeah,
against Kentucky, and they were talking in the post game, and it was right on the field. The guy openly was aware of the spread and apologized to gamblers, and that just struck me as really out there. I'm not telling you coaches need to be babes in the woods. But do we really want to be in the business where the coach knows the spread and it just, I don't know, it just struck me. It was so bizarre.
It was, and I thought, okay, maybe it's Lane Kiffin just being Lane, saying something just to speak, but then he just spoke to gambling, and coaches are not even supposed to know what the point spread. That's the talking points. Oh, I know nothing about what's going on. I read nothing about my team. I don't follow it on the internet. I don't listen to the radio. But he knew the exact point spread, and one of the first things out of his mouth wasn't thanking God for the win, but sorry about the point spread, people. I know I screwed you over.
It's just, I don't know. Maybe I'm naive, but it just struck me like, wow, we have arrived at a different point for sure. 248-539-9797. We are going to get to that Lions tickets thing, top of the hour. We've got some college football for you. Lots to do, and we'll cover it all. We'll get more of your phone calls as well and more ticket texts. A couple notes. Yes. Hey, guess what? It's FanDuel. There you go. What a perfect segue, right? If you don't play in the game tonight, you're welcome to bet on it. $5, get $300 in bonus bets. Pick a bet, do whatever the hell you like with it. Unlock $300 in bonus bets across the app, Parlays, player props, I leave those to Rico. Or a live line. Whatever you like, they got you covered. NFL season, it's here. It's up to you whether you want to play or not. It's not easy. FanDuel.com/ticket. Download the FanDuel app. Get started today. 21 and up. Present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issue now. Withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Boy, it shows you how sometimes we get wrapped up in our own stuff. Fellas, you know what I just realized? Maybe shame on me. You know what today is?
9/11?
Yep. Yeah. I just realized it. I'd clicked on a New York newspaper during the break. Jesus. We're also approaching 25 years. Good God.
Yeah.
Where the hell does time go?
Well, Mike, next year. I was talking about it this morning with my class.
Oh, excuse us, David. Let's step back.
No. Where time
Professor.
No, where time goes, none of them were around. They weren't born yet.
Oh my God. Okay, you win. That's actually, God, you've made me feel even worse.
Wow.
Right. They were like,
how I feel old.
Yeah, we read about it, seen stuff on the internet. I was like, so I was kind of going through the day of what I was doing that day and where I was at Fox 2. But yeah, they weren't born yet. So
yeah, no, it's just wow. I mean, I remember like the Giants were playing the Broncos on Monday Night Football, and they got torched. Classic.
Yeah.
And I went to bed in anger, and I was in college, and like I remember turning the TV on, and instead of it being on SportsCenter, which was, me and my roommates, like that was the standard. The TV may as well had a lock on it, like a channel lock.
Mm-hmm.
SportsCenter was on every night before you went to bed. I got up and I had like a 10 a.m. class. It was an econ class.
You wake up to Stuart Scott in the morning.
Instead, I woke up to ABC Special News Report, and 10 minutes later, the second plane hit the tower. So, 25 years, that's crazy. Sorry, didn't mean to go down memory lane.
No, Mike, it is, but it was just one of those things where it's like, wow, but yeah, you're getting close to 25 years, but yeah, it was just something that, just so many things happen, but you now realize that there's a generation who only knows about it from the stories that you tell. They've never seen it.
It's a good thing Kenny's not here today, because I know he'd be playing the old people music. All right, let's go to the phones. Wow. Tom is in Atlanta, and he's up next. Tommy, what's going on, buddy?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Good, Tom. What's on your mind?
So the way I look at this is, I don't always trust the outcome of games, and these scandals I think are just symptoms of a larger problem where you have a system put in place where you have a league with a network with a show about how to play your fantasy, how to bet. You have the logos on the fields, on the courts. You have this whole system, and this just isn't about sports. This is you just talked about what happened 24, 25 years ago. You have a whole system that is, a financialization economy around, people have to justify their means to get paid, and it's just part of it. I mean, this is a system that we're a part in, and people are going to take advantage of it. And
Tom,
like you said, unless they get rid of the prop bets, unless they get rid of it, it's just people are going to find
Tom,
a way.
I want to further your point, though. I think you're onto something, but take it a step further. I don't have an issue. Clearly, we don't have an issue, right? It's okay to talk about betting on games. We don't run the league. We are not the team. Where we crossed lines is two ways, and I want your opinion, Tom. A, when the leagues themselves began getting in bed with sports books, but then when you have not only the leagues, the teams, and the kiosks at the games, but then you have media outlets whose name is lent to a sports book, ESPN Bet. Now, think about this, right? So the NFL gets in bed with all the books. They're the league. To me, that's wrong. But the NFL is now co-owner in ESPN, and ESPN themselves is a sports book. See, it's gone too far. Or am I overthinking it, Tom?
No.
I mean, absolutely, because it's a new. So they have to look at for a new revenue stream. Like it used to be advertising. This is like another revenue stream. It's another way. It's all about the quarter. It's Wall Street. And this extends to other industries. It's like if you look at tech, it's AI. It's like we have to CEOs. We have to justify our means. We have to justify our pay packages. So it just gets perverted. And then you have someone that is on a team that tries to take advantage of the situation morally, ethically. It might not be right, but that's just a downstream symptom of a much larger problem that we have.
Yeah, no, it's Tom. It's a good call. I share a lot of your opinion on it. It's just gone too far. It's just too much of too much. And again, if you're in the entertainment space, I'm fine with it. But once you become an owner of a sports book, okay, hold on now. And then the leagues themselves, that's the biggest issue. How can a league sit there and look, there are colleges that got in with sports books. All the pros, I mean, I can't even keep it straight, Rico, watching an NBA game. You'll see an advertisement on the court for one sports book, commercials during the break for another, but then in game, the team mascots offering you their same game parlay, like Benny the Bull. I got Lonzo Ball over 4 assists. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
That's where, when we read these stories about the scandals, we can't be surprised. And it does take away a level, not all. I don't want to be an alarmist. It takes away a level of credibility to what we're watching. And I'm with David, Rico. We may as well finish a segment where I realized 9/11 was almost 25 years ago. You're right. There is an innocence to this that's kind of been lost. There has. Look at my feelings for college football, Rico. Everything I loved about the sport was rooted in not all virtuous things, but things that had nothing to do with money. Mm-hmm. There was an emotional tie to it, historical tie to it, a familiarity,
pageantry.
All those things, those things are gone. No. So there is an element of it where our relationship with sports is, I think, in real time changing. No. Look at what Adam Silver said yesterday. Did you catch that?
I did.
He tells fans, hey, if you can't afford to stream games, essentially, F you. But don't be mad. We're a highlight league. And I sat there and I'm going, did you just straight up tell people they don't even need to watch your games?
Yes. What? Watch Steph Curry hit threes. Watch this dunk. Watch LeBron. Watch Luka. Watch all of the plays. Get the highlights, whether it's on Instagram or TikTok or YouTube, or just watch your ESPN highlights as they break it down with Shaq and Kenny and Ernie now and Charles. Yeah, that's it. You don't really need to watch the entire game because the package probably isn't for you if you're complaining.
And I do. I go back to what I said last segment. These scandals, I think 99% of them could be handled. Get rid of these prop bets. Get rid of it.
Yeah.
You can't. It's to your point, Rico, you said something brilliant. You don't even realize it. The camera angles, the 4K, the replays. It is very hard for a player to, quote, tank a game when it's about the team and the spread.
Yeah.
But when you get into the prop stuff, hey, man, guys drop passes. Hey, guys get tired. Guys get illness.
Yeah.
That's where you're inviting this. And then, moreover, it's in the Wild West period of the NCAA. You're never going to get me to believe that the schools that are under investigation right now are the only ones. Or should I say the athletes formerly associated with Eastern, Temple, Arizona State, New Orleans, North Carolina A&T, Mississippi Valley State, San Jose State, Fresno State. Guys, you get to the numbers 8, 9, or 10, come on, there's 20 or 30. Who are we kidding?
Oh, no. And I think that more will come out over time, and you may see even bigger schools, and it may even leak over to the professional ranks. But, yeah, this I think is just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, the Jonte Porter thing, I don't believe that's the only one. I think it's the only player who got caught.
Yeah. Yeah. Which still, to me, it's just like, wow, you're in the league, but I guess enough is not enough.
But, but also, too, is I think, correct me if I am wrong, wasn't it written, he had actually gotten himself into a Malik Beasley situation with debt.
Yep. I think you're right. But I got to think, at that point, hey, brother, can you help me out here? You make a lot more money than me. Can you scratch me a check? Michael, help me out. No? Okay.
Yeah, people forget his brother signed a $100 million deal with the Nuggets.
Right.
Mike, I need a rounding error, will you please?
Right. And it's a loan that I'm never going to pay you back. Because remember, okay. Yeah. Remember I hooked you up with that girl in 3rd grade? Yeah, this is repayment.
David, a couple of ticket texts, and we'll keep it moving.
These sports books make too much money off of the player props. They should get rid of them, but they won't. That is from Vince.
Yeah, it's on the leagues. I think the leagues are the ones who have the control based on the contractual obligations with the books. Hey, if you want to have your advertisements during our games, on our fields, on our stadiums, we're not doing this. But there's no integrity anymore. They're not going to do anything. They don't care. 90% of fans probably don't care, and I did a terrible job taking the conversation I had with Rico and making it our first topic. But damn it, I found it interesting. But I mean, I just think we start to view sports a little bit like wrestling.
No, you're fine, Mike. You're not. Hey, look. I enjoyed it, so we'll move on.
Me too. To hell with it. It was fun.
And then,
minus the fact I feel super old now after our 9/11 discussion.
Well, and because I remember the other thing that morning, just getting up trying to pick up another receiver. Why? Because Ed McCaffrey broke his leg in that game.
Ed McCaffrey, and now Christian McCaffrey's always hurt.
Right.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Feeling older now?
Okay then. Yeah, dude, it's not going well over here. I'm already under the weather. Now I feel like one of the Golden Girls. All right, Moran Buick GMC. Tailgating is back. So are the deals. 26 GMC Terrain, $359 a month. 15-inch infotainment screen, remote start, and a host of other features. The Buick Envista, $299 a month. Both deals are 36 months, only $999 down. And inventory rolls in daily. Even Denali's are in stock. Check it all out, MoranExpress.com. The guide you every step of the way. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. Let's get to business. Football is in the air. David, let the music be thy guide.
All right. Let's have some fun, guys. I got a little game for you at the end of this blitz, but I got a few NFL odds and ends from week 1 and week 2 coming up.
I've got an odds and an end for you, too.
Okay. Well, Michael, first of all,
yes,
Jacksonville Jaguars are saying, hey, they're going to keep playing Travis Hunter on both sides of the ball. Are they going to burn this kid out before the season ends?
No, they're going to get him hurt. I mean, I watched some of that game. I was one of 7 people in America doing that. He got rocked a couple of times. And I'd be very careful throwing him the ball in the middle of the field. His body is not built for that. Look, it's 1 week. I'm not going to overreact. Rico, I still believe 90% of the snaps he will play will be at wide receiver.
Mike, I'm glad you said that because you weren't the only one that watched that game. I also watched that game, and it felt like they didn't use him enough as a decoy. They went at him almost all the time. Throw it. And you're right. They're going to get him killed, man.
Right. You got to put him on the perimeter. Let him use his catch radius, his athleticism. They ran one little screenplay to him. You're going to get him killed.
All right, guys, I have a quote, and we're going to play a little Who Said It right now. A little impromptu Who Said It. Quote, it was a great opportunity, great fit for me to come here and basically do what I do and just help the younger guys.
Oh, boy. Can we get a hint?
Yes, he just signed with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh, Zadarius Smith.
That is Zadarius Smith. Look, and then you have Jadeveon Clowney going down there, working out for the Cowboys. I'm going to ask this question. I know what the answer should be, but I'm just going to ask it again.
Yeah.
Are the Lions missing the boat here of going out and trying to get an edge rusher?
Yes, because these are not low risk. They're no risk acquisitions. You have the cap space. These are 1-year deals. And when Pascal comes back or when McNeil comes back, you are simply able to have insurance policy. I don't want to hear about the 7th offensive lineman, the 7th wide receiver or the 9th O-lineman. Rico, I'll never understand it. I'm done yelling about it. There's no point. But these are no-risk acquisitions.
Mike, I'll take it a step further. They're not even 1-year deals. They could be 6-week deals. Vested vets. You can release them at any point because there's no guarantees on that deal. So, yeah, there's a no risk here,
David,
and they are missing the boat.
I'm looped on cold medicine, and you're on the limitless pill. That may be the best point made all day.
Yeah.
I should just leave. I can leave.
All right, David, you and I till 6. Okay.
Greater Life, afternoons,
All right,
2 to 6.
Before we get to the game, I may need a little help. I need a little therapy. Brock Purdy, George Kittle, injured, turf toe, whatever. Should we just stick a fork in the Niners in week 2? Okay.
Take that privilege. Take that privilege. And then hold. You know what the Saints are going to tell you Sunday? Hold this L. Woo!
Mac Jones.
Buddy, it all came full circle. Remember the draft rumors?
Yes.
You were going to trade up to take Mac Jones. You ended up. It's the return of the Mac. That's right.
Okay.
No, listen, outside of my spite for you and all the success your team has, it is rotten what has taken place. Kittle gone for a month. This Purdy thing sounds like it could be multi-week.
Turf toe.
Yeah, it's I can find a shred of sympathy for you. Just a shred.
Yeah, 2 to 5 weeks. It's the Saints, so I think that was the free square. They're figuring we could beat the Saints with a backup, right?
Yeah, but if it
be careful now.
continues within that 2 to 5 weeks, you have 2 divisional games against the Cardinals and at the Rams.
Just remember who I. Yeah, that's right. That's my pick to win the West.
So there we go, man. That's. I mean,
the Desert Birds.
Will Kyler be able to see over his line?
No.
All right.
No, he won't.
He'll be on stilts.
Let's do a little.
They actually have a pulley system. They lift him up when he throws.
He just jumps. Okay.
Yep.
The Tim Tebow jump pass.
It's a Cirque du Soleil setup.
All right. Let's play a little game, guys, called Bad Game or Bad Sign. All right? After week 1, bad game or bad sign, A.J. Brown?
I'm going to say bad sign. Health is always an issue. He was hurt to start the year. He always gets hurt in year. I'm convinced his knee is made of Legos. I'm going to say bad sign.
I'm going to say bad sign because there's always been that question mark of the connection between Hurts and A.J. Brown. So right there, it's a bad sign that week 1 started like that.
Bad game, bad sign, Joe Burrow.
Bad sign. O-line blows. Full stop. The poor guy's got no shot.
Yeah, I'm going to go bad game because it's just week 1 for them is never good. So I'll stick with bad game.
Just wait till they lose to the Jags Sunday.
Oh, my.
Oh, we're serving up hotcakes today on a Thursday, David.
I see. That cold medicine, man.
These lozenges are spiked with crack.
It's Mike's newest live reads. All right. Now with crack.
Right. Added meth.
A picture of Kenny on the cover. All right. Bad game or bad sign, Omarion Hampton.
I didn't even hear anything you said.
Oh, bad game, bad sign, Omarion Hampton.
Bad game. I still have a high degree of belief in him. And the Chiefs are a very good, front, very good against the run. I'm going to say bad game. Let me let that roll a little bit.
I'm also going to say bad game because I think Harbaugh wanted to prove a point. We lost our left tackle. Doesn't matter. Watch this.
I thought it was he could win without cheating.
But he also went to the other running back, David. Your running backs.
I know.
Yeah, but it's a Greg Roman offense. There's always going to be 2 backs. Okay. Always.
Bad game, bad sign, Brian Thomas Jr.
Bad game. He's still a stud. There's a short list of, super young wideouts. He's in the first 3 or 4 guys you'd select. I'm going to say bad game.
It's bad game because it goes to what I said about Travis Hunter.
Yes.
Every time he was out there, they want to throw the ball to him. What about the other guy? You drafted him, had a good year last year. Throw him the ball.
Bad game, bad sign, Cooper Kupp.
Bad sign. I mean, he's basically the football equivalent of Abe Vigoda.
Yeah, this is a bad sign. He'll be doing the Adam Thielen in a year, and he'll go back home because he's done.
He fell off quick.
He's also morphing into a hippie.
Bad game, bad sign, Jared Goff.
Bad game. I can't throw it in the garbage after one bad game. Now, he don't look good against the Bears. We're gonna have a different conversation. But I'll say bad game.
I'm gonna say bad career. Say no. I'm joking. I'm joking.
Cookies, is that you?
Bad game. Bad game.
Okay. And last one, Nico Collins.
Bad game. I mean, 2 catches for 21 yards. Come on now. That's absurd. I would expect much better on Monday night. I'm going to say bad game.
I'm also going to go differently here. Bad C.J. Stroud. He's never going to be the same, obviously. So Nico can't be that guy. He won't get the ball. Okay. They can't protect him, and C.J. Stroud forgot how to be a quarterback.
Well, according to you, Tank Dell's back next week, so there's always that.
Once he returns, then Nico's back.
David, there's a headstone, and it reads Tank Dell.
All right.
I like this game, by the way.
All right.
In loving memory, Tank Dell.
This Blitz brought to you by Cough Drops with Meth. 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The NCAA is in the process of alleging violations pertaining to 13 former college basketball players at 6 different schools, which include sports betting and a related failure to cooperate. Eastern Michigan is listed, and they offered us the following statement, quote, EMU remains committed to compliance with NCAA rules and preserving the integrity of competition. The university cooperated fully with the NCAA staff and appreciates the NCAA's recognition that it is not at risk for violations or penalties. We look forward to concluding the matter, end quote. Lions offensive lineman Taylor Decker missed practice yesterday with a shoulder injury, but offensive coordinator John Morton said they totally expect him to play this week against the Bears. The NFL says they will not discipline Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson, saying that the team has addressed the matter instead. This after a fan pushed him from the first row and Lamar pushed back in the game on Sunday. The Tigers are in search of their sweep tonight against the Yankees. Cam Schlittler will battle as the opener against Tyler Holton today. In the first inning this year, Holton has tossed 5 innings, allowing just 1 run. Sawyer Gibson-Long will likely serve as the bulk man. President Donald Trump expected to be in attendance today as the nation remembers 9/11. It's the first time since Richard Nixon the Tigers have played in front of a sitting president. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock. Great to have you with us. Gorgeous Thursday afternoon. I do apologize. I am under the weather, so I'm sorry if I sound a little off. I want to talk about the Lions home opener, but in a different way. We're going to get to all the football tomorrow, and it's all going to lead us to the same path. Beat the Bears or you're garbage. Simple. But when Rico and I were talking about this before the show, guys, I just want to understand, from a fan's perspective, I don't view going to an NFL game as a right, but I do view it as an option. So, for me growing up, I couldn't go to Giants games. They had a waiting list, and the best we could do is we get to go to a preseason game. And that's what we got to do. We didn't have money. So believe me, I understand it's not a right. What I'm saying is the option would have been there had tickets been more available. We didn't have things like StubHub, back in the 1860s. Basically, I'm old. But when I look at what it cost to go to the game this weekend, I was shocked. And I want to hear from you guys. We want to hear from you guys. The standing room only is north of $300. Reasonably decent seats. Forget about premium stuff. Reasonably decent seats are $700-800 a piece. That's before we talk parking, before we talk concessions, any of it. And I look, people have waited a lifetime for the Lions to be good. If you want to say we had this in the 90s where every other year we were good, that's cool. That's still 30 years ago. The idea that if you wanted to take your kid, much less kids plural, and it's going to cost you, if you have 2 kids and you wanted to take them to a game, I mean, there's no way you're doing it for under $1,000. You're just not. And I wanted to know if it's reached a point where now as a fan, you feel like you've been pushed out. Not by the team necessarily, because again, the secondary market is the market. But here's the comp I want to make. And Rico, don't roll your eyes. Just hear me out before I say it. I'm not going to turn this into something, but what's happening in sports, and it's actively happening, I see it happen in my sport, horse racing. That was for the common man, okay? Whether it's the track I grew up near in Saratoga where $2 got you in and you brought your cooler, to where now on the big days of racing, it's $100 to get in and you don't bring your cooler. And you go, what did the average guy pay for? big events in horse racing are now really just for the elites. That's the way they're pricing it. Ask anyone who went to the Kentucky Derby 10 years ago compared to what it is now. It's 3, 4, 5x. You're seeing that with the NFL if your team is good. That it is becoming this thing that I don't know how the average guy with a couple of kids and a mortgage, I don't know how you're going to a game. Not season tickets. Hey, my kid's birthday, I want to take him to a game. I'm sorry. I didn't grow up in a household where my birthday present was $1,000. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I want to hear from people because it's this weird juxtaposition of, I love this team. This team is good. I've never wanted to see them more, but I've never felt less able to see them. Does that make sense?
No, Mike, it makes a lot of sense because, yeah, especially with the popularity of the team, everybody wants to go. So it's got to be difficult to tell your kids, hey, Dad, can we go to the game? You want Christmas? You want to go to the game? Because that's pretty much what it's boiling up down to. And I guess the Lions try to balance it out because I guess that's where the control scrimmage and they let fans in for free to watch the practice, and the players will hang out there and sign the autographs and things like that to kind of balance it out. But yeah, with the price of tickets, I don't know how people can do that, especially for standing room only. That's not a seat, and that's not including, as you said, parking. Hey, can I get a hat? Can I get a T-shirt? Can I get this? That's coming up to a hefty price tag.
It is. And look, I think it's very similar with college. It is. These colleges that are any good, it's NFL pricing plus. I mean, the last year I had season tickets at State was 2016. Face value of the good games was north of $150 a pop. That wasn't some value. And that's without the seat licenses. So I wanted to talk to Lion fans today. I didn't want to do this tomorrow. And Rico and I talked about it off the air, guys. And it's this idea of, look, we're all into it. We all love the NFL, and we all root for the Lions, want them to be good. But I just feel like there's a real line of delineation that's been drawn between the diehards and then maybe a lot of the people that are actually at the game, that it's turning into something that's more social scene than actual fandom. Like, I'll give you an example. The first time they made the playoffs, that Rams game, that was one of the loudest buildings ever on planet Earth, ever, right? The following year against Washington, in what was a very exciting game, I had a number of people I know who were at that game, and they said it was night and day difference. Not that it was a wine and cheese crowd, but it was different. And the only separator would be the cost of the tickets, the amount of people selling them, and then who was buying them. So if you wanted, let's say on a lark, you got a call from your wife, and she's like, "Hey, I'm going out with our daughter Sunday," and you're like, "Geez, maybe I could buy some cheap tickets to the Lions game. I'll sit in the rafter." The cheapest ticket, for sake of I think there's like one ticket available for $298, and I don't even know if that's with fees attached. Call it $300 for the cheapest ticket. Who the hell is looking to spend the better part of $1,000 to sit in the nosebleeds and bump their head off the ceiling? So do you feel like all sports, not just, I'm not vilifying the organization because this is the secondary market we're talking about. Look, the organization raising ticket prices is bad enough. But do you feel like sports is being taken from you guys? 248-539-9797.
I absolutely do think that it is, Mike. And you're right. The more, and I think you see this not just with the Lions, but everybody, the more popular a team becomes, case in point, it's the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl is just a bunch of rich people who may not even be paying attention to the game. The real fan, your championship is the NFC or AFC championship game because that's the last time you'll see real diehard people out there rooting and cheering and who followed the team for decades because they can't afford to go to the Super Bowl. Let's just face it. It's getting priced out. So the more popular your team is, chances are you can't see them. And if the team is bad, yes, it's a bunch of diehards there because nobody's buying the ticket. So, yes, I do think that sports, especially the good teams, your real fans, the fans that are going to be loud, because there was a difference between the Rams game and the Commanders game. That wasn't the same crowd. And a lot of people couldn't afford the Commanders tickets.
No, and honestly, they're also pricing out other people. And believe me, there's no plastic violin here. But I have a buddy of mine who, very successful guy, he's a good man, comes from nothing, like self-made, but loves the Lions. Dedicated a hell of a lot of money. And they eventually raised the prices of his seats, which they're egregious. I'm not going to tell you what they are because I don't want you targeting where they are. The point is, he basically was like, you know what? Take the tickets, roll them up nice and tight, and pound them. I'm done. This is greed. What you're doing here is greed. I'm out. Like, it's changed his view of the team. So I just, that's the conversation I want to have. And if you're listening, listen, you're not wrong if you're like, listen, I don't care what they cost, I'll pay it. But I want to know if your relationship with sports is changing based on the average guy is seemingly not welcome. And with ticket prices, I mean, look, I can tell you standing room only $300 a head. Is that really an honest thing? Who's lining up to do standing room only? Not many people. Right. So if you want a seat, you're talking $600-$700. A good seat. Now, you want nosebleeds, you probably $350, $400. Just canvassing the arena. Guys, you tell me. 248-539-9797. Lions home opener. It's the highest priced ticket in the league. What's your take on it? And what's your relationship with the team, the sport, as this seemingly only spirals further? Northville Lumber, we talk about them all the time. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. And Northville is Michigan's Trex superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder, a do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have what you need. You don't need to ask, is it in stock? The answer is yes. Everything's in stock all the time. Call Northville Lumber today or simply go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Okay. Apparently this really struck a chord. So, all right. I'm happy. I think it's a really good conversation and just would like to know where you're at with it. David, do you want to comment real quick? And then we'll do some ticket text and go right to the people.
Yeah, I do, because you bring up the tickets for this game this weekend, and it's not just an NFL thing. It's not just a Lions thing, because I saw the difference with the Pistons. The Pistons were starting to win, and I went to a game with my cousin, and even the crowd there was different. They weren't paying attention to the game. It was just an event. And I'm like, the real Pistons fans that want to come here cannot even afford to go anymore. It's ridiculous, and the atmosphere has changed, and concert tickets are ridiculous. Try to take my wife to a concert, and it's just crazy out there just to be entertained for 4 hours. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I also think it's an absurdity in a 3-year span to go from tickets being affordable to tickets being the highest in the league, seemingly.
Well, but it's supply and demand. I mean, everybody wants to go to the game, so that means that the price is going to go up, because now the Lions are an event. They're not just a game anymore. It's you want to be there. So, yeah.
David, ticket text, and we'll go to the callers.
Ticket text here says, it's a shame all these diehard Lions fans throughout the decades can't even go because of these take advantage of ticket prices. Someone else says, grew up with the Lions and used to be able to go reasonably. I understand inflation, but these ticket prices are insane and prices so many people out. I'm not paying $1,000 to sit nosebleed. That is John in Shelby.
No, and that's a big key. Just because you can spend it doesn't mean that you do. You know, like, I mean, I use that example all the time. Like, there was Belmont Stakes was at Saratoga last summer, first time ever, limited run event. I got a call from my ticket rep, and I've known him for 15 years. I told him, I go, you can keep him. It's not could I have spent the money? Sure. I'm not doing that. It's not worth it to me at that point. You're pricing things that where you almost got to feel guilty for doing it. That's how you know you shouldn't. Because you're like, this is dumb. This is frivolous. Let's go to the people, see what everybody's got to say. We'll go to Scotty. He's in Chesterfield, 97.1. Scott, what's going on, buddy?
How you doing?
Hey, Scott. Good, Scotty.
You know, you had said, do you think, sports is being taken away from you? And I think it absolutely is. I mean, by fictitious numbers that they put out there, based on my salary, I should be upper middle class, right? There's no way in hell that I'm going to spend $1,000 to go to a home game against the Chicago Bears, a regular season game. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. It's a shame, really. And I got a kid that really wants to go, and I'd love to be able to take him. But, I mean, they've priced so many people out of this that it's absolutely ridiculous. And then to go back to the sports betting thing, it seems like all of the joy of sports is being taken away, right? I mean, that was one of the few things in life that brought me joy was sports. And now it seems like everything is just being taken away, because, I mean, you go to these
Pretty sure he either crashed his car or dropped his phone. And I hope it's the latter.
I'm hoping he dropped his phone.
I don't know what just took place there.
I think he hit a bad spot. Let's say that.
But I think he was about to get to the good part, but that's unfortunate. All right, we'll go to Tommy, 97.1. Tommy, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I love the show. Anyway, so it's actually funny. Me and my buddy had to buy a ticket to go see a Rams game in L.A., buy a plane ticket, and stay out there. That's all cheaper than buying one ticket for us at Ford Field.
Come on. You talking about the game a couple of years ago where they ran 80 trick plays?
No, I'm talking about this year when they play the Rams in December. Yeah, in December when they play the Rams. So my uncle lives out there, so I'm not paying for lodging, which is nice, but the plane ticket and the game ticket is cheaper than one game ticket at Ford Field.
Unbelievable.
And we checked all the games, every single game. It was still cheaper.
Unbelievable.
No, but here's the thing, Tommy, I think that's why you see a lot of Lions takeovers on the road games, because it's easier to get tickets.
Exactly, that's
there.
what I'm saying.
So easier and cheaper. So, As soon as you said that, Tommy, I'm like, he's talking about this year for Rams games.
But guys, let's be fair. Now, Tommy's got a unique situation where he's got free lodging, right? Or you use some airline miles. When you're talking about some of these road takeovers, like that Houston game, or let's say the Lions are in Tampa, I don't know, man. You're talking about hotel, airfare, food, the ticket.
Okay,
I got a hard time believing it's cheaper.
No, but Mike, here's the thing. Even if it balances out, you can justify it as a weekend getaway
versus 3 hours.
Right.
Okay.
So
Rico wins.
At least, we went to this because I fully expect Lions fans have bought every available seat in Cincinnati. Why? You could drive there. You don't have to fly, so it's the price of gas, and all you now have to pay for is
what week they playing the Bengals?
Week 5.
Hold on. What's the date on that? I want to,
You said the Bengals, correct?
Yes,
that is
buddy.
October 5th.
You know what you could do? I believe opening day at Keeneland is the 4th. You could do Keeneland Saturday, Lions Sunday. Keeneland's about 45 minutes from the bridge, because Cincy Stadium's right next to the bridge in Covington. Yeah, you could do a double dip.
Or you could just go to a Lions game. But that's just it, Mike. Now you could do multiple things. So
you go to Keeneland and you win the money to pay for the whole trip. That's the key.
Keeneland opens October 3rd.
Oh,
and
baby.
this game is 2 days later.
People, that's the takeover. That's the one.
But it's easier to do that because I got a neighbor and that's all he does. He and his wife, they make a trip out of it. Rather than just go down to the game, let's go to Houston. Let's go to these other places. Houston, the city, not the steakhouse. But let's go to these places.
Let's go to Nolan, 97.1. Nolan, what's going on, buddy?
Oops. Hold on.
Hold on. Take a beat. Just relax for a second. I'll tell you what. I'll keep it timely. Nolan's going to be first out of the shoe. I want to be timely. I don't want to get yelled at by David.
All right.
248-539-9797. We go right back to the phones next. And Rico can figure out the phone screener. 97.1.
Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that support any fitness journey, but it won't hit your pocket that hard. Why? Because Planet Fitness is a judgment-free environment where you can feel free to get strong your way on your time so you can feel your best self, your strongest self with the best in-class equipment for a full workout, from strength training to cardio. They have a lot of brand-new equipment in there, from treadmills, Stairmasters, free weights, you name it. Convenient hours that'll fit your schedule and your routine. So no more rushing. Take your time. Go get a good workout in. And if you need a little extra motivation, free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus on you. And there's over 50 Planet Fitnesses throughout the Metro Detroit area. So, guys, there's no more excuses. Right now, Classic membership is just $1 down. And then after that, it's $15 a month. $1 down, $15 a month, but you got to hurry. Limited time offer. Find your nearest Planet Fitness to sign up. You can do it online or use the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Lions offensive coordinator John Morton told the media today that they totally expect offensive lineman Taylor Decker to play this week. He missed practice yesterday with a shoulder injury. He did remain out today while linebacker Jack Campbell returned. The NCAA named Eastern Michigan as one of the schools where a former student athlete allegedly committed a violation pertaining to sports betting and or related failure to cooperate. The Tigers are rolling with an opener tonight with a sweep in sight against the Yankees. Tyler Holton on the mound. You're the 7:05 first pitch right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 97.1theticket.com.
All right, we're wrapping a little bit about the Lions home opener, the ticket prices on the secondary market, and just kind of, do you feel a disconnect? Do you feel like you just can't be a part of it anymore? Because this demand is so crazy. And look, it ain't like Red Wing tickets are a value. You know, it's not like, look, the Pistons win. Newsflash, the most expensive tickets around are any good seat at an NBA game. Mm-hmm. Now, the Tigers, it's different. You get a zillion games. Don't even get me started. I mean, baseball's from the Stone Ages. There's 8 billion games. You can get some decent Tiger tickets. But again, young people don't love baseball. So that's a little bit of a problem.
Well, that and the fact if good teams, you're probably not going to get tickets to the games. Or if Scooble's out on the mound, you're probably not going to get tickets for those games. Those are going to cost you. Just saying.
Good point. Let's go to the people. I believe we had tried to get to Dustin. We'll go to him next, 97.1. Dustin, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, Rico, how you guys doing?
Hey, man.
It's good to hear from you guys. You know, I just wanted to call and mention that my brother and I go to Pistons games, and as much as I'm a Detroit fan as any other, I don't really want the Pistons to start winning too many games because I can afford it right now. You know,
David,
I want to win, but when my teams start winning, I don't go to games. It's just kind of how it goes throughout my life. And the other thing I think is I know a lot of people out here from Waterford and West Bloomfield that are just diehard Detroit fans. And it's almost hard for me to believe when these prices go up the way they do that some of these people in the stadium are bigger fans than the people I know. It's hard to understand sometimes who has money for this anymore. Not the average guy like myself from Waterford.
No, and I mean, again, Dustin, I don't want you to laugh me off the air, but I use that horse racing example for a reason, is that's a niche sport. It's not the NFL. And the way they're pricing events you've never heard of, you'd go, what are these people on crack? But yet, they're moving the product. And when I say that, I mean some of these Derby prep races, big weekends in the winter. You know, these aren't things the average person knows. They know the Derby or Belmont or maybe the Breeders' Cup. But, I mean, you're seeing it in all sports. And it's just turning into something that it almost feels like sports is not for actual fans anymore.
No, I think sports is more so it's turned into exhibitions. It's turned into more of entertainment. And you know what? Whether it's a concert or whether it's a game, people want to be at that place where everybody else is at for fear you're missing out on something. So I need to be there. Yes.
Let's go to Nolan, 97.1. Nolan, what's going on, brother?
How are you, gentlemen?
Hey, Nolan.
Good, Nolan.
So this issue with the disconnect on game days, whether it be football, baseball, basketball, it's as a 22-year-old college student, it really hits home, especially with Lions games. I check for fun right after the Green Bay game to see maybe the ticket prices, would be reasonable-ish, even for standing room. I'll stand. I'm a diehard Lions, Michigan, Tigers fan. Those are the games I go to. And I was like, it was pretty insulting. I even checked today, and it's like, at this point, like the game day experience is going to run you plus the ticket and parking and beer, food, what have you. It's $400 or $500, and it's just it's kind of disheartening.
Yeah, no, I mean, Nolan, that's why we did the topic. I mean, think about it. It's like it doesn't seem that long ago. You could, hey, you know what? My schedule opened up. I want to go to a game. Now it's like going to games requires an amount of planning you don't even want to put in. I mean, it's just like I don't want to have to plan months in advance if I'm the average fan. It's goofy.
Well, that and the fact, Mike, you almost have to. It's a sacrifice. Okay, where am I going to come up with the money to pay for this? It means I can't do that. So, do you want to take this trip here or go there? Which is why I do think a lot of Lions fans, when they see a city like, okay, you know what? Let's go to L.A. We could do a lot of things. Trust me. When the Lions play the Raiders in Las Vegas, they're going to buy up every seat. Why? I can justify this for a 2-for-1, a Vegas trip and a Lions game.
Yeah, and I can only imagine when Lions fans saw this year's schedule and saw so many teams within the Midwest because you're playing the AFC North. They're like, okay, cool, I can drive there.
Yep. David, I wish there was a way I could do it. There's no way I could do it with the Sunday Night Football show. I would absolutely, if you guys wanted to, I would do the Keeneland Bengal game double dip. I would take you guys. Track's on me. I get that all hooked up easy. Just to get Rico at Keeneland. What a scene. David dressed as a pastor, blessing horses in the paddock, and then we go and demolish the Bengals on Sunday. But I'd never be able to get back in time.
Hello? I got to do the pregame show.
To hell with that.
You could do it from Cincinnati. I'm sure we can make that work.
Rico, we'll do it from one of those crappy chili restaurants. What the hell are those things? Skyline. It's Rico. Rico live at Skyline Chili. I'll be outside with a sandwich board.
You know what?
Lions pregame show.
Fine. We'll bring cookies with us. It'll work. Okay.
He would never. Oh, are you kidding me? That guy needs a permission slip 6 months in advance. He's got no shot.
Really? That's sad. I didn't know he was like that.
It's tough. It's a tough scene.
Oh, man, it's hard in the streets.
You got an easier time getting dinner with a congressman than that guy. Let me go to Spud, 97.1. Spud, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, love the show. It's fun hearing you guys talk, but you guys are talking about ticket prices. I've been priced out of the market for a decade.
Okay.
It's just nuts. A lawn seated pine knob is $100. And
the concert, Spud, the concert thing post-COVID, the concert thing I can't figure out. Tickets for concerts went from like $50 to $500. What happened to concerts? I don't get it.
And these owners, let's face it, none of the Ford family has missed a meal in the last 5 decades. But they got no problem dipping in my pocket and taking tax money to build these stadiums, and I can't afford to go to them. Why am I paying for their stadium?
Spud, that's always been the rub with publicly funded stadiums. But here's my question. How has it impacted your enjoyment of sports? Do you like it less than you did a decade ago?
I love football. I'm on my way to officiate a high school game right now. And I haven't been able to go to a Lions game or take my family in a couple of decades. I still enjoy football. I will still watch it and follow it, but going to a game is out of the question.
Yeah. No, and I think that's where it's arrived for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Also, Spud, your directional's on. Yeah. David, a couple of tickets next. I was an aggressive directional.
It was cheaper taking my 7-year-old son to Indy last year and sitting in row 10 in the end zone than driving an hour downtown and going to a Lions game.
That's crazy.
Someone else says,
crazy.
Mike, I'm a father of 2 kids who absolutely love the Lions, and it makes me feel like a failure to not be able to take them to at least one game.
No.
They have never been to Ford Field because the price is I can't get into the building.
Wow. Don't ever utter those words. That's that's not it at all, man. Please don't say that.
No, you're right. You shouldn't. The ticket prices now make you have to do hard life choices. And you know what? It builds character with your kids. You're not a failure. You're going to actually build real kids who can handle disappointment in life.
I didn't get to go to games as a kid. My parents weren't failures.
Okay, you know what? Get your kids to the game.
Oh, how dare you! You know, David, that was not a very Christian thing that just took place.
Wow.
248-539-9797.
I was just seeing if the cold medicine had kicked in or not.
Oh, but hey, it's kids. It's been kicking in. All right, FanDuel, get ready for kickoff with an offer you don't want to miss. $5, you get 300 in bonus bets. Pick a bet, $5. If it wins, you unlock 300 in bonus bets across the app. Whatever you want to do. NFL season's here. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Download the app today. Get started. 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is not withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, we're going to get to as many of these phone calls as we can. Get a football today coming up in the 4 o'clock. Little college football as well. We're just talking about where Lion ticket prices have gotten to, not only on face, but in the secondary market, and how many of you just, it's not even plausible to be a part of it? And is it changing your view of sports or your relationship with the team, etc.? And we can extend it to all sports, but the concert thing is even wilder.
Yeah.
I mean, not just the Taylor Swift thing. I mean, but when the median ticket price in Detroit for Taylor Swift was like $4,000 a ticket, median, I felt like I was on planet Nebular. Let's go to Mark and Troy, 97.1. Mark, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Hey, Mark.
Good, Mark. What's up?
The biggest thing is that I think all this money in sports, especially college football, but also in the NFL, I just feel like it's taken a ton of the fun out of the sport itself. Maybe I'm just getting older, but I don't watch with the same, anticipation or like wanting to actually watch the game. Just knowing that, being priced out of tickets and things like that, it just doesn't have the same allure as much anymore. So, and another thing, Rico's totally right. It's an experience-based leisure now, where going to a game is like going to an opera or going to see the big musical or the big concert. You got to pick and choose what you want to attend and, have a sit down with your partner or significant other or yourself and figure out, what do I value most to go see? And Week 2 Lions is not that, to me, very appealing.
No, think of, you bring up a great point. When we talk about this, you're like, okay, let me find the games that are more reasonable. Mm-hmm. Well, I don't want to go to those games.
Right.
He's right. It's the truth.
Yeah. Unless you want to say you were there when the Lions lost the season if they lose this week.
Well, that would be different. Yes, that would be.
But yeah, you got to have that. You got to prioritize what you want to go to. Now, maybe a playoff game if you want to save up all season and splurge on that. By all means, I get it. But I don't know. I just feel like sports these days do not have the same. I don't know. It doesn't have that same kind of magic it used to. Maybe again, I'm just getting older, but
no, I think part of it's getting older. No, and that's not an insult. It just means your priorities are straight. But it's also your relationship with the team feels different. Mm-hmm. It's the best way I can put it, because when you talk about, like, Rico, think about this. Let's say, his point about, all right, you don't go until the playoff game. Dude, those playoff tickets last year were like $1,300 a pop.
Right. I remember telling people, like, you know what, here's the thing, sell your Commanders tickets because you're going to want to go to the championship game. So, and if they lose, at least you made money and you can go and, drown your sorrows with the money you profited.
I thought you were a bleep hole when you said it, but you turned out to be a soothsayer in that regard. I mean, you didn't need to attend the funeral, and you would have gotten top dollar.
Yeah.
If they win, you're getting to go to the NFC Championship game.
Exactly.
So I like it when you're right, but you were right.
Why is that, Michael?
I don't know. Can we after?
How about this? Here's somebody who paid some money for the Lions-Browns game. You want to talk to her? Let's go to
Stephanie. Yes,
Stephanie.
Yes. Hi. How are you?
Hey.
Good, Steph. What's going on?
I have two boys, and I usually take them to a game once a year. And we are going to the Cleveland game, which might be why our tickets are a little cheaper than Chicago. But we still paid over $1,058 for 3 tickets.
Yeah.
And it might be the last year we go.
Well, and Steph, that's the thing is look, the team is set up to be good for a while, which means I don't think they're going to slow down on price increases, nor will the demand slow down. Yeah, next year, those 3 seats could be $1,200. It just gets to a point where you as a mother look at it and go, what the hell am I doing?
That's true. I could probably spend it. We have Tigers tickets, and we probably won't be going to the playoffs because they want $4,000 for tickets. So,
how can I ask you about that pricing if you don't mind? Like when you say you have tickets and they want $4,000, what is the ask? How many tickets do you have, and kind of what does that look like when they say, hey, $4,000?
I have 3 tickets, and they're in the terrace section, which is nice because you have a table in front of you and a nice seat. We went last year and for the first round, and it was like $2,000, and we had 2 games. Now, they automatically take it out of your account before they even start the games. So, like I think in a couple of weeks, our last games are the 19th and the 20th, 21st.
Sounds right.
They'll take the money out probably on the 1st of October for close to $4,000 if you want to go to the game.
So it would be 3 seats for 2 games, $4,000.
Yep.
Steph, you're on your own with that one.
I probably won't do it.
No. And I'm saying, listen, I don't hate the hustle.
Right.
But a baseball game, I don't know. Couch is pretty good for baseball for me.
Yeah, these kids better get you one hell of a Mother's Day gift. I just got to say that.
It's Mom of the Year
Thank
right
you.
there.
Guys,
but no.
you guys make me laugh all the way home when I'm trying not to avoid East 696. So you have a great day.
Thank you, Steph. And again, understand something. She's not wrong if she pays it. I don't begrudge anyone. It is about the value for your dollar. I can't wrap my mind around $4,000 for 2 baseball games.
No,
it's just not that. It's not that type of sport to me. That doesn't work for me. Hey, if it works for you, God bless. But think about that, Rico. Did you notice year over year, according to Stephanie, $2,000 last year, the same seats are $4,000 this year? Mm-hmm. Come on, guys.
Imagine where they'll be next year.
If that's true, I don't want to impugn anybody. Sounds like, feels like. Mm-hmm. Come on, really?
Yeah. I mean, but everything – no, but that's just it. Everything is going up, and it's back to the original topic. It's kind of pricing out the everyman, the real fans, the people who were there when you weren't that good, the people who just like going down to the ballpark.
Oh, those people are gone.
Right.
No, those people got blasted out, and that's part of why we did – I wanted to do the topic.
Mike, it's why I always laugh when it's like, the people who want to be loyal to the team, like the team ain't being loyal to you. They were loyal to you when they were nothing, but now we got new people. We got new friends.
We talked about it last year. They were taking tickets from people because they sold them to make some money back.
Yes, I remember that.
But yet when the Lions were terrible, they were trying to get those people to buy 8, 10, 12 tickets. Mm-hmm. Here, we'll throw you a birthday party. Right. Well, the minute that person wants to get a little bit of scratch off the table, you take come on.
Right. You want to flip the coin? Sure.
Here, put on a headset. 248-539-9797. David, a couple of ticket texts. I know we got to get a football today, and we can certainly continue with this as well.
Someone says, it's not just sports, guys. It's all entertainment. 2 summers ago, I tried to get lawn seats to a Jelly Roll concert at Pine Knob, and they were going for almost $400 on this secondary market for lawn seats, he says.
Yeah.
Wow.
I got one word for you. Spotify. the live music. Yeah, the live music thing doesn't make sense to me. I mean, you can go see like what Stoney does with Bruce Springsteen. I don't get it. 300 times you got to see the same guy with the same raspy voice play the same hits from 40 years ago.
Yeah, but it may be a little different this time.
It ain't.
No, it's not.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe they have a hologram of Bruce. I don't get it. Just go to Spotify. You play whatever songs you want, whatever order you want. Right. Oh, well, what set list is he playing tonight?
No,
hey, F your set list.
No, but what about when he has the hologram Tupac out there for
Done.
that duet?
Rico wins again. A Springsteen Tupac duet. Show me when that debuts. We'll get a football today next. 97.1.
Brought to you by... All right, it's been a minute. Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The Tigers wrap up their series with the Yankees tonight. Tyler Holton will serve as their opener with Sawyer Gibson-Long as the bulk man. The Yankees recommending fans show up 3 hours early to Yankee Stadium, with the president set to be in attendance here tonight. Hear the game at 7:05 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Today, the NCAA released the names of 6 schools, which includes Eastern Michigan, who were part of gambling allegations. There are 13 players in total, but the governing body will not release the names until their infractions process is complete. Lions offensive lineman Taylor Decker missed practice for the second straight day, but the team confident he'll play this week. Brian Branch returned to the field after missing with an ankle injury yesterday as well. The Red Wings are preparing for their Centennial Fan Fest at Motor City Casino this November. They announced some of the alums that will be in attendance, including Scotty Bowman, Thomas Holmstrom, Igor Larionov, and Joe Koser. According to Tigers minor league writer Emily Walden, the Tigers have transferred the rehab of reliever Paul Sewald from West Michigan to Toledo. Meanwhile, the Whitecaps look to clinch their spot in the championship series with a win in Grand Rapids tonight. Fox Sports will carry the Michigan State and North Carolina hoops clash on Thanksgiving Day. Tip time set for 4:30. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's take a timeout. Do a little football. Lots going on, college and pro. David, music, please.
Well, guys, it is Thursday. We are heading into week 2 of the NFL season tonight, in week 3 of the college football season. I do this every week here. It is my best bets that we're going to talk about here for the coming week of football. So let's start in the NFL. And I'm going to New York for this one. The Buffalo Bills are visiting the New York Jets.
Say it.
Right. Say what?
Say it.
I'm going Jets.
Yes.
This one at +7. And I give you my reasons why. Because the Buffalo Bills are coming off a heavyweight fight on Sunday night. Then when you include the Jets offense that actually was efficient, they actually scored points. So Jets +7.
What a ringing endorsement.
They usually don't.
Let me give you some actual reasons. A, go back and look, Jets and the Bills, what the Jets normally do to Josh Allen, close, wild, ugly games. That's one. 2, this fits it, and everyone loves triple Ds. Desperate divisional home dogs. Jets 0-1. Bills feel like the prom queen. Jets are desperate, need it. 6.5 at home. I like the run game. Defense can't play worse than it played last week. I actually like the Jets getting 6.5. Yes.
Okay. I'll stay in the NFL for my next one. And you may be surprised where I go with this one. No, not because it is currently the Devil's number, but the Rams are visiting the Tennessee Titans. I am going Titans +5.5. Here's why. Because you have both guards for the Rams that are considered week to week right now with sprained ankles, along with Matthew Stafford, who is dealing with a back injury, and the Titans have a pretty good interior defensive line. So because of that, I believe the Titans can keep it close. Titans +5.5.
The problem is a rookie quarterback who plays loose and fast, and that Titan offensive line was one giant grease fire against the Broncos. I'm going to say no to this. I mean, I appreciate the creativity. This ain't for me.
No, I'm going to say yes to this, Michael, because this is going to be game number 2. We'll see with Cam Ward. He got the nerves, the jitters out. I think now you're going to see a more composed quarterback. David, I like that.
One more in the NFL here, and I'm just going to simply say Geno Smith. The Chargers are the favorite, 3.5 points, going to the Las Vegas Raiders, and I have to go Raiders +3.5 just because of Geno Smith.
You're turning Rico on over there. You start talking about Geno as a dog. Rico, be careful now.
No, see, I'm with David on this one as well, but it's the fact of I need the Chargers coming back from Brazil. There you go. That's the factor for me. You know,
how about Brock Bowers' health too? Let's throw that in there. We got to see if Brock's going to play.
They don't need Brock. They got the quarterback.
Oh,
They
okay.
got Gene. Gene don't do it all by himself. No, but Mike, yes, Brock Bowers, that is one, but just that whole traveling back from Brazil. I think the same about the Kansas City Chiefs. Like, I don't know if that's on there, David, but I worry about them, of how long it's going to take them to get their sea legs back.
I don't want to touch that game. The Eagles, Kansas City Chiefs, I don't want to touch that game right now. But I'll give you one more in the NFL because this one, it looks juicy. I don't know what to do with it, but it looks juicy. It is Jacksonville visiting the Cincinnati Bengals. The Bengals are 3.5-point favorites. I don't know which way I lean, but it just feels weird that the Bengals are favored by more.
I mean, the Bengals never. Oh, go ahead, Mike.
No, go ahead.
I mean,
Please.
the Bengals never start off the season well, but I don't believe in the Jags. So this is one I would just walk away from the table. I want nothing to do with either one of these teams. I'll just sit back and watch. If
Jags.
I had to pick,
Jags.
I guess.
When you get outgained by the Browns by almost 300 yards and you have 6 total yards in the second half, you shouldn't be favored by more than 3.5 against homeless people. Jags. That Bengal offensive line is criminal, and the defense might be worse. Jags.
Let's move over to the college ranks here, and I'm going to start with a game that you all will probably laugh me off the air with, but there's a reason here. The New Mexico Lobos are visiting UCLA. UCLA is favorite. They're favored by 15.5 points. Here's why I lean to New Mexico's side.
Because UCLA is a condom with a hole in it.
Pretty
They're
much.
awful.
Their defense is a problem, man. They're giving
They are an atrocity.
a conversion rate on third down of 70%. That's their defense. 4th worst in the country. I have to choose New Mexico here.
Plus, Jason X got a 6-inch vertical leap. So, again, if you forced me to do this, I would take New Mexico. But this ain't North Korea. You can't force me.
Fair.
UCLA is toxic.
That is fair. Condom with a hole in it.
But
that
they
is
have
their defense.
Nico Iamaleava.
Doesn't matter. All right.
Rico, when he threw that pick against UNLV last week, there was nothing behind his eyes. It was full. What
No.
did I do?
You know what it is? And we've all been there when you have a job and you're just like, man, it's a paycheck. Do you like
Rico,
your
is there
job?
something you'd like to tell us?
It's a paycheck.
Stop it.
I'm talking about Nico.
Let me get you this next play here because I usually don't do this. Giant spreads, I usually do not choose these here. But I watched Oregon play this past weekend, and they murdered their opponent. They murdered Oklahoma State. So the Ducks are going to Northwestern, and they are 27.5-point favorites.
It's actually a safe bet, David.
I would go that one, and then I would also in this game choose Northwestern's team total under 9.5 points.
Northwestern is minus their running back. He's done for the year.
I don't care. It's a letdown spot. They emptied their grocery bag last week. They're going west to east, noon kick in an empty stadium, and you got to cover 4 touchdowns. This is trap written all over it, boys.
That's why I said I normally don't do it, but it's Oregon. Come on.
This is Go Ducks, Mike. I think they will cover this thing by halftime and never look back.
You want a garbage can spot? Like, do you like David? If your mission is to, I got to bet the biggest spread of the week. Go take Texas Tech laying 24 to put a shotgun in the Oregon State Beavers skull.
Oh,
do that.
Oh,
Tech has scored 60 plus both weeks. Oregon State is atrocious. They just lost their second best receiver. Their best O-lineman hasn't played all year. And Malik Murphy is a trash can at quarterback. Guns up, Red Raiders. If that's your game, Northwestern is the old Detroit Lions. They F you when you bet them, and they F you when you bet against them. Just don't touch them.
Okay. You know what? You're the Mr. Cash and Ticket guy. So.
Well, here's
Northwestern is room temperature milk. There ain't nothing good coming from that.
They are.
No running game whatsoever.
You can do what you want, Rico. There's 100 games. That would be number 99 on the list.
Well, here's number 1 on the list for me, and I'm going to close it out with this one because I looked at this line on Sunday and was expecting some things to change, and it hasn't.
Georgia, Tennessee?
It is Clemson going to Georgia Tech.
Yep.
Clemson's a 3.5-point favorite. I have to go Georgia Tech here because you would think the number 12 team in the country, that doesn't make sense, but it may when you look at the offensive efficiency for Clemson. They are 90th.
No, the other problem, look, this spread opened up at 9, but Haynes King Health Report kind of got this thing flying the other way. The problem if you bet Georgia Tech is you basically have to accept there's going to be a couple of series where Haynes King is in the blue tent and Bobby Filodo comes in.
Yes.
And you got to live with a backup quarterback.
Correct.
The other problem is it's good on good. Georgia Tech's run game versus Clemson's front. And look, I think you missed the best of the number here. It's a stay away from me, but if you forced me to, I'd take Georgia Tech.
And those are my...
Man, you're a ball breaker with some of these picks. Jesus.
Come on, 27.5 points, no big deal.
You're insane.
Those are my best bets, 97-1.
All right, you've been injured in an auto accident. Now you're drowning in medical bills. You're dealing with insurance companies. They don't care. David Femininio is who you got to call. It's simple. Get David, get paid. It's not just a catchphrase, albeit a very good one. It's a promise he's going to get you taken care of. He's going to fight for you and get you what you deserve. Call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com.
Guys, you've heard me talk about the transformation happening to my unfinished basement thanks to Matrix Basements. They were just there today, and this thing, the progress, it is amazing. These guys come in and they work from sun up to sundown, and they're going to put the best basement out there. As a matter of fact, we were coming up with the walls of where we're going to put the helmets and the jerseys and all the Marvel goods that I have. Trust me, whatever you're looking for in your basement, let Matrix Basements get it started for you and let them do the job. Go to matrixbasements.com. You get a free consultation. They'll come up with some awesome designs. And then you get a chance to have some input on these designs too and figure out exactly how you want it. So whether you want a brand new room, if you want a game room, whatever you want in your basement, or if you need a totally finished basement like myself, let Matrix Basements get it done for you. Go to matrixbasements.com. Great before and after pics. Matrix Basements, they will turn your basement dreams into reality.
Okay. I do want to bring up something from college football. Also, Rico, I got to tell you, I feel like I hear about your basement every 10 seconds on this station. This is exciting. What the hell's going on down there?
It went from unfinished, Mike, to it's going to get tricked out. We just decided to add some new element as well, some lightings along the roof. So.
Well, I thought it was a giant Thanos statue. Okay.
That's coming later. That's coming later.
Oh, God. Now, I want to do this. You know Rico and I hate the AP poll. Hate it. I mean, it is useless. Worse than UCLA football useless, right?
Yep.
I want to play a piece of audio for you. And I want you to tell me why this person should keep their vote. And before any of you get triggered by this, let me just give you a PSA. Bleep holes can be men, women. Hell, there are kids who are bleep holes. I don't discriminate. This person's an idiot. Now, it happens to be a woman. I can't help that. I can just tell you this person should not have the AP vote anymore. This person moved Florida up 2 spots after losing as an 18.5-point favorite at home to South Florida. What is this woman's name? Just so I can attribute this appropriately.
Haley Sawyer.
Okay. Translation. In Portuguese, shouldn't have vote no more. Can we play this audio, please? And this person actually votes on the AP poll. Those little numbers next to teams, it affects how fans feel. It affects how donors feel. Hell, you could make a case those little numbers in one way or another have a level of dictation on job security.
Mike, exactly, because there are bonuses attributed to, hey, if you finish the year a top 10 team, a top 25 team, you get extra money.
So with that, good point by you. You made the best point. You're making too many good points. Damn it. No, it's a really good point, Rico. I want to play. So she got attacked. People wanted to know who the hell, what idiot moved Florida up 2 in the poll for losing at home to USF. Take a listen to this. Yeah, I'm not having a good time with this. Right. And I don't like you. And I don't appreciate your process. And in fact, by you not wanting to go into detail of your process, tells me you do not have a process. Oh my God, let me get my plastic play school violin out. After covering a game I know, didn't watch? Then don't have a vote. Period. Oh my God.
Yeah, I am with you. To come on there and rather than just say, yeah, I didn't do my job this week and I'll do better next week. It was, come on, it's fun and I had things to do and there's so many other people to vote. This thing is, look, it's supposedly taken seriously. Like I said, people's jobs are on the line. Like you said, boosters and donors. Hey, we're ranked. I want to spend money. And your fate is in the hands of somebody who clearly didn't watch the games. We always joke and say, hey, the coaches poll is useless because what coach is actually watching games is filled out by the SID. But you would like to think at least the writers would watch some games. At least the writers would know when you had a major upset and not reward a team for getting beat at home as a double-digit favorite.
A 3-touchdown favorite primarily. Look, here's my thing. You've always said this. I agree with you. Referees should have to do a press conference after the game with video. Mm-hmm. And whether you're a Heisman voter, whether you're an AP voter, whether you're an awards voter, Hall of Fame or otherwise, you should have to explain your ballot. Now, is Haley Sawyer the only one with a horrific ballot? I guarantee you the answer is no. But she's the only one who moved Florida up to.
Yeah.
Either take the job serious or get a different one. And guess what? You can cover whatever football game you want for whatever media outlet you work for. You don't have to be an AP voter. You don't have to. I don't have to vote for the Heisman.
No, Mike, I'm with you. But I think it was the fact of coming out with the video of, and it's almost laughing it off like, it's good that you guys take this so seriously, but, then give it up. Because right now, if whoever is the regional AP person, hey, Haley, gonna need that card back.
She sat there and said it doesn't matter. It does matter. It absolutely matters.
What it did, and once again, I think that they're stupid, but you kind of spit in the face of anybody who really follows college football because it was the equivalent of a pat on the head. It was the equivalent of taking a photo and saying, I'm going to put it right here on the refrigerator. Good job. Like, you rewarded Florida, but instead of just, hey, you know what? Hey, this was my fault. I had to get the ballot in early because I had to do something else. It won't happen again. You just kind of laughed and shrugged it off like, no big deal. What's my vote, man? You're selected. Like, you're supposed to be in the know. Like I said, Mike, I have, and it's not just her. I have the same gripe with Heisman Trophy people who fill out their ballots weeks ahead of time or who have an agenda to put a certain person and make sure they get votes so they can go to New York rather than choose the best person. You're given this privilege. Don't take it for granted. And by all means, do a little bit of work. If you don't want to do the job, let somebody else who wants to do the job take your spot.
I got nothing. I was just like, it was dumb on its own, but if you're going to come out and do a video and you're going to, you cannot act that way. That I was just like, if I needed another reason to tell you the sport is a complete joke, that person with that justification dictates part of the process of how teams get ranked. Wholly unserious person. Come on, man.
Wow. It looks like
be better.
It looks like she's made her accounts private now. So,
have they taken her vote?
No.
Just take the vote. Keep your accounts public. Take the vote.
Yeah. So
seriously, like Wojo should have had his Heisman vote taken away when he put Jabril Peppers in New York. Gone. Vote. Gone.
And that's what I'm saying. Sometimes it's not her. It's a lot. Like, I assume the coaches poll is just a joke.
The coaches poll shouldn't exist because
Correct.
the coaches are coaching.
Correct.
It's also why the AP poll shouldn't involve writers covering teams because they're at a stadium for 8 hours. They can't watch games.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you. But yes, when I saw that.
I'm sorry to everybody if nobody cares. I just wanted to play that audio for you. It just, my head exploded. I had to. David, the ticket text.
Someone says, I always thought with votes, there were sports geeks that knew so much about each team and tons of thought went into every move. I'm now disappointed.
Well, hey, here's another one. Santa Claus ain't real.
There needs to be an aptitude test for this. And Heisman voters, if you can't explain what the difference between cover 3 and cover 2 is, your vote is taken away.
How about if you didn't watch the game? Or if you inexplicably moved a team up after one of the worst losses in school history? You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
Someone said, if I had a vote, I would treat it with so much privilege. I would watch games. I would pay attention to what's going on. This is ridiculous.
It's
David,
insanity.
It's why I stay. It's how I fell in love with Pac-12 After Dark, because I wanted to make sure I watched the West Coast people for the Heisman vote. It's like, you know what? I owe it to them. Not, you know what? Because you're playing so late, I'll just look at your highlights. Now, I need to see what you actually do in the game because I take it seriously.
Jerry in Sterling Heights says, I am willing to bet she didn't even know Florida lost before she submitted a vote. That is wild.
I agree with Jerry because when she goes, well, I don't want to go too much into my process, that's because you don't have one. Okay?
Yeah. How does she get a vote in the first place? Quote, it's not like it matters. It matters a lot, actually. That is Adam from Wixom.
Oh, it eventually evens out.
Oh, my.
Got it. The state of media has never been worse.
And then someone says, Santa Claus isn't real?
Sorry, didn't mean to destroy that for you. 248-539-9797. I do have a note about the Big Ten and greed, which means it's Rico beard time. We're going to do that next.
All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Hey, it's Rico. I'm here to tell you about my basement. Listen to me. You're going to answer this question next. Football's back. Your TV shouldn't play like a backup. Upgrade with Paulson's Detroit, your technology partner, people. Go big. The Sony 98-inch 4K TV, front row viewing. Much shorter bathroom line. Instant savings, or you can right-size it. 65-inch 4K OLED, bright, punchy, perfect for Red Zone and Rivalry Saturdays. Hear it like you're there. Sonos soundbars. Yes, the best in class. Guys, they even have a 163-inch TV wall, largest on display in all of Metro Detroit. Retail showroom, in-home consultations, you name it, they do it. September special. You say Mike sent me. You could even say, I hate Mike, but he sent me. Do whatever you like. I'll still save you money.
I hate
My
Mike.
benevolence, boom. And your in-home consultation is free. Go in and say, I loathe Mike, but he sent me. In-home consultation's free. You can even say FMSU. Do whatever you like. Paulson's, Farmington Hills, 248-553-4100. It's Paulson's, your technology partner.
Brought to you by the University of Michigan Credit Union. Tigers reliever Bailey Horn is back from the paternity list, which sends Drew Summers to Toledo. AJ Hinch has also submitted his lineup card. Gleyber Torres leading off against his old Yankee teammates tonight. He's got 4 RBIs in the first 2 games. Tyler Holton opens tonight right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7:05 as well. Lions linebacker Jack Campbell returned from injury today. Taylor Decker remained out, although offensive coordinator John Morton said that they totally expect him to play this week. The NFL will not discipline Ravens QB Lamar Jackson after he returned a push with a fan over the weekend. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, so I just want to give you guys an interesting update, just something to put on the radar, and it involves greed and the Big Ten, so we've got to ask Rico this. So in an interview yesterday, this is by way of USA Today, I want to read the tea leaves here. Ohio State University President Ted Carter left open, translation, he's telling you what's going to happen, the possibility of changes to the Big Ten Conference schools' revenue-sharing arrangements. Oh, dear God. Carter said during the interview, Ohio State had around $325 million in athletics revenue for the fiscal year of 24-25. In the context of Clemson and Florida State's recent disputes with the ACC that resulted in the ACC adopting an unbalanced rev share model, Carter was asked whether he foresaw that happening in the Big Ten, given the television draws of programs like Ohio State and Michigan. Listen to this answer, Rico, and tell me if I'm overthinking this.
Oh, boy.
Quote, I don't want to get into the type of conversations that are happening inside the Big Ten. Oh, you mean the ones that they had at Clemson and Florida State where you want more of the share? I would tell you we're a proud member of the Big Ten, and that's where we're going to stay. I don't think that that's news. I don't think Ohio State is leaving. We have our own bylaws for how we do distributions. When new members join, they don't always come in on the same share, as you know. So that's the way our deals are set up. That's how it's set up for now. Mm-hmm. Carter was then asked what he thinks about where it goes in 4 or 5 years. We don't have any answers. I'll just say there's only a couple of schools that really represent the biggest brands in the Big Ten, and you see it by viewership. I mean, look at what we just went through with the Texas game. You know, 16.6 million people watched that game, and it peaked at 18.6. The most watched game in history, possibly the most watched game ever. So that's what happens when you put our brand out there. Asked whether it could translate into something different in terms of rev share. This is how you know it's bad. Ted Carter went full third person. It doesn't matter what Ted Carter thinks. I think that's going to be a conversation that'll be had over time. Now, for the average person going, Mike, why do I care? Let me explain it real quick before Rico dives in and I leave. Unequal rev share. Texas wanted it in the Big 12. It's why they eventually got out. They started the Longhorn Network. Clemson and Florida State are like, look, we don't like the rest of you. We want out. Give us all of your money. Now we arrive here, where Ohio State and maybe Michigan or Penn State are going to think they deserve more. Mm-hmm. So here's my deal. Everyone is the same, or you blow the league up. Full stop. The only reason Ohio State gets the money they get is they are platformed by the Big Ten. They are platformed by the rest of us alleged broke bleeps that they play. Mm-hmm. And without that, you are in the wilderness. Now, if you don't like the setup, leave. And the first thing I do is tell every member institution, don't play them.
Yeah, I can't agree. I can't disagree with you, Mike.
When will the greed stop, Rico? Or slow down?
Until somebody just stands up and says, no more. We're not doing this. Until somebody just says, don't even bother asking. this because you're not going to get it. If you're Ohio State, if you're Michigan, if you're Penn State, if you're the athletic director, Mike, it's your job to try to get more money and say, look, we're better than these other teams. You know, we carry the league, and these other 15 teams, they're just making money because of us. Like, really? Purdue gets the same share that we get? We're Ohio State. Yes, because you're right. If that's the case, then the other 15 teams or whoever, yeah, we're not going to play you. We'll just leave and get our own conference.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do the Dallas Cowboys get more than the Jacksonville Jaguars?
Nope.
Then you don't have a leg to stand on there, Ted. Here's the other angle. And I got into an argument with Cookies about this on the podcast. I think I hurt his feelings. But this whole idea of fans attaching themselves to these financial arguments about, well, it's a huge win for the university. How? It's like the Powerball money. Where'd all that tax money go? Where's it go?
It was almost $2 billion.
Right. So the one-time lump sum payment's going to be like $6, and the other $1.54 billion. Where's it go? Like all this money rolling into these schools. Where's it go exactly?
It's going to education. But teachers didn't get a raise.
No, I made the joke to him. I'm like, because he was all mad at me. I was pissed about the 11 p.m. kickoff against USC. And he goes, well, I mean, come on. You knew this was a part of the deal and in order to get that big win for MSU. And I go, what win? The stadium is still a dump. They're still basically turning tricks on the corner for NIL money. How do the fans benefit? How do I benefit? I don't even know where the money goes. Yeah. Tuition's gone up 300% since 1990. How do any of us win?
Nope. It's that grift and con. It sounds good. We're donating this money to wherever, but you never see any results. You never see anybody with a check saying, hey, all of a sudden every teacher makes this money or every school can now afford to do this and do that. Yeah, I'm with you, man. And, yeah, if Ohio State wants to do this along with some other schools, then
leave.
Fine.
What I'm really getting to the point of is if these schools think they're all so special, leave. Leave the rest of us alone. Go. Take Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan. Leave. Mm-hmm. Take Alabama. Take Georgia. Whoever. Call it the My Bleep Don't Stink Conference. Take them. Take them all. Go play each other. And give yourself a WWE title belt. Do whatever you want to do. Leave.
But, Mike, here's the thing. They don't want to play each other because they may lose. They need all of the teams that they supposedly are better than to pad their record.
We need a college football commissioner more now than ever. This is absurdity. And Ted Carter is telling you what's coming. Mm-hmm. He's telling you. Go ahead. David, do you have any thoughts on this? Or can you not bear to talk to a couple of poors like us?
No,
MSU?
You all said it all. It's really not much to say. You all did.
Is it wrong that I'm bent out of shape by this?
No, I don't think so. Because what it is if you're right, become Notre Dame, but they'll never do it.
Mm-hmm. Well, but see, the Notre Dame thing angers me. It's very simple. Notre Dame, it was a very easy solution. Join a conference or none of us schedule you. And then what happened?
The ACC jumped in.
The ACC had a couple of espresso martinis and decided they wanted to get laid and said, well, here, we don't care. You can use us. Your football team doesn't have to join, but we'll still schedule you. If everyone banded together and said, here's the deal, ain't nobody playing you, Notre Dame will get in the conference.
Yeah, and if they're forced to play ECU and they're forced to play, UAB, then who cares?
Why you gotta cap my Pirates?
I'm sorry.
Why you gotta do that with ECU? Of all the schools.
Because they're ECU.
All right, Troy.
That is the alma mater of Sandra Bullock. How dare you? Troy, better selection. Who cares about them?
Look, the irony of all of this is we're better than all of these teams, Mike, but you're right. If they form their own super conference, then that means you have to play each other. But wait, what if we lose 3 games? Hey, but you're rich, right? No. We only want to lose.
No, they'll still all cry poor. They'll still tell us they're at an operating deficit.
Yeah.
Look, the 11 p.m. kickoff is a metaphor for so much more. There's no reasonable adult that's going to be up at 11 p.m. You've taken a game that you put it at 3:30, you put it at 7:30. It's no stress. Easy, done. And what do we got now? An 11 p.m. kick where the fans of the real Big Ten team, no reasonable fan is going to be up at 2:30 in the morning watching that. None.
No, you're right, because here's the thing. The best game that the Big Ten is playing this week, I'm not including Wisconsin getting shellacked by Alabama, is Minnesota and Cal. Now you're like, Minnesota and Cal? Yeah, that's actually a pretty good game, but it starts at like 10:30 that night.
I quit. Yeah. That's all. There's your daily update on the descent of this sport into hell. I'll move along, okay? Ordinary things you got to do on a daily basis. Work, emails, or reading another story about how the Big Ten is a cesspool. Hey, we do things we don't want to do. Let me help you with something. Hungry Howie's dinner on the table in 20 minutes. Pepperoni with the Kennecott Ranch crust. Simple. I mean, it's a treat for all. The bottom line is they have a deal right now through the 14th. Get you through the weekend. Hungry Howie's, 25% off any total order. You name it. Any combination of flavored crust and toppings, salads, rolls, baked subs, you nail it, 25% off. You got it. Don't settle for basic. Go bold. Order online, in-store, on the phone, all the ways. Just do it now and check the menu out anytime at hungryhowies.com.
Mike, I'm glad you said that because you weren't the only one that watched that game. I also watched that game, and it felt like they didn't use him enough as a decoy. They went at him almost all the time. Throw it. And you're right. They're going to get him killed, man.
Right. You got to put him on the perimeter. Let him use his catch radius, his athleticism. They ran one little screenplay to him. You're going to get him killed.
All right, guys, I have a quote, and we're going to play a little Who Said It right now. A little impromptu Who Said It. Quote, "It was a great opportunity, great fit for me to come here and basically do what I do and just help the younger guys."
Oh, boy. Can we get a hint?
Yes, he just signed with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh, Zadarius Smith.
That is Zadarius Smith. Look, and then you have Jadeveon Clowney going down there, working out for the Cowboys. I'm going to ask this question. I know what the answer should be, but I'm just going to ask it again.
Yeah.
Are the Lions missing the boat here of going out and trying to get an edge rusher?
Yes, because these are not low risk. They're no risk acquisitions. You have the cap space. These are 1-year deals. And when Pascal comes back or when McNeil comes back, you are simply able to have insurance policy. I don't want to hear about the 7th offensive lineman, the 7th wide receiver or the 9th O-lineman. Rico, I'll never understand it. I'm done yelling about it. There's no point. But these are no-risk acquisitions.
Mike, I'll take it a step further. They're not even 1-year deals. They could be 6-week deals. Vested vets. You can release them at any point because there's no guarantees on that deal. So, yeah, there's a no risk here.
David,
and they are missing the boat.
I'm looped on cold medicine, and you're on the limitless pill. That may be the best point made all day.
Yeah.
I should just leave. I can leave.
All right, David, you and I till 6. Okay.
Greater Life, afternoons,
All right,
2 to 6.
Before we get to the game, I may need a little help. I need a little therapy. Brock Purdy, George Kittle, injured, turf toe, whatever. Should we just stick a fork in the Niners in week 2? Okay.
Take that privilege. Take that privilege. And then hold. You know what the Saints are going to tell you Sunday? Hold this L. Woo!
Mac Jones.
Buddy, it all came full circle. Remember the draft rumors?
Yes.
You were going to trade up to take Mac Jones. You ended up, it's the return of the Mac. That's right.
Okay.
No, listen, outside of my spite for you and all the success your team has, it is rotten what has taken place. Kittle gone for a month. This Purdy thing sounds like it could be multi-week.
Turf toe.
Yeah, it's I can find a shred of sympathy for you. Just a shred.
Yeah, 2 to 5 weeks. It's the Saints, so I think that was the free square. They're figuring we could beat the Saints with a backup, right?
Yeah, but if it
careful
continues within that 2 to 5 weeks, you have 2 divisional games against the Cardinals and at the Rams.
Just remember who I. Yeah, that's right. That's my pick to win the West.
So there we go, man. That's. I mean,
the Desert Birds.
Will Kyler be able to see over his line?
No.
All right.
No, he won't.
He'll be on stilts.
Let's do a little.
They actually have a pulley system. They lift him up when he throws.
He just jumps. Okay.
Yep.
The Tim Tebow jump pass.
It's a Cirque du Soleil setup.
All right. Let's play a little game, guys, called Bad Game or Bad Sign. All right? After week 1, bad game or bad sign, A.J. Brown?
I'm going to say bad sign. Health is always an issue. He was hurt to start the year. He always gets hurt in year. I'm convinced his knee is made of Legos. I'm going to say bad sign.
I'm going to say bad sign because there's always been that question mark of the connection between Hurts and A.J. Brown. So right there, it's a bad sign that week 1 started like that.
Bad game, bad sign, Joe Burrow.
Bad sign. O-line blows. Full stop. It just, the poor guy's got no shot.
Yeah, I'm going to go bad game because it's just week 1 for them is never good. So I'll stick with bad game.
Just wait till they lose to the Jags Sunday.
Oh, my.
Oh, we're serving up hotcakes today on a Thursday, David.
I see. That cold medicine, man.
These lozenges are spiked with crack.
Mike's newest live reads. All right. Now with crack.
Right. Added meth.
A picture of Kenny on the cover. All right. Bad game or bad sign, Omarion Hampton.
I didn't even hear anything you said.
Oh, bad game, bad sign, Omarion Hampton.
Bad game. I still have a high degree of belief in him. And the Chiefs are a very good, front, very good against the run. I'm going to say bad game. Let me let that roll a little bit.
I'm also going to say bad game because I think Harbaugh wanted to prove a point. We lost our left tackle. Doesn't matter. Watch this.
I thought it was he could win without cheating.
But he also went to the other running back, David. Your running backs.
I know.
Yeah, but it's a Greg Roman offense. There's always going to be 2 backs. Okay. Always.
Bad game, bad sign, Brian Thomas Jr.
Bad game. He's still a stud. There's a short list of, super young wideouts. He's in the first 3 or 4 guys you'd select. I'm going to say bad game.
It's bad game because it goes to what I said about Travis Hunter.
Yes.
Every time he was out there, they want to throw the ball to him. What about the other guy? You drafted him, had a good year last year. Throw him the ball.
Bad game, bad sign, Cooper Kupp.
Bad sign. I mean, he's basically the football equivalent of Abe Vigoda.
Yeah, this is a bad sign. He'll be doing the Adam Thielen in a year, and he'll go back home because he's done.
He fell off. quick. Like he
He's
was
also
like,
morphing into a hippie.
bad game, bad sign. Jared Goff.
Bad game. I can't throw it in the garbage after one bad game. Now, he don't look good against the Bears. We're gonna have a different conversation. But I'll say bad game.
I'm gonna say bad career. Say no. I'm
Whoa!
joking. I'm joking.
Cookies, is that you?
Bad game. Bad game.
Okay. And last one, Nico Collins.
Bad game. I mean, 2 catches for 21 yards. Come on now. That's absurd. I would expect much better on Monday night. I'm going to say bad game.
I'm also going to go differently here. Bad C.J. Stroud. He's never going to be the same, obviously. So Nico can't be that guy. He won't get the ball. Okay. They can't protect him, and C.J. Stroud forgot how to be a quarterback.
Well, according to you, Tank Dell's back next week, so there's always that.
Once he returns, then Nico's back.
David, there's a headstone, and it reads Tank Dell.
All right.
I like this game, by the way.
All right.
In loving memory, Tank Dell.
This Blitz brought to you by Cough Drops with Meth. 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The Tigers in search of the sweep tonight against the Yankees. Cam Slittler will battle the opener Tyler Holton today. In the first inning this year, Holton's tossed 5 innings, allowing just 1 run. Sawyer Gibson-Long will serve as the bulk man. President Donald Trump also expected to be in attendance as the nation remembers 9/11. It's the first time since Richard Nixon the Tigers have played in front of a sitting president. Here's a lineup that he will see tonight. Leading off and playing second base, Gleyber Torres. Kerry Carpenter bats second at DH. Riley Green will bat third in left field. Torkelson, Perez, and Keith in the middle. Dylan Dingler will catch Tyler Holton here tonight. Parker Meadows follows in center field, and Javi Baez will round it out at shortstop. Lions offensive lineman Taylor Decker missed practice yesterday with a shoulder injury. He was out again today, but offensive coordinator John Morton said that they totally expect him to play this week against the Bears. Jack Campbell also back in the field after missing yesterday. NCAA is in the process of alleging violations pertaining to 13 former college basketball players at 6 different schools, which includes sports betting and or related failure to cooperate. Eastern Michigan is one of them, and they offered us the following statement today, quote, EMU remains committed to compliance with NCAA rules and preserving the integrity of competition. The university cooperated fully with the NCAA staff and appreciates the NCAA's recognition that it's not at risk for violations or penalties. We look forward to concluding the matter, end quote. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock, Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything. Oh, we got a really good Thursday night football game tonight, Packers, Commanders. And I want to know, because where Lion fans are at, look, you're far enough away from the disappointment of Sunday. I think we can look forward. But I want to just, before we start talking about the Bears game tomorrow, here's my question. The way the Packers played, along with the way you played, there's the possibility, if they win tonight and look good doing it, that the Packers are the best team in the NFC. Now, that's a hypothetical. But here's what I want to know. If you go to watch the game tonight, are you almost hoping the Packers look really good in order for you to alter your perspective on your team? Look, I think we all believe they're going to beat the Bears. If you don't, it means you're garbage. There's no world you lose a home game to the Bears and you'll sell me, no, you're a hater. We're actually good. Everything's fine. We're good. No, you're not good. The Bears are not ready. They were awful on Monday night, even when they were up 17-6. Mm-hmm. They have major injuries, both starting corners, TJ Edwards in the middle. I don't know their status for this weekend yet. We'll find out tomorrow. Caleb Williams is not ready. You can tell Ben Johnson's throwing a lot at him. It's not there. So here's my question. If the Packers look good tonight, does that make you feel just a little bit better? That, you know what, we went out, dress rehearsal, we weren't ready, but in the zoom out, we lost to a Super Bowl caliber team at their place. It's not a crisis.
You know what? Great topic. Short term, yes. You feel better. Okay, we're not hot garbage. They're going to do a lot of teams that way. Long term, reality kicks in. Oh, my God, they're so much better than us. We're only going to be fighting for a wild card spot. There's no way we have a chance at winning the division, a place where you've sat for the last couple of years. So, yes, I do think that you want to see them win, because if they go out there and just get drilled by the Commanders, now you're questioning life and everything that you hold near and dear to your heart. Now you're wondering how far have we fallen? Ironically enough, the 2 teams that you've lost to, your last 2 games, they're playing tonight. But yes, if the Commanders go out there and just roll the Packers in Green Bay, that place where you got destroyed 5 days ago, it's going to hurt Lions fans. You need them to come out there and just be this dominant team so that you can have a temporary smile, but long term, man, we got a lot of work to do, because we've been passed by the Packers.
And again, I understand for those saying, no, we need them to lose. It's a divisional race. It's just from the psychological perspective. Yeah, I know I'm going to watch the game tonight. I'll feel better if the Packers look really good. If the Packers look like a clown car tonight, It is. I'm going to think less of the Lions and go, oh, my God. Oh, dear. But if they go out and body the Commanders, it'll somehow – because, look, I think the Lions are going to be able to get better later in the year. You got to get Pascal back. You got to get Aleem McNeil back. You'll have both coordinators settled in. I don't have an answer for the interior of the O-line. They got to play their way out of that. We're going to learn more about that in the coming weeks. I mean, look, this weekend's no treat when they face 700 pounds of defensive tackle between Grady Jarrett and the other guy whose name I forget, who's 6'5", 340. Look, I just want, or maybe it's choice C. I can't bear to watch it. Wake me up Sunday. Let's go beat the Bears. I don't care about the Pack. No. That's probably the healthiest perspective.
Oh, no. But that's not the perspective here because are you kidding me? Do you know how many people were watching Monday night game here in Detroit because you needed to see the Bears lose? And the Bears, first quarter, you were thinking, oh, my God, look at what Ben Johnson has done with Caleb Williams. Oh, we're in trouble. But then when they lost,
was really good, but
yeah.
I'll tell you, I've seen some, well, look, oh, God, I'm going to get made fun of for this. If you look at the all-22, Caleb missed some. I'll never say anything's easy. That's disrespectful to quarterbacks and the guys who play in the NFL.
Well, I know where you're going with this, though.
By NFL standard, he missed some available throws down the field. Mm-hmm. How about that?
Some things, yeah, because well, look, we'll get into that tomorrow. But, yeah, their problems are a little more correctable than your problems, Lions fans. But Lions, I think the fans were happy because they saw the Bears lose, and it's like, okay, you know what, we'll be all right this Sunday. But, yeah, the Packers, you want to see them lose, but I don't think you do because I think it helps you a little bit to say, yep, they're just a really good team as much, you know, and maybe, just maybe, Mike, somebody may give Jordan Love some credit for being a good
not in this town. I mean, dude, I picked him to win the division. And I get killed for it. And it's not personal. There's no emotion behind it. And I do think Jordan Love's a really good quarterback. And I think he's potentially sitting on a huge season this year. Your job is to just be you. Mm-hmm. If you're you, you're good enough. You've already shown you're good enough. But I watched tonight's game, and it's a weird place to be, is that I know the Pack losing is the best thing long term. But it would make me feel worse about what went down Sunday versus I do think the Pack are legit. Yeah, I do. Too. Hey, by the way, last year, I know he's overrated and he's lousy and he has a podcast and he's a terrible guy. 2 games against the Commanders last year, Micah Parsons, 4.5 sacks. Mm-hmm. Who'd want that?
Let it go.
No, I know. You know, look. Here, can I air one final grievance?
Go for it.
It's the same thing. Look what the Eagles did, and they didn't even have to do it. Tank Bigsby. They don't stop. The Eagles just go out and at every turn are hunting. They're in the woods foraging for berries.
I'm with you. I do believe, and I can't prove any of this. This is just speculation on my part, but this team and this organization here in Detroit have almost dug in their heels. We're going to do it our way, and you'll see it will work. And then you'll rue the day you doubted us.
It's not almost, Rico. They have. Look, here's the thing. Because the game went the way it went, we never really got to do a Jameson Williams extension topic. I thought it was illuminating. Jansen even was on our side with this. It was a wholly unnecessary move.
Yeah,
I don't understand what they're doing with stuff like that. Why do it? Just play.
He's falling in love with his own guys. That's what
Which is doing. What Dan Campbell said. It's the one thing they couldn't do.
Correct.
I mean, David, what's your view on it?
Here's my view, and it's similar to what you kind of said after watching the Bears on Monday. It's like, oh, you watch the Bears and you're like, yeah, the Lions should have no problem on Sunday. And that's kind of how I think Lions fans need to feel for this game tonight. Because you look and Green Bay dominates tonight, I think Lions fans should look at it and say, whew, okay, that's a good team there. That's a really good team there. So no worries. We'll get our stuff together. We'll see you on Thanksgiving. That's how they should think. Right. But that's not how they're going to think.
But I think it's short-term, long-term. Short-term, they go out there and win. Oh, okay, great. But then it'll kick in. Wow. Just like on Monday night, short-term, did you see the Bears in the collapse? Long-term, oh, wait, maybe the Vikings are a problem. Oh, boy. Okay.
248-539-9797. I just want to know where you're at. And again, if you're saying, hey, I don't give a rip about Thursday night, I don't care about the Pack, we'll see them on Thanksgiving, and we're going to beat the Bears Sunday, I respect it. But I'm just watching it tonight with a little different view of it. I do want to see how legit the Pack are. Like, was week one this aberration, or does it simply validate what I think they are, which is once they made the Parsons move, they went to your level. They were staring you eye to eye. And at least for week one, they blew your orbital out. So now I want to know, all right, well, if they go 2-0 and they do it against you and the Commanders, that's as impressive a two-game start to a year as anyone will have in the league. And it'll make me feel a little bit better about week one going, hey, weren't ready in week one. Let's gear this thing up. But again, just because I watch it that way doesn't mean you do, and that doesn't mean I'm right. So let's talk about it. 248-539-9797. Let me tell you about Moran Chevrolet. Very simple. It's truck month. Perfect time to elevate your tailgating. Moran, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Game day starting a 26 Silverado LT Crew Cab. You can lease one at Moran right now. $349 a month, 24 months. Or check out the 26 Equinox LT, $279 a month, 36 months. And it's the deal of the season. You can save time and money with the Doug Karsh EV Equinox. Lease yours for $89 a month, 24 months. That's $89 a month. All payments are with only $9.99 down. MoranExpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. All right, David, couple of ticket texts. We get to the people. Thursday Night Football. It's a damn good one. A rare good one. Commanders Pack tonight. And again, I think what the Pack did was real. So tonight is about, okay, do they validate it? And if they do, makes me feel better about the Lions. If they don't, it makes me feel worse. What's your view? Or you're just going to be like, look, I'm busy. I don't care about Thursday Night Football. Respect. David, what's people's early take here?
I would not feel better if the Packers look good. Honestly, the only thing that would make me feel better is to see them get rolled. Okay.
All right, we've reached the spite phase.
Yeah,
okay.
Pretty much.
And by the way, look, winning Sunday is not going to make me feel better. It's the Bears. And the Bears looked awful Monday night. I didn't like 90% of what I saw. So winning Monday's
I'm sorry, Mike. Is it like beating Youngstown State?
Not Youngstown State, but it would be like beating Western.
Gotcha.
Like, you're expected to win that game. A touchdown favorite in the NFL is like a 20-point favorite in college. You're expected to win that game. So win the game. I mean, you don't get anything for winning. You lose everything if you lose. The next litmus test for the Lions is going to be Baltimore.
From David in a beer truck, he says, I want the Commanders to win. The way the Pack plays doesn't change the fact that the Lions need to fix everything. It's on us. Doesn't matter what the Pack look like.
Okay. Listen, I respect that. You're chasing them. Draw even with them. 1-1 and lose the tiebreaker. Beat them at home. You're back. Okay.
Looking at it, the Packers weren't as good as we were bad. So we'll see versus the Bears, Jim in Southgate.
Jeez. Wait. The Packers weren't as okay. Maybe the Packers caused you to be bad?
Thank you. That's the point, right?
It's okay to say that, and they powered it down for like the second half. But okay.
Yeah, a lot of these ticket texters can't seem to give the Packers any credit.
And they never will.
Okay. Let's just go to the people. Jim's in Royal Oak. He's batting lead off in the 5 o'clock. Jim, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, fellas. Here's a couple of my points. The Packers are a good team. I expect them to be good. I still want to see Washington win. We're not talking. The Lions are on a 2-game losing streak, and these are the two teams they've lost to last. So I expect it to be a good game. But my feelings don't really matter. We are men here, and what happened last week is last week. So it's all about going forward. It'll be a little bit of a measurement, but they've got to come out and show that they've corrected things against the Bears, whoop them. And in that situation, then we want the Packers to have that loss. So, let's
That's
go
fair.
with Redskins.
No, Jim, there's nothing wrong with it, Jim. It was just a question. And I look, you said something too. That would be the one thing that would make me feel, I don't know, better about the Lions, is if they rolled the Bears. Like if you welcomed them into the den and you just buried them. Then you go, okay. Like there would be a part of me, Jim, I don't know if you share this feeling. Like if you get out of there 24-21, I'm not going to feel all warm and fuzzy.
Agreed. I'm looking for a beatdown of the Bears, and then I'm looking for a good competitive game tonight. And then, but I want the Commanders to come out on top, and that's what it is.
And I understand why.
It's week to week doesn't really matter. We went 15-2 and then got rolled in the playoffs, and the year before we got smoked by Baltimore in the middle of the season and wound up winning 2 playoff games, which we haven't done in forever. So, you got to kind of look week to week and see progression. Now, if we see a trend, and like you said, Mike, the Lions look mediocre and they eke out a win, I'm gonna be a little nervous. If Washington comes out and smacks Green Bay around tonight, that's gonna make me a little nervous too. But I think it's the totality, the whole ecosystem that's really gonna I'm giving it a few weeks and we start to see how things shake out.
It's a great way to put it. Great way to put it, Jimmy. But yeah, I mean, Rico, think about this. If after 3 weeks you're 1-2 and you got bodied against Green Bay and Baltimore and you escaped against the Bears, it'd be hard for me to feel super positive, right?
Correct. It's a game that you should have won, but yeah, your 2 tests, you failed.
This Bears team was a disaster Monday night. And again, they played a quarterback making his first start who in the first half had the Bryce Underwood game plan. They didn't let JJ play. Then they open the second half, get handed a pick six, and they find a way to squander a 17-6 lead because the last 5 possessions of the night were punt, I believe missed field goal, punt. I don't care about the last possession when they scored and then the layout. Oh, Ben Johnson didn't kick it out of the end zone. Listen, you spit the bit. You were down 10 after being up 17-6. You were down 27-17. Not interested. Go to Cliff, 97.1. Cliff, what's going on?
Hey, guys, I think that you're not talking about the real problem. I'm going to start off with a question.
Okay.
Did any of the starters play during preseason? No. But if you look at that offense, it was identical on Sunday. Identical predictability. I don't care if we had Hall of Fame offensive linemen. If the defense knows what you're going to do next, you're going to get stopped. It's pitiful. We were the number 1 NFL offense last year, and we come out and Cass Tech could have stopped our offense. It was that predictable. That is the problem. If we don't unpack Ben's playbook and run it, we are doomed.
Yeah, and look, they talked about, Dan Campbell talked about a little bit with Jim and John. Could they have played some of the younger guys on offense more? My biggest concern on the offense is Graham Glasgow. Like, I think people really lulled themselves into a false sense of security that losing Frank Ragnow, even if he was on a down year last year, you lost the communication.
Well, yeah, when you hear on a play that, 3 O-linemen were going in one way and the other 2 were going another way, yeah, that's not something you want to hear week 1. That's something you want to hear in the joint practices, but not in the first week of the game where they count.
Let's go to Raymond, 97.1. Raymond, what's going on, buddy?
Not too much. I really like the matchup tonight between Washington and Green Bay, and I actually really thought that the Green Bay game itself of this past week, where the Lions just didn't look all that good, I just thought it was a good spot for Green Bay. They had, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the Lions had won like the last 3 games in Green Bay.
Yep.
So I think it was just them being very, very tired of losing to the Lions, and Lions fans don't even realize that teams don't like to keep getting beat at home against the same team. So I think today's a little bit of a letdown spot, I think, for the Packers. I think they kind of got beat up a little bit during the game anyway, during the Lions. So I think tonight will probably be a little bit closer. So tonight really doesn't mean anything to me just because I think long-term view, it's just one game. I think the Lions need to kind of get back to the basics more than anything, and hopefully we'll correct some things because it looks like we did this past week. Yeah, that's where I'm going to start to worry because I think we have to care more about ourselves at this point than whatever Green Bay, Chicago, or Minnesota are doing.
Yeah, will you be nervous if it's super competitive Sunday? Fourth quarter, Bears have the ball with a chance to tie, 7 minutes to go? Or is it just win in advance?
Honestly, it's just win in advance. I mean, you look at the Saints last year in week 2, and they were rolling the Cowboys, and then they lost 7 straight after people thought they'd be a surprise team. So I think just wacky things happen in the NFL on any given Sunday. I fully expect Caleb Williams to be much better this time around than he has the past couple of years, and especially Ben Johnson knowing how we like to run things. So I expect a really good game.
Listen, Raymond, I appreciate it. I watched every snap of that game. I'm telling you. Look, I've only stood up for Caleb Williams in this regard. I didn't understand the heaps of negativity when the kid threw for 3,300 yards, 20 touchdowns, and 6 picks. And I'm not telling you that's, oh, my God, Hall of Fame. Look at what number 1 overall picks play like. Mm-hmm. It was one of the better seasons you're going to see, and that's with a fired coach and then a fired OC.
I think a lot of it was because he was weird, Mike, so you couldn't embrace him.
That's why I stuck up for him. Now, I will tell you, there is an element of this where it's like, look, man, you got to command the locker room. The body language is bizarre to me. Look, no one here cares. We're not doing radio in Chicago. I'm just making a point. I did not like the debut with Ben Johnson. He didn't look like he got it.
No.
And if you look at the All-22, Johnson dialed up some really nice stuff for him. And yes, he completed passes underneath. You even heard Troy Aikman say it. hey, nice pass there, but he did have something else available. Rico, if he comes in here and plays really, really well, I think that's more about you than him.
No.
That's why I'd be concerned.
That is fair, Mike, because, looking at that game, he missed some throws that he should have had. And I think for Ben Johnson, he realized being a head coach was different than the coordinator. The final 2 minutes, he wasn't ready for that moment. Not knowing what to do. But at least he owned it and said, I should have did this. I should have did that. Coaching, you're learning on the job. I'm sure he'll do better. But, yes, it was bright lights. And the pressure was on, and he wasn't that – he was showing that he was an inexperienced head coach, my opinion.
97-1.
All right, guys, you've heard me talk about Specs at LTU just on the campus this morning as I was talking about 9/11 to my class. Hey, you want a career in radio, TV, graphic design, you want to get into the entertainment business, let Specs at LTU get you started on your career path. Why? Because you're going to be taught by people like myself who actually work in the business. You're going to learn from day one, a very hands-on approach. So if you want a career in radio, TV, or graphic design, make sure you sign up right now for the winter courses in either the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, or the graphics media arts program. But it's very simple. Spaces are starting to fill up. So here's what I need you to do. You need to make an appointment today with an admissions counselor to discuss your next steps to your future at admissions@ltu.edu. Admissions@ltu.edu or 1-800-CALL-LTU. Do that today and make an appointment with an admissions counselor to discuss your future at Specs at LTU.
What's going on, college and pro? David, music, please.
Well, guys, it is Thursday. We are heading into week 2 of the NFL season tonight in week 3 of the college football season. I do this every week here. It is my best bets that we're going to talk about here for the coming week of football. So let's start in the NFL. And I'm going to New York for this one. The Buffalo Bills are visiting the New York Jets.
Say it.
Right. Say what?
Say it.
I'm going Jets.
Yes.
This one at +7. And I give you my reasons why. Because the Buffalo Bills are coming off a heavyweight fight on Sunday night. Then when you include the Jets offense that actually was efficient. They actually scored points. So Jets +7.
What a ringing endorsement. They
usually don't.
Let me give you some actual reasons. A, go back and look, Jets and the Bills, what the Jets normally do to Josh Allen, close, wild, ugly games. That's one. Two, this fits it, and everyone loves triple Ds. Desperate divisional home dogs. Jets 0-1. Bills feel like the prom queen. Jets are desperate, need it. 6.5 at home. I like the run game. Defense can't play worse than it played last week. I actually like the Jets getting 6.5. Yes.
Okay.
I'll stay in the NFL for my next one. And you may be surprised where I go with this one. No, not because it is currently the Devil's number, but the Rams are visiting the Tennessee Titans. And I am going Titans +5.5. Here's why. Because you have both guards for the Rams that are considered week to week right now with sprained ankles, along with Matthew Stafford, who is dealing with a back injury, and the Titans have a pretty good interior defensive line. So
Jeffrey
because of that,
Simmons.
so because of that, I believe the Titans can keep it close. Titans plus 5.5.
The problem is a rookie quarterback who plays loose and fast, and that Titan offensive line was one giant grease fire against the Broncos. I'm going to say no to this. I mean, I appreciate the creativity. This ain't for me.
No, I'm going to say yes to this, Michael, because this is going to be game number 2. We'll see what Cam Ward, he got the nerves, the jitters out. I think now you're going to see a more composed quarterback. David, I like that.
One more in the NFL here, and I'm just going to simply say Geno Smith. The Chargers are the favorite, 3.5 points, going to the Las Vegas Raiders, and I have to go Raiders plus 3.5 just because of Geno Smith.
You're turning Rico on over there. You start talking about Geno as a dog. Rico, be careful now.
No, see, I'm with David on this one as well, but it's the fact of I need the Chargers coming back
5
from
words
Brazil.
no one wants to hear. You need a new
That's
roof.
There you go.
So what do you
that's
do?
the
Who do
factor
call?
for me.
How the hell
You know,
you
if
get
they
a how about Brock These are Bowers' all health too? questions Let's that throw keep that you up in at there. night. We got to see if Brock Brock's going Vickers to play. handle this business. They'll
They don't
make
need
it
Brock.
as simple
They
as
got the
possible.
quarterback.
Oh, new roof.
They got
Okay.
Geno.
Easy,
Geno do it all by himself.
hassle-free home improvement.
No, but Mike, yes, Brock Bowers, that is one, but just that whole traveling back from Brazil. I think the same about the Kansas City Chiefs. Like, I don't know if that's on there, David, but I worry about them, of how long it's going to take them to get their sea legs back.
I don't want to touch that game. The Eagles, Kansas City Chiefs, I don't want to touch that game right now. But I'll give you one more in the NFL because this one, it looks juicy. I don't know what to do with it, but it looks juicy. It is Jacksonville visiting the Cincinnati Bengals. The Bengals are 3.5-point favorites. I don't know which way I lean, but it just feels weird that the Bengals are favored by more.
I mean, the Bengals never. Oh, go ahead, Mike.
No, go ahead.
I mean,
Please.
the Bengals never start off the season well, but I don't believe in the Jags. So this is one I would just walk away from the table. I want nothing to do with either one of these teams. I'll just sit back and watch. If
Jags.
I had to pick,
Jags.
I guess.
When you get outgained by the Browns by almost 300 yards and you have 6 total yards in the second half, you shouldn't be favored by more than 3.5 against homeless people. Jags. That Bengal offensive line is criminal, and the defense might be worse. Jags.
Let's move over to the college ranks here, and I'm going to start with a game that you all will probably laugh me off the air with, but there's a
Okay.
reason here. The New Mexico Lobos are
Okay, we're done
visiting
here.
UCLA.
Oh, dear
UCLA is favored. They're favored by 15.5 points. Here's why I lean to New Mexico's side.
Because UCLA is a condom with a hole in it.
Pretty
They're
much.
awful.
Their defense is a problem, man. They're giving
They are an atrocity.
a conversion rate on third down of 70%. That's their defense. 4th worst in the country. I have to choose New Mexico here.
Plus, Jason X got a 6-inch vertical leap. So, again, if you forced me to do this, I would take New Mexico. But
Correct.
this ain't North Korea. You can't force me.
Fair.
UCLA is toxic.
That is fair. Condom with a hole in it.
But
that
they
is their
have
defense.
Nico Iamaleava.
Doesn't matter. All right.
Rico, when he threw that pick against UNLV last week, there was nothing behind his eyes. It was full. What
No.
did I do?
You know what it is? And we've all been there when you have a job and you're just like, man, it's a paycheck. Do you like
Rico,
a
is there
job?
something you'd like to tell us?
It's a paycheck.
Stop it.
I'm talking about Nico.
Let me get you this next play here because I usually don't do this. Giant spreads, I usually do not choose these here. But I watched Oregon play this past weekend, and they murdered their opponent. They murdered Oklahoma State. So the Ducks are going to Northwestern, and they are 27.5-point favorites.
It's actually a safe bet, David.
I would go that one, and then I would also in this game choose Northwestern's team total under 9.5 points.
Northwestern is minus their running back. He's done for the year.
I don't care. It's a letdown spot. They emptied their grocery bag last week. They're going west to east, noon kick in an empty stadium, and you got to cover 4 touchdowns. This is trap written all over it, boys.
That's why I said I normally don't do it, but it's Oregon. Come on.
This is Go Ducks, Mike. I think they will cover this thing by halftime and never look back.
You want a garbage can spot? Like, do you like David? If your mission is to, I got to bet the biggest spread of the week. Go take Texas Tech laying 24 to put a shotgun in the Oregon State Beavers skull.
Oh,
do that.
Oh,
Tech has scored 60 plus both weeks. Oregon State is atrocious. They just lost their second best receiver. Their best O-lineman hasn't played all year. And Malik Murphy is a trash can at quarterback. Guns up, Red Raiders. If that's your game, Northwestern is the old Detroit Lions. They F you when you bet them, and they F you when you bet against them. Just don't touch them.
Okay. You know what? You're the Mr. Cash and Ticket guy. So.
Well, here's
Northwestern is room temperature milk. There ain't nothing good coming from that.
They are.
No running game whatsoever.
You can do what you want, Rico. There's 100 games. That would be number 99 on the list.
Well, here's number 1 on the list for me, and I'm going to close it out with this one because I looked at this line on Sunday and was expecting some things to change, and it hasn't.
Georgia, Tennessee?
It is Clemson going to Georgia Tech.
Yep.
Clemson's a 3.5-point favorite. I have to go Georgia Tech here because you would think the number 12 team in the country, that doesn't make sense, but it may when you look at the offensive efficiency for Clemson. They are 90th.
No, the other problem, look, this spread opened up at 9, but Haynes King Health Report kind of got this thing flying the other way. The problem if you bet Georgia Tech is you basically have to accept there's going to be a couple of series where Haynes King is in the blue tent and Bobby Philo comes in.
Yes.
And you got to live with a backup quarterback.
Correct.
The other problem is it's good on good. Georgia Tech's run game versus Clemson's front. Mm-hmm. And look, I think you missed the best of the number here. It's a stay away from me, but if you forced me to, I'd take Georgia Tech.
Okay. And those are my...
Man, you're a ball breaker with some of these picks. Jesus.
Come on, 27.5 points, no big deal.
You're insane.
Those are my best bets, 97-1.
Well, as you can hear, football brings out all the emotions. That's why we love the game, folks. But that feeling when your bet doesn't hit and you get hung out to dry by your old sports book, that feeling is a thing of the past with the game day guarantee from Fanatics Sportsbook. Here's how it works. Every single game day now until October, new customers get up to $100 back in fan cash if your bet loses, guaranteed. And new customers can also bet $10 to get $100 in fan cash. Think about that. Even if you're when you're betting with Fanatics, you're winning or you're winning back money in fan cash that you can use from anything from Fanatics universe like apparel, tickets, bonus bets, and more. Why risk it with other sports books when you could just switch to a sure thing? Every single game day until this October comes, it's a guarantee. Your old sports book, man, they're out for the season. Fanatics Sportsbook has your back. Go check them out for yourself. Download the app today. Fanatics Sportsbooks, winning just hits different here. Got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, we got Jeff Rieger coming up next. He's going to take you all the way to Tiger Baseball. If you missed any part of the show, we talked about sports gambling and the scandal that is happening. We also talk about Lions ticket prices and really ticket prices across the board. If you missed any of the show, go ahead and use that Odyssey Rewind. Julian, I'm going to let you finish things off. Julian, you're on 97.1.
Well, Rico, thanks for having me on the show.
No worries.
Bottom of the afternoon to you. So I wanted to talk about my outlook for the Lions. I know you guys have talked a lot about the stats over the years of what happens to teams that go 0-2. Preseason, based on the schedule, I had them at 4-3 going into the bye week.
Mm-hmm.
I felt that the Green Bay game was a bit of a coin flip. I felt that the deck was stacked against the Lions, but I do feel that it's not so much that they lost, it's how they lost where the criticism is deserved. But I am far away from the panic camp.
Okay.
I fully agree that Sunday is a show me game. If they lose a nail biter, which I don't think is what's going to happen, but if they lose a nail biter, I don't want to say the season's over. I think it's going to be uphill. I think they then have to pull off some very, let's say, impressive upsets. But my barometer has always been 4-3. You know, they go 0-3, they go 0-4. That's a different story. But right. If they go 0-2, it's one of those things where the door is maybe 3/4 of the way shut. To me, it would matter more of how they lose, even though I have them winning. Curious what you think.
Well, here's the thing, Julian. If they go 0-2, it all but writes them off of a Super Bowl trip. 4 teams have made it to the Super Bowl starting off 0-2. Yeah, and then you're looking.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh no! On the Super Bowl side, I mean, I'm thinking postseason and maybe a Super Bowl appearance. The thing that I can't escape, you guys talked a lot about earlier this week on what's your biggest area of concern. I think the trenches for sure, but for me, it was inevitable that this team was going to take a step back, certainly offensively, with all of the changes that happened. You lost the coordinators. The O-line categorically is weaker. It would be unrealistic for anyone to expect, at least for the offense to perform at the level that it peaked at last year again this year. I just didn't see that preseason.
No, I didn't, and I appreciate the phone call, Julian. I just think that, yeah, if you start off 0-2, you're looking at that Ravens game on Monday night, and chances are you're starting off 0-3, and now you're just hoping for that 6th or 7th wild card spot, knowing you're going to be playing on the road if you make the playoffs.
Rico. Listen, you and I have gone back and forth on this.
Negativity. Hey.
Yeah. How dare you? You and I have gone back and forth. There is no way they lose to the Bears. There is just no conceivable way they lose to the Bears.
You're the same guy that said there's no way they lose to the Packers.
I didn't say that. I had them beating the Packers, but
they're not going to lose to the Packers.
I would be shocked if Ben Johnson comes in here and beats the Lions, especially after what the Lions have gone through this week. I mean, I watched both coordinators talk. I watched Campbell talk yesterday. They're fired up there.
Okay. Look, we're not doing Chicago radio. You don't think they're not fired up in
I'm
Chicago
sure
after what
are.
happened? They gave a game away. At least the Lions got beat. Imagine if it was the other way around. The Lions had this gigantic lead on the Packers and then just gave it all away.
I don't believe in Caleb Williams. We'll see.
Nobody believes in Caleb Williams.
I know you guys make
Love.
your picks tomorrow. I know TJ is going to join you guys. Are you picking the Lions or the Bears to win? I don't care about the spread. It's a 5.5-point spread right now.
I need to see what's going on with Taylor Decker.
He's going to play.
They're saying he's going to play, but he's not practicing. He's got a bad shoulder.
Did he not practice again today?
He did not practice again today.
What about Jack Campbell? Did he practice?
Jack Campbell practiced.
That's a positive.
I don't care about the defense. I care about that. Your offensive line is already bad, and if Taylor Decker does not play, that's the difference. That's the game. He plays, Lions. He doesn't play, Bears.
Interesting. All right.
I'm going to keep it that simple.
I like simple. Simple's good for me. I understand simple.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you got?
So we're going to get you up to Tiger baseball. Tigers trying to sweep Mike's Yankees. I mean, they are bludgeoning them.
Over under run score tonight, 10.5.
Total or for the Tigers?
For the Tigers.
I mean, I think I'm going to go under. I think this is the day where the Yankees show a pulse, right? They have to.
I mean, it's
for the same reason I think the Bears lose, I guess.
9/11, the president's in the house. I guess you have to do this for the people of New York?
I don't know. The last two games, especially how they lost, 2-2 game, and then they give up that inning, and then yesterday they lead, 2-0, and the bullpen just stinks again for New York. It was satisfying. It's good to see because I think a lot of Tiger fans are worried that they're not good enough. So I think the last two games, at least for the time being, eases your worries. Magic number down to 8, could be 7 today. And it does seem like when they win the division, it's going to happen here. I mapped it out. They got 3 games with the Marlins. Mm-hmm. It would be virtually impossible to win it in Miami. So they're going to win the division here, which is cool.
Okay, you'll be down in the locker room clubhouse?
No, I will be spraying champagne for you. I'll steal you a bottle.
That's not the same.
For your new basement.
They come in there with goggles on. Old school. Get the champagne in your eyes. All right, Jeff Rieger.
I'll get you one of the corks. You can put it in your new basement.
Oh, steal a bottle. Jeff Rieger.
I think that's dumb, though. I think they might charge me.
I don't care.
Oh, yeah, because I'm stealing it, not you.
Hey, you know what? Hey,